is Patrick Bond, and I teach around the corner. I'll show you on Wednesday at the University of Johannesburg. I'm in sociology. We have a Center for Social Change. As you probably know, we have a difficulty in many African universities with a liberated development economics. However, at UJ, we're hoping we'll find our two progressive economists, Samantha Ashman and Fiona Trevane. So you know that even at in bourgeois Johannesburg, we think of in the sister university is not too far from here. Has anyone been to UJ before? Or the sister university fits with Barbershop, right? So we'll do a little intro in just a second, but I want to make sure that everyone understands why we're here in Melville and what is an option, but we hope you'll agree. We have in store on Wednesday, which would be the sort of tour. And I think nearly everybody's in the house except is Tabo.
Tabo is on his way.
He's on his way, so he knows the scene very well. Hi, Rudy, anything? This is Rudy. Everybody knows our local host here. Anything we should know? Or
no, you guys will reboot your Wi-Fi, okay? I've just rebooted it a few minutes ago, so it should be okay.
Great.
It's all connected, it's okay.
Yeah, so it's all fun. Thanks. So I personally really look forward to getting to know you all. We have, because of the G20 hosting, non-stop activity around how we prepare the ground really is involved and the sort of terrain in the society. But just as important, because the G20, as you know, will be ruined next year because it'll be in Miami. And any of the things we're talking about today in terms of social justice and climate and the need for better fiscal management, taxation, that all the things we want to go through the next couple of days will be impossible with a climate denialist pro-billionaire Donald Trump. So in a way, it's a sort of short effort we're making to at least influence things here. Ideally, we'd have a vote, and Donald Trump would be voted off the island. But it would be fairly easy because only 3 of his supporters, Malay in Argentina, we have one Latin American youth agree he needs to go to, and NBS, Mr. Bonesaw, as they say, in Saudi Arabia, and maybe the Italian George Malay. I think we'll be sticking with Trump. Trump's not coming, we're sure of that. They'll probably send J.D. Vance. And they've just announced that the new location is not where we thought, where it's been mostly the big events, Sanson, but it's in Soweto. And in Soweto, we have some fantastic activists who are scholar activists and organic intellectuals that you'll get to know. We come on Wednesday, we'll do a little tour. So we get to see where the G20 will be held and talk to activists who are now planning their protests and are teaching. That'll be the weekend before. So it's a really exciting time for me in November. Any of you may be thinking about coming back to Joburg at that point? Absolutely. You must, right? And we can get some funding, of course, we'll give you the bread and eat perfect. And the main thing about this, coming from, you'll have to sit in the middle. But the main thing is, Melville right now is a wonderful place. If you come in a month, it'll be even more wonderful because of the purple trees that back around. And we've chosen this complex because it's all very tight. And it's within walking distance of a great many activities and bookstores and restaurants. And I think after we do a break and a little bit more of an introduction, hear your questions on the table. And I can give you a little bit more of the history, going back to the Stone Ages, where we have some evidence of Neolithic period of human or hominid inhabitation here, just around the corner. Some of you were with us yesterday, but we went on a little hike. I'm going to do that anytime. It's just a 10-15-minute hike. So you see Joburg in a beautiful kind of way. However, we'll also want to see not just this very interesting Bohemian center next to the 2 universities, UJ, very, very close, within walking distance. And BITS is about 3 or 4 k's away. And we'll want to also see Soweto. And then the heart of really South Africa's most depraved economy, which is Santon, the financial district. It is considered, as I was saying yesterday, the most corrupt place on earth. by PC, the very, very corrupt company. So it takes one to know one to trust them to tell us about corporate economic crime, fraud. So we do a little bit more when we're in and then age 4:30, you get to the MD on Wednesday. You have really two options. One is to come on the floor, the other is to go from here. The 25 place called the Birchwood Conference Center in the city is called Epping, and it's quite close to the airport. So it's a very common site for important conferences. The African National Congress or Ruling Party typically has their sort of big meetings at Birchwood, the trade unions. So we're very comfortable being there, but this is the exciting place. This is a very barren place. You don't go outside of the convention center. So just other questions you have, which the next 2.5 days here in Melville. And our ideal will be that we go to a couple of beautiful restaurants that have half price on their food. You trust it, and they do gluten free and veggie and call part we get to read to help us interpret all the delights of Mexican cuisine, but they give us free tacos, delightful for 100 rand, and half price tonight over at the pasta place. Does that sound okay? And then you walk around, it's safe, well, until 10 o'clock, and so people don't carry your valuables, a couple 100 rand in cash, like all you need. Leave your passports safe in your room. This is Johannesburg. As I say, the most dangerous place in the world is not far away. It's on Sandton. So we always have to warn the visitors, if you're going to be with us in Sandton, you can tell the the criminals on the color of their skin, they're like that. So don't put those plastic things you have into an ATM because you're going to get ripped off on bank charges or so lots of friendly bits of advice. But I think you'll really love Melville. I do. I've lived here since 2016. Lived in Joburg since 1990. Lived in Durban, and wouldn't really be anywhere else. The most busy place, I think. The shops are fantastic. Maybe, did you send a little map around here?
Forwarded today, yes.
Yes, so you can sort of see where some nice little restaurants and food shops are. So we hope you really feel at home. And when some of you need your PhDs or you get your postdocs, we'll always have a welcome for you for that too. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. I'm also really happy to welcome you all here. Obviously, I'm glad that Patrick was able to welcome us to South Africa. I'm not local either. So my name is Elaine. I am the Senior Program Officer at Ideas. Economist and work specifically on feminist economics and of progressive pluralist economists, social scientists from across the world, and with a big focus on elevating heterodox economics across the world, but particularly in the global south. And so these trainings that I've done to emerging scholars or young scholars are really part of that effort to ensure that there is there's some weakening happening that leads to economic orthodoxy, to classifications, which I know that not only economists suffer from, but other social scientists as well, who are trying to they feel like they're probably banging their head against the wall speaking to it, don't want to speak to them. So I'm really glad that. And just I wanted to just start off with just some introductions, perhaps. So just the name and the affiliation, also the research interests.
Oh, and
No, it's okay.
one colleague ends like it's from where in that center to 16 my areas of research interest are very currently conducting the event of Phoenix. Trying to undermine the structure of configuring the after effect of apartheid, while also exploring historical conflicts between Africans, Black Africans and Indians in that. And the underlying short time is that might have broken that. It's an event which happened in July 2021 following the incarceration of someone. Yeah, following his, I would say he's like arrogance to a few bodies on the commission. Yeah, then in Phoenix it became a racial war between Black Africans. But while in other countries, parts of the country, there were no racial tension. So my studies around that.
And you're originally from Durban, is that right?
Yeah, I'm South African, in the countryside of KZN, Northern KZN, a place called Josine. Yeah, we're close to the border of South Africa, Mozambique. But I went to Durban for my master's, and after then I came to CT in 2022.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Who's the husband?
My name is Sabat Machoto. I'm a postdoc at the University of Johannesburg. He's my supervisor, and I'm also affiliated to the Center for Social Change. My areas of interest, he has already highlighted some of it, is on intellectuals, looking at organic intellectuals, those who emerge from experience, who became intellectuals from experience, and also later on further their interest by reading, and most of these are workers, and also specialized intellectuals, and I'm sure most of you are specialized intellectuals who get their intellectual capacity through university education, and also specialized revolutionary intellectuals, those who are advocating against the capitalist system, who wanted to be removed and replaced with the socialist. So that's my areas of interest. Thanks.
And your origins are?
I'm in Zimbabwe. I'm from Harare. I was born and bred in Harare, but coming from Weza, that's the rural area. I'm in Shona, I'm in Shona Basin.
Hi everyone, my name is Nina. I'm a master's student on UCT. I'll be invited by I think Better Chateauneuf, who we will meet tomorrow. I am interested in the civic presence of power that will continue in different forms, in different ways in Africa in the future. So specifically looking at techno-capitalism, digital capitalism, digital colonialism, as I spoke with my classmate. I haven't finalized my research yet. I'm busy working on a project with the African Center for Cities. I always get that wrong, it's not the Center for Africa, the African Center for Cities at UCC, which is one of a kind. We're busy trying to map a digital database of African literary cities or African literary imagination, where we work against the UNICEF map of a similar kind. That's where I think only Durban is considered a literary city. And so we're creating our own digital map because, I mean, Africa has some of the most incredible literary imaginations in the cities in Africa. So yes, that is what I am currently concerned with. Yes, happy to be there. Thank you.
Hi everyone, it's a pleasure to be here. My name is Maria Arzai. I'm from Argentina and I'm doing my PhD at Johns Hopkins. I'm working on Chinese Taiwan and Latin America, so I'll be discussing a little bit about economy in Argentina and South. Thank you.
Just before you go on,
Yeah.
Johns Hopkins, I went there too.
Yeah.
It's basically a Marxist sociology scene, right? And it's
Yeah.
really the highest caliber because it comes from a tradition of Giovanni Arrighi. Is that right?
Follow under Giovanni for global studies, so I'm working there with Professor Hafang, who also Alessi by Arrighi, and also his wife Beverly Silver. That David Harvard was also at some point they were in this tradition center. It is a very interesting problem because it's one of the few, I would say, very progressive political economy centers in the US.
So it comes from world system,
Yes.
term you all know, sort of a part of the dependency tradition. So it's a fantastic chance to see where the thinking is. Great.
Yeah, hi, my name is Dhruv. I'm from India. My background is in development studies and law. I was part of the Ideas Certificate course in political economy, the previous batch. And my research interests are in imperialism, industrial policy, innovation systems, intellectual property, and also the international convention. Okay.
Hi everyone, my name is Sagani Matsilele. Similar to me, I was advised by Prof. Tonge. So I am doing my master's in development studies at UCT, and currently my research focuses on this intersection between generative AI and Indigenous communities, but specifically looking at how Indigenous communities can use generative AI to super preserve and revitalize their languages and cultural heritage. And I'm also from Joburg, born and bred in Soweto, so. Yeah.
What part is like?
I'm Pimple.
Oh, thank you, we'll
Yeah.
be spending it.
Yes.
I would say, yeah. Minutes, I would say. Oh, well, chance.
My name is Mike Gautier. He's in the session there and state legitimacy. In my past life, I worked in the area of tax justice. And one of the things that I'm looking at now is the impact of debt, particularly in Kenya, on taxation. Yeah, so if you look at the Kenyan debt environment, over the last 10 years, we have had a tremendous increase in debt, almost 10-fold in the last 5 years. And part of it comes with increased taxation. So there's a lot of pressure on additional taxes, but also increasing the existing ones. So one of the things I'm looking at is the emerging citizen responses to this increased taxation and state legitimacy.
It's called Gen Z. That might be sorry, odious debt and debt audit demand. So I hope we'll be able to really look at that crucial part of any fiscal, citizen watchdog function.
If you follow the Kenyan events in the last 1 year, I'm trying to remember the GNZ protest last year. We almost we were just this close in toppling our government. But the president had to sack his entire cabinet, likely because of citizen protest on the last finance act that was, posted by the parliament. That followed again this year with another round of protests. So the interest is still there, the motivation is still there, and we're just waiting for the next trigger to see how that works. Part of the demands for the years was debt audit. Kenya is paying what one would definitely call an odious debt. One, we don't know how much was borrowed, we don't know how much is being paid. We are not sure how much interest is being paid. In fact, in the last assessment of our debt scenario, our interest obligations are almost twofold the presumed debt. So the reality is that we are really not clear on how much was borrowed and how much.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Fidelis Issa Aika. I come from Ghana. Affiliated to University of Cape Coast. It's in the south. And PhD second year student, and my research interests is health economics, and apparently also looking at some non-European economics, and looking at how African countries, Southern Africa, we can leapfrog on ICT to raise revenue and make our growth inclusive. But you observe that African countries growing in terms of GDP steadily, but the growth is not inclusive. So I'm glad we investigate it. Yeah,
And you're from across, or originally from the road, from
this in the north, yes, close to the border, not Faso, but I'm still in the south.
Thanks for that.
Hello everyone, I'm Liu Yuan, but you can call me Devin, unique name. Actually, I come from China. Now I'm a PhD student at Center for African Studies at UCT. So my advisor is Professor Lungi as well. I'm interested in African history, but my PhD topic is focused on the medical relationship between China and African countries. To be specific, I will focus on how and why the Chinese medical community come to African countries, African market, and why China, African country and market are willing to accept Chinese medical resource. Yeah, it is.
Sign of China Fund
Yeah,
as the vaccines of China.
yeah.
You two should be, yeah.
Yeah,
It's a lot. Just to think about it.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Kwesi Sapo. I'm from Ghana, affiliated with the University of Energy and Natural Resources in Sunyani. I studied at the University of Cape Town. Maybe I'm the freshest of the doctors in the house because I graduated on the 10th of this month from University of Cape Town. Currently, I'm with the Institute of Humanities Africa, that is also affiliated with the University of Cape Town. My research area has been on land tenure and land administration, focusing on Ghana. My thesis was on the impact of large-scale land acquisition or land grabbing on the communal land holdings. Currently, with HUMA, I'm looking at the intersection between land tenure, AI, and smart city. It's something that I'm starting to look at that into detail. So that is what I'm looking to tell you. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Sanele Papu from the University of Johannesburg, the Center of Social Change. And my research interests are in language tech, med tech, and ag tech. And I'm currently doing my PhD about agricultural technology and the integration of digital technology on commercial and smallholder farms. Yeah. Oh, no problem. So it's
First time
yeah. Good morning, everyone. My name is Epius. I'm from UNISA. Currently studying my PhD with focus area on fintech, big tech, and economic growth with an African perspective. Yeah, focusing on Africa. Yeah, because the interest was triggered by the fact that economies are driven mostly by debt. So and also we're in the era of technological advancements. So we should lag behind as Africa. We should be on the forefront as well. So thank you.
Wonderful.
My name is Tom Shubandani, and I am from the Institute for Global Dialogue. And my research interest is totally different and far off. So I focus on peace and security. So I'm here to support ideas on behalf of the Institute for Global Dialogue. And I'm from Limpopo, originally, but I've been raised in Pretoria my whole life.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Aziz Khan, and I'm from Pakistan. I did my master's from the University of Karachi. And my research interest lies in labor economics and welfare economics in global south. And I'm particularly interested in how labor is valued, compensated, or exploited in that region. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Paul. I'm based at the University of Sussex, Leamington. My background's in social anthropology, so I'm also from the stick ideas around the same batch as theirs, but and feel I needed to understand more about how I see this economy and dominating a lot. Highly welcome all the time. So my research at the moment is being on following UK aid flows and sort of use consultants and contractors, managers and sort of beneficiaries of UK aid. Also working with a network that looks at municipalism and municipal authority across the North and Global South with some people from. Do you say you're the Central African citizens?
Yes.
Lies in
I see that you could see. Come and say what you're right. Well, that's formally that one. Yeah, okay, my name is Reggie Rossi, like Patrick. And my other, the irresponsible people for this, irresponsible people for this conference. I sometimes do teach. You know?
I enjoy teaching macroeconomics. Yeah, so it just reminded me that, well, I didn't know one of our students is here, doing PhD, I think now, that's right. Yeah. And we are doing myself and Paul. And Paul as well, yeah.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. So, welcome. Yeah, so it's so yeah, like Patrick, we and my other, of course, we really want to get you guys immersed in this thing. As we teach from heterodox perspective, we think this crowd here is responsible for changing this continent. And of course, Europe, but some course, that is of neoclassical economics, or what we call it, neoliberal economics. So we quite excited that we can be together here, and that in the next few 2 days will be exciting. And of course, you're joining us at in the other side of town, at Bedford, where sorry, I'm dealing with the police, so let me go.
Sorry.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Tabo Maseko. I'm here from South Africa in Johannesburg. I'm doing my PhD at UCT, in the Center of African Studies. Are you also doing your PhD? Yes. I can see your ghetto. Do I know each other? Yeah, so I am supervised by Professor Homuchi Kobe. And he told me about this symposium and conference happening this week. I am also a psychologist by profession who is now working for public service. I practiced in psychologist for 7 years in the military, the Department of Defense. So yeah, I have a very colorful background. I worked with the Navy, the Army, the Air Force, the Military Health Service, Great Operations, Special Forces, which was my favorite. Wow. These are very interesting characters. But I'm not practicing at the moment, even though I still hold my registration. I currently work for public service with the provincial government, which is also created more colorful experiences. But yeah, I'm passionate about it. I'm very excited to spend time with them.
Wonderful. Thank you all for these introductions. And our first session is going to be led by Dr. Isaac Abosimilo, who unfortunately wasn't able to join us in person, although you will all meet him definitely during the conference. Abote is the research and program manager at Ideas, and his research interests are on money, finance, and development in Africa. So he's online, he's recorded a presentation for us, and then we'll take any questions from all, just to kind of preempt any technology issues. So we'll start with that now. Hi, Abote.
Yeah, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we're gonna start the presentation now.
Okay.
We're trying to fix the audio a little bit so it can become a little louder, because I don't think we're able to hear as well as we'd like. So I think we've just paused it. And Adam is gonna try and get the speakers off.
I was just in the last piece.
Were you able to hear? Okay.
Just in the last piece.
Okay, yeah.
I was a lamb.
All right, okay, so we'll just try and fix that, yeah.
Optional, it's a Zoom button, no? Yes, it's true. There's
to Europe or North America in search of job opportunities. So if we can look at ways to put forward industrial policies that will expand the manufacturing sectors and create decent jobs for citizens, I think that is in order. And it is particularly crucial that we are discussing this in this conference, in this workshop and the conference that would follow after that. But what is industry? The respected economist Haju Chang and his colleagues wrote a report in 2016 for the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa in Addis Ababa. And for them, industrial policy is any policy that deliberately favors particular industries or even firms over other industries or firms against market signals. It not necessarily has to be based on what the market says. And this is usually to enhance efficiency and to promote productivity growth for those targeted industries, as well as for the whole economy. Industrial policy could be selective or it could be a very general policy. A selective policy may be providing tariff protection and subsidies for certain strategic industries. Other very broad general industrial policies could be infrastructure development and the promotion of research and technology, which would have positive impacts for the entire economy. Industrial policy is generally necessitated by several reasons, among which could be the infant industry argument, which dates back to even the United States. The first Secretary of the U.S. Treasury, Alexander Hamilton, in 1791, presented a report to Congress And in this report, Hamilton argued that the government of a backward economy like the US was then, what you may be considering today developing economies or low-income countries, and that this sort of the government of this sort of economy needs to protect and nurture its industries in their infancy through policy measures until they grew up and could compete with superior producers from abroad. So this argument is so central to the evolution of industrial policy, because then there was a need for governments to take very deliberate policy measures, target certain industries, certain sectors of the economy, and if you if you consider that most manufacturing sectors in Africa are not as established as those in Europe and North America, it makes sense for governments to institute very targeted attempts to protect either through tariffs and or subsidies for these sort of infant industries. Beyond the infant industry argument is also that of market failures. The central tenet of neoclassical economics is that, other things being equal, markets will produce the most efficient outcomes. The idea of market failures has developed within this same tradition, most importantly by Kenneth Arrow. And it's an acknowledgement that there are circumstances under which markets will not produce or will produce suboptimal outcomes, for which reason government intervention is necessary. And this is not just an exception, it is more often the case that markets do fail, perhaps more than the neoclassicals would want to admit. It is for that reason that you need deliberate strategic government intervention in the form of industrial policies. Particular externalities, as we learn in economics, are good instances of market failure. So you can have negative externalities such as environmental damage from firm productions. But for industrial policy, the main focus is on positive externalities. What can you do that will lead to positive outcomes? For example, the private sector would hardly invest in research. So if government can focus on financing research in certain industries, that is very central and could yield certain positive. More importantly, there may also be questions of information asymmetry, and because the state has the capacity to know better than individual firms, it is justifiable that industrial policy in the light of market failures becomes important. The other reason may be that of, and this actually may be one of the commonest basis on which industrial policy has been pursued in East Asia and especially for the Asian tigers, South Korea, Singapore, and the others. In every economy, there are high risk, high cost projects with potentially significant returns in the short, medium, and long term. However, the private sector would usually avoid these projects for the risk and perhaps the financial cost. That is where you need the governments to come in, because the government has the resources much more than private firms and individuals, and its institutional capacity also. It is also for this reason that development banks and state-owned enterprises are important. You could have development banks that provide subsidized credit for projects with large capital requirements. State-owned enterprises which are not also profit-oriented can take on projects with risk and accept the losses where those losses emerge. So these are the three very central reasons why you would want to pursue industrial policy. The infant industry argument, that of market failures, and then the issue of risk and uncertainty, which government can assume, for which sometimes the private sector would avoid. We should note that there's a long history of development banks, following from this last argument, that provide subsidized credit. In Europe and Japan, as early as the 19th century, during the industrialization of continental Europe and Japan. And for East Asia and Latin America, post-World War II, there were lots of development banks. Alice Amsden, who has written quite successfully about this in The Rise of the Rest, where she describes the success of the Asian tigers of India and the others who were able to industrialize in terms of textiles and steel companies. That central to their industrial policies were development banks, and that these banks oversaw the rise of these, what Alice considers as the rest: South Korea, Taiwan, Singapore, Malaysia, Brazil, and that the banks were creating finance, substantial finance for these industries in textiles and in the steel areas. Some of the things the banks did were not just about offering the money, they also undertook careful appraisals of prospective clients and the target industries that the government set these banks up to provide credit for. They looked at their past performances and judged whether those projects or industries were deserving of the government support through development banks. And that money could have come from foreign loans, or it could be the result of forced savings, especially in the case of Brazil, and or sort of large industrial finance debentures that were secured sometimes by the state. In terms of public finance, which also emerged for industrial policy in South Korea and some of these countries, the public finance was largely not that of tax revenue, and was usually off the budget, and the loans were mostly focused on the manufacturing sector, and were lent sort of on concessionary terms. Yeah, it was also quite common in the rise of the Asian tigers with their industrial policy to sort of combine state-owned enterprises that they themselves invested significantly in the sectors that they were located. So yeah, in these ways, industrial policy was quite central to the rise of these economies as we know today. Yeah, I should also note that in terms of industrial policies, they have been tried in Africa, especially in the 1960s. Tandika Nkandawiri, who has written quite eloquently about developmental states in Africa, talked about import substitutions agenda in the early phase of the independence movement that yielded results in the late 50s and up to the 60s. Most of the early African leadership understood rightly that colonialism had shaped their economies to be heavily dependent on European finished goods. The first order of business then was to establish a certain level of self-sufficiency in food production and of the commodities that they were capable of, especially agricultural food production. Accordingly, import substitution industrialization became the prominent policy choice across the continent. In Ghana, for example, in Nkrumah's government established state farms, textile industries, leather factories that produce a lot, and even aluminium smelter companies, and invested heavily in economic and social infrastructure, including the famous Akosombo hydroelectric dam, which was constructed not only to meet household energy needs, but those of industry demands for electric energy. So import substitution was not only intended, in Kandawiri made very clearly, they were not only intended to substitute or replace imports. Most of these were early leaders were visionary, and they had envisioned import substitution to expand industry potentially for export. But as we know, however, by the mid 70s, most of these industries began to suffer as prices of the primary commodities, mostly oil, cocoa, gold, had collapsed in the international markets. So they were not getting the revenue that they needed to finance the industrialization agendas that they were pursuing. And so the very attempt to even industrialize, which was in any way going to be reliant on the primary commodities that they were exporting, hit sort of a dead end in some way, and most of those industries collapsed. And by the late 70s to early 80s, the weight of sovereign indebtedness for most African countries drove them to the IMF and the World Bank for bailouts. And those bailouts came with a set of conditionalities that became popular under the structural adjustment programs. In the SAPs, there were a set of economic reforms whose goal was, as we observed earlier, to liberalize in terms of trade, finance, and domestic economic policy. So it was generally to replace the state-led strategies with market-led solutions to development problems. And in Kandawiri and the late Kandawiri and Soludo, who is now a governor in Nigeria, they wrote quite strongly about this and in their critique and in their account of structural adjustment in Africa in the volume Our Continent, Our Future. I would now talk briefly about the third part which I had highlighted, that there's now a sort of re-enchantment, and rightly so, with industrial policy in Africa, and even in Europe and in the United States. The particular failure of the market-led financialized solutions that we have witnessed in the last few decades have provided legitimacy for sort of directed state intervention. The 2008 financial crisis, the post-COVID crisis, all of these have sort of legitimated the need for the state to come in, especially given that the market has evidently not produced the gains that it had, the advocates had promised it would. So we're seeing a return of industrial policy. However, in this renewed interest, we must be very cautious in our optimism, especially looking at some of the suggestions that have come through. I'll highlight here the issue particularly of service-led industrialization. We have to assert the primacy of manufacturing as central to industrialization. Suggestions of Africa relying on booming service sector for industrial takeoff are misleading, I think. Rwanda is a good example for having made a name for services, but yet to address the substantial positive changes in living standards for the mass of its people, especially in those living in rural communities. So the claims of a potential to leapfrog with services are misplaced. Pritish Behuria and Tom Goodfellow wrote a really good article on Rwanda to demonstrate quite strongly that the expansion of the service sector is more of a sort of a dysfunction, and that to have industrialization based on services, you particularly would then be relying on a society that is a certain level of education and knowledge production, where they are able to generate services and that could be of value to external markets. This is not the case for most of the African service-led growth. It is largely been the retail of imported goods or sort of the spread of other industries that have come from outside the continent. So services in Africa are leading sort of in terms of as a sector, its contribution to GDP is not necessarily an indicator that there have been significant changes in the economy. I really took up this conversation recently in an article on banking and monetary policy in Ghana. I argued for sort of targeted financial credit for the manufacturing sector, like the case of the Asian tigers in the early phases of and also in the early phases of post-independence African development. In concluding, I think there's an urgent need and possibility for revitalizing industrial development in the continent right now, especially under the context of stronger regional and continental trade ties. Hopefully the African Continental Free Trade Area is fully operationalized so that countries can take advantage of the large market that the continent potentially could provide. In any case, there's no blueprint on how to do industrial policy. By all means, it is important to target certain policies, specific industries. And we should not worry about government failures because it is only in experimentation and learning and innovation that we may be able to learn or understand what works best or what combination of strategies would work best for the various countries. I would leave it here and then we can have a conversation about all issues. Thank you very much.
Are you on?
Yes, I am.
Yes. So unfortunately, the volume was a little low, and it wasn't necessarily very convenient for everyone to hear. I think the speaker now is a little better, so we can make up for it during the discussion.
Yeah, I I also apologize. I feel it isn't very clear as you observed, but you would notice that the connection is also quite bad for now, and perhaps maybe this is a middle ground. Yeah.
Okay, so questions, comments, feedback, anything?
Okay.
Okay, so for the listener question.
Good morning, everyone, once again. Isaac, good morning from South Africa.
Good morning.
Yeah, this is Fidelis, your brother we met at La Palm.
Yeah, Fidelis.
Yes,
Nice to hear from you again.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I will start from where you ended. You said we should not be worried about failures. So it's only through experimentation that we can get it perfect, right? And you agree with me as you alluded. Our first president, Kwame Nkrumah, established over 600 industries. And I want to believe that that was experimental enough. And after he is overthrew, and many years to come, all these industries have been privatized. And you agree with me also in Ghana, I can speak more fluently about. A lot of the state institutions are making losses. Billions of cedis every year. So, can you think about it? Over 60 years of independence, we can't get it right. We should still continue experimenting. What is actually the issue? Yeah, that's my question to you.
Okay, so would you want me to take a number of questions or one at a time?
So it's up to you, whatever you prefer.
Okay, yeah, so anyway, I would, Fidelis, thank you for your question. And yeah, you're right. We have experimented, but it is not, I would not agree entirely with you that in those 60 years, we have actually been trying policies, because as you would know, after the late 70s, there were really no sort of developmental agendas, at least since the structural adjustment programs. And as I said forward in the beginning, it's been sort of a neoliberal arrangement where much of what happens in these countries hasn't been any economic planning or deliberate policy. So to suggest that we have been trying is not actually, I would disagree to some extent with you, that the state hasn't had a strong foothold on policy, at least for most of the countries, maybe with the exception of countries like Ethiopia, but of course themselves having their own problems. But for many African countries like Ghana, South Africa, Nigeria, and many others, you couldn't describe that as they've been trying developmental policies in the line of industrial policy. But yes, of course, there are many of the countries you would consider that they are now successful have had to try. It takes a lot of time. But also to argue that the state own institutions have been running losses is because you have to also understand that state-owned institutions may not necessarily operate as private sector institutions would. So if you have to subsidize electricity for a certain mass of the population. So when we interpret the state, I think, or government interventions, we should think about it in that way. And like I indicated with the story that Mariana Mazzucato has been telling about the entrepreneurial state, most of the so-called profits that you think the private sector has made is because the governments have assumed the risk even before the private sector came in. So yes, I do think, I do not mean reckless what they call experimentations with policy, but you could never have it figured out entirely. The only way to get it figured out is to do it, I think.
Progress.
I hope that was, you had my response and it made sense to you.
Thank you very much, Isaac. My name is Kwesi, and great presentation, and the readings you sent to us are very useful. And I agree with the argument that there is a need for industrial policy, state intervention in promoting that, especially in the context of current global dynamics, where protectionism is now becoming an issue in the contemporary world. I have, I think, two issues. The first one has to do with the coherence and thought through policy that could really produce outcome. It seems that Africa, we don't seem to look at that. Mostly we tend to depend on political manifestos. And if party will come to power with their manifestos, with their agenda, and at the end of the day, we don't see continuity in the policy. We don't have long-term policies, industrial policies that will anchor and help us develop the industrial sector. I think that is one concern that I want us to see your thoughts on that. And the second one has to do with the small sizes of our economy, especially in the countries you see the economic sizes are very small. Would you argue for a continental policy or state-based policies, industrial policies? Thank you.
Kwesi, thank you very much. And you're right, I couldn't agree more with you on that. In fact, in Kandawiri on developmental states, describing what would you consider as a developmental state, the coherence in terms of policy and sectoral alignment is a very central thing. So yes, I do agree with you that going forward, as this new opportunity for industrial policy has opened up under various conditions that we now see today. It is important in considering any such policies to think about their coherence, both in terms of the goals that they want to achieve, but also sectoral connections. Otherwise, you're dealing with sort of disarticulated economy or policies that you could be implemented. So that I agree totally with you. Your second point is already preempting some, ideas already sent out this program about regional economic integration, which would later happen in Dakar. Basically to sort of have this conversation that one of the biggest problems we have had is first you have issues of the markets that you say, like and most economies like those of Ghana, Benin, and the others. These may be very small in market size, but within a regional West African bloc or in an East African bloc, or even perhaps better still, a continental free trade area where you can access a larger market. That would be very central to any attempts at industrialization. Yeah, so that would be mine. Mayada, did you hear me at all? Hello, can you hear me?
That means we actually have to be much more serious about identifying the, I'm going to call them non-patriotic, Western-gazing financial bureaucrats who could be held to do a free trade agreement, but because our bankers, which we go to currency, but they're very careful, need full-fledged guarantees that just don't trust the continent. And that very conservative approaches, I think, holding us back. Sorry, this is Patrick here. I was just describing when we were offline the problems in the African Free Trade Agreement because of what the South Center in their recent study described in part as the backward South African government's approach. I don't know if that is something you want to comment on. You know, then it's a point for us all to say, you guys are hosting the G20. G20 now includes Africa, the EU, and yet, according to the South Center report, the South Africans are a variable to industrial trade. Does that make sense? I don't know if you heard the end of that there.
Anyway, I didn't hear you very clearly, but I understand that you were referring to the question in the chat box, which is about the operationalization of the African Continental Free Trade Area. Is that right? You're raising questions about the possibilities for it. Yeah, maybe like several continental attempts to for economic or political union. We're quite aware that there would be influences from external political actors, mostly from Europe and the United States. But I feel that this time, of course, maybe too optimistic, that things are quite different, and as much as we have sort of political issues regionally and continentally, there's a lot more motivation and a lot more realization that, especially because external markets are closing up for many African countries, and you have leaders like Trump emerging, and that perhaps I think would push a lot of African leaders in some way to a compromise, to see reason why continentally it is important to make after work. Yeah, I'm sorry if I didn't get your question quite well, but this is generally my response to the message in the comments, the chat.
Thank you. So we have two more questions, both of them, Maria, and then okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. So we'll take a round of 4 if that's okay with you, Abote.
Yeah, that's okay.
All right, okay. All right, go ahead, please.
Hi, Dr. Isaac. Thank you so much for your presentation. Really, really interesting. But I'd like to know whether you, or really what are your views on the political economy of corruption? Because it's very important for us to continue to delineate its causes, its consequences, but most importantly, its costs on Africa's capability to build developmental states. Because we know that corruption exists in both the private and public spheres. In South Africa in particular, there's a leaning towards, the discourse on corruption being around the government sector, but we know that the corporate sector is hugely corrupt. And there is a multiplicity of economic opportunities for corruption to actually get worse. It's quite bad already, but not just Africa, but the continent at large is brimming with potential. There's a lot of opportunities for corruption to really, really get worse. So what are your views on how South Africa, and by extension, of course, the entire continent of Africa, can move past this particular failure? Because I love what you said earlier, when you said we shouldn't worry about failures. Experimentation is what will get us to perfection. So we have to continue to experiment, to try different and innovative ways of dealing with our challenges. But how can you move past this failure of widespread corruption that's basically brought our state-owned enterprises to their knees? It's a huge systemic barrier to building SMEs, and we know that building SMEs is actually a huge opportunity for the growth of the economy at large. But the more businesses are closing down than being able to sustain themselves, because in part to corruption. So that's just my question there in terms of the political economy and corruption, and how we as a continent can, collectively move past this failure. Even though realistically, I'm not an idealist, so we know realistically there is no state without some form of corruption. Even the best states in the world, you still have some kind of corruption. Even if you go to Scandinavia, which is beautifully run, but still there is like small elements of it. But the way that it is proliferated on the continent, it's getting in the way of any kind of real move towards building developmental states. Thanks.
Okay. What's next?
Yeah, thank you, Isaac, for your presentation. In this current economy, even like the US and even Europe are struggling to compete with China. And I was wondering, how you see this kind of, trend and what are the opportunities for Africa, but also the challenges? Do you think any way to negotiate with China? A division of labor there that could be also be helpful to Africa. And the second question is like Mexico has a very important share of industrial, exports, but it doesn't mean development. So what are the other policies, that you have to have, in order to really create, economic development that is more sustainable? Thank you.
Hi, Dr. Isaac. My question is quite similar to Kwesi's in that it examines the role of the state in the development state. And in the readings that you sent yesterday, the Zenawi reading has a very interesting line in which he says that development is a political project first and economic second. And I thought that was a very interesting statement. Particularly in the context of South Africa, where we now find ourselves in a GMU, a coalition of political parties with very different political ideologies and very different ideas of what the economy needs. And so I was just wondering what your views were on how the state, a coalition government at that, can build a unified development agenda to drive a very successful development state.
Hi, Dr. Isaac. Very insightful lecture. Very grateful for the lecture. I'm Dhruv. I'm from India. I'm in theory. Theoretically, I'm fully convinced by your argument. I fully agree with the concepts that you are elaborating. So we see that often when we make an argument for industrial policy, we refer to East Asia and to some extent Southeast Asia. The distinct advantages that these economies did have is that they were they were all export-led industrialization projects, and in periods in which the global economy was expanding and world trade was expanding. So when we talk about industrial policy implementation in countries in the global south which don't have this advantage in terms of the period of the global economy we are living in, because world economy is growing, the global trade is growing, and naturally also. So I suppose you're arguing for a pan-African model of development in which the industrialization strategies can benefit from the large market so that they can build economies of scale inside Africa. But the point is, my point is that in practice we haven't really had much success in that regard, where we have industrial policy but not export-led industrialization. And I suppose it has certain differences in the sense that you don't get access to finance and technology in the way that those who are following export-led industrialization, specifically those which are incorporated very well into the global value chains, those kind of industrialization projects are. So in the other region of the world, in which we argue for industrial policy, but without the export-led aspect, I suppose that a good way to make what I'm really looking for in practice, which would be more convincing to me, would be certain examples, would be certain sectoral or specific industrial examples of successes within these economies, in which certain forms of industrial policies have been employed. I mean, we're talking about the African continent, right? So I'm sure there would be uneven development within Africa. There would be some countries which have had certain industrial policies which have had some degree of success, and certain other countries which haven't had those successes. So, Professor, do you think there are certain models of industrial policies within Africa in which we can say that there was a certain degree of success here, which can then be used to build on this argument?
Isaac, Vote, you can go ahead.
Okay, thank you for all of those wonderful questions. So the first was about the political economy of corruption. I should have added the Nkandawere's paper on neo-patrimonialism. I think you could also look that up. He would offer a better explanation for this sort of dilemma that you have to deal with in terms of that. But the most important thing is, of course, we first have to agree that corruption is not inherently an African problem, and not that we condone with it, but first we have to agree that it's not an African problem, and we start from there. But if you ask my opinion, I don't see a resolution to the corruption problem within liberal electoral democracy. Of course, I do believe in democracy. I believe in a certain level of social democracy. But within the liberal electoral democracies that we see across the continent, I find it difficult that the corruption problem would be resolved. Nevertheless, it still comes down, if we have to toe the line of that narrative. Institutions, and the institutions are not just the laws but whether they get implemented, because the key to corruption is not just about the system, but also deterrence, because people would always maneuver the whatever bureaucratic systems that are put in place. But generally, I don't see a resolution within the electoral cycles that most countries have been subjected to, with limited accountability when governments have left office. Nevertheless, we can build accountability into that, both not just from legal prosecutions, but also from citizens demanding more and punishing politicians electorally for the unaddressed issues of corruption. Maybe you others in the room might have a better explanation to this, but this is generally my perspective on corruption. On the China issue, of course, I do not think that China is necessarily to the Africa's rescue, but there are opportunities within a multipolar world order to leverage on the partnerships with China. Of course, people complain about the nature of the contracts that China takes on with most African governments. But the key thing, which is not deniable, is that at least to some extent, some countries can negotiate something from China. I cannot say that so much for the long Euro-American relationship with Africa, and at least they're willing to develop in terms of the infrastructure that is very central to any industrialization attempt. The quality of the infrastructure can be debated, and the nuances of the contracts and what you have to pay for them. But of course, I see that China offers a unique opportunity to diversify, if we may say, even the problems with partnerships outside the continent. There's also the question about development as development as a political project first, and undoubtedly it is the case that you have to have a sort of a coalition or political settlement that agrees on non-negotiable agendas. Most countries lack a sort of development plan, which political parties will stick to in a sort of liberal order, democratic order, where you have multiple changeover of governments. If you have, of course, I do not think you should, dictatorships are a solution, but longer terms, or at least reasonably, averagely longer terms, provides a certain level of guarantee. But in the absence of that, you then have to have political parties who have the chance of winning elections in every 4 or 5 year cycle agree on certain political economic agendas that have to be pursued. And even if there are differences, these differences should not necessarily deviate substantially from that. So yeah, a coalition government, but the question is what kind of coalition? Is it just to make the numbers, or it is a coalition built on a certain political agenda? The last issue about the unique advantages that the East Asian countries have here, which is quite, we would all admit. But like you raise yourself, I think you basically have answered the question in many ways. You talk about maybe the my reference to the regional networks, but also the continental arrangements in AFTA, providing a unique opportunity to at least have a domestic African market, which is large enough. And there's a huge market for many of the things that several countries are trying to do. It is a question of whether we can ease not just the regulations, but also the infrastructure to both financial and trade infrastructure to facilitate those interactions. In terms of the sectors, it's key to stick to. There are a lot of textile industries that have, at least I can speak for the case of Ghana. There was a vibrant textile industry that has shown promise. And I think in many countries, there are examples, even if they have declined, that with really focused planning and policy making, you can implement industrial policy. Of course, not in the scale that, and every country's case is unique. We are not by that suggesting that South Africa should go the path of South Korea or anywhere. Yeah, I think feel free to also share your perspectives on these questions.
So Michael, Devin, and then we'll come to you for the rest. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Isaac. My name is Mike Otieno. I come from Kenya, and I'm mentioning this because Kenya, we have a very unique problem. We have a country that our leaders are more inclined towards comparatives and superlatives of leadership and economic development. So I'm sure you may have heard this at some point. One of the things that we've been told in Kenya for a very long time, that at independence, Kenya's GDP was equivalent to South Korea. Today, we are also being told that Kenya needs to be the next Singapore. Not necessarily taking into account that Singapore is actually a city-state, which is, in my opinion, not comparable to Kenya as a state. So do you think, okay, so let me ask this. What do you think is actually the problem in Africa? Is it a political leadership problem, or is it economic developmental problem? Because if that was the case, then if the case was that it is an economic problem, then it is not a question of lack of ideas. We've had these ideas for many years, you know. I mean, if you talk about African thinkers in terms of economic development, you know, Kandawire, for instance, we wouldn't want to say that there's a dearth of ideas. Probably, maybe we think about it on a scale. Are we talking about a political leadership problem, or are we talking about economic development problem?
Hello, Isaac. Thank you for your sharing. Thank you for some examples of case you shared for us. Chatting for one, we have said that the Rwanda case is a good case, but I have my opinion to this. I think in Rwanda have invitation for this country because these have the small size for the cultural revolution and the economic side. Unless, of course, this country has good governance under President Kagame's leadership, but this country have limitation unless this country will make good use of East African community or East African and Southern African community market. Maybe this Uganda, some country like Uganda, in other country in Africa, they can to expand their market or expand their capital to other country or other territory. Okay, but my question is another one. My question is very simple. Since you have rich experience on the economic about African, so how do you think Ethiopia, since this country is one of the faster growing economy in Africa in the past like 10 years. So how do you think Ethiopia? Yeah, thank you.
I'm assuming that there are not any further questions.
Yes, you can go ahead. Sorry, so sorry. Forgive me. There is one more question. Go ahead. When that question is done, start.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's fine. I really don't know whether it's a question, but it's a contribution. When I first raised the issue of how we approach our development in Sub-Saharan Africa, or let's say Africa, you know, for instance, in Ghana, over the past 8 years, the government talked about one district, one factory, where the state gives out subsidies to private investors to open up factories. A fantastic idea. Then it comes to the operationalization, factories are built, the structure is standing there, and it's not produced. Because the procurement process usually is not that, let's say, transparent. It's done for political gains, not necessarily to bring about development and create jobs. If you are familiar, while the former Vice President moved down, a fruit juice factory was commissioned twice for political gains that never produced a bottle of fruit juice. Over 8 years, it's standing there. And anytime elections are approaching, they go and repaint it, refurbish it, and then they commission it again. You know, and if you talk to development economists in Africa, I had an opportunity to be lectured by one professor, Wasi of Ethiopia, and during our interactions, development economic lectures, he will say, I don't know what is wrong with African leaders. I don't know what kind of pill they take when they come to power. And it's, yes, when they are in opposition, they speak fantastic ideas, very sensible things. But let them come to power, everything changes totally. So to me, I really don't get it what's our problem, but I think leadership is a problem. Leadership. My sister talked about corruption, and I'm not saying that you justify it, but you said it's not only an African issue. Yes, we know, but the magnitude of it is the scale of it is unprecedented. You know, a story is told about a Ghanaian politician who was, or who had a visitor, a European minister or a Western leader. And as they were chatting, he took him on top of his roof, and they were taking their drink, and he showed him a very bad deplorable road. And he said, you know, I built this my beautiful house out of this bad road, you know. So he happened to also visit the Western leader, and he took him also, you know, to his rooftop, and he showed him a very beautiful road. And he said, you know, I built my
house out of this beautiful road. You know, contrasting the corruption, the magnitude of corruption, it is there, but look at it, how it is. You know, I'm not saying that that story is true, but it's just telling us how deep corruption is in Africa. So, in fact, it's really very frustrating to always think about. Sometimes I say, I don't want to be thinking about Africa issues because you can get BP and you can't get solutions. Yeah, it's really very serious. Yeah. So, I think we should be thinking about maybe a blueprint about some of these things are not actually new, the challenges and the way forward, but we shouldn't leave leadership out of it, our political leaders. Very, very key. Yeah, that is what I guess.
Please also, so ensure there's no I think
respond, Dr. Isaac.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for the questions again, and the question on Kenya and about the, yeah, I get your frustration, but if you ask me what is wrong, what is the problem with Africa, I think, yeah, I get the frustration. But anyway, if you ask me generally, I would think about the African maybe development challenge historically. But I would put it in, there are basically three things. In 2023, I did a paper for development and change in the wake of the Ghanaian financial crisis. And there was a lot of noise about, you know, there was an article, I can't remember where, but one of these, either in the Economist or somewhere, we said that this country, Ghana, had been so reckless, borrowed its way in, and for many times it has been lucky, but this time, it couldn't keep up with this sort of. Anyway, I was equally frustrated as a Ghanaian that we had gotten to where we were. But beyond my personal frustration and yours, when you look at the hustler Ruto in Kenya and the promises that he made and the many other politicians and the frustrations, we need to have to keep cool heads and look at the problem. And for me, the problem is 111. And I did argue that at least for the Ghanaian case, it's historical. This is not new. It's a historical problem. And I know we are bored and we're tired sometimes of the colonial narrative, but path dependencies are so important. And the starting point post-independence and what had been inherited was so central that you cannot ignore it in the narrative. Because even for very good leaders like Nkrumah and the others who tried to develop, there was no way they were going to succeed because the path dependency of what they had inherited, a very structurally import-dependent, primary commodity-dependent economy, and that you then have to fight your way even out of exporting those primary commodities, generating the revenue you need to then bring in the capital imports for potential industrialization. And yet you don't control the external market, the prices for these primary commodities. So even the very attempt itself to work your way out of the problem you inherited reproduces, as we saw or we would learn about when commodity prices collapsed in the mid to late 70s, that it reproduces a very problem. That is where they then return to primary commodity exports. And then you have, after that, the second part of the problem, like I said, there are three layers to it. The second part of the problem is, after this attempt to set us on a path had failed, what happens? You resort to financialized solutions under very liberal visions of development, as we had already described. Most of these countries then have to borrow to finance domestic development. And borrowing then comes with a huge cost. If you look at Eurobond issuances, African countries pay far higher than others, on average, usually above 8%, when Europe and many countries in Europe could be, borrowing at interest rates which are averaging not more than 3%. So you have an African problem. And when you study this sort of thing, the premium on African lending, borrowing, is not justified by what you call the macroeconomic conditions. The third part, which is what frustrates us most because we are there, is the domestic political economy. And because these governments have a very narrow policy space, so you have very reckless leaders in the United States and in Europe, but you don't feel the impact of their recklessness and stupidity because they have a very broad, wide policy space. So every little dollar that you squander, you're going to see the huge impact. I'm not by that making an excuse for African leaders, but I'm just saying it is important to place the problem in this broad context, that the leaders have very narrow policy space, and even genuine attempts to develop can lead to even the problems you're dealing with. So it is not just about the bad leaders, even those who are making the right efforts within the external constraints that they face. It is very difficult to produce any tangible. Of course, we can deal with the corrupt ones, but the problem is bigger. I'm frustrated also with the hustler in Kenya. I'm not a Kenyan, but some of the problems it's like removing the hustler from office is not necessarily a solution in Kenya, nor is it a solution in Ghana, simply because we have had a change of government. A lot would have to happen, and that's where continental alliances in terms of trade. I'm sorry I have to spend a lot of time on this particular. We can debate this subsequently when I'm in Joburg, and I'm happy to also hear from you. I think that will also suffice for Fidelis, who had a long rant about Ghanaian corruption. Yeah. The other issue of what I think about Ethiopia, I was warned recently not to suggest in any way to separate the political issues in Ethiopia from the developmental outcomes, because I was in Addis in November last year, and the infrastructure rollout was mind-blowing to me, and not just in the present time, but since '91, Ethiopia has been quite successful in mobilizing a developmental state agenda. And the evidence of that we saw, I think a week or so ago, with the launch of the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam, that hydroelectric dam. Of course, it has its own challenges with Ethiopia's neighbors and other things. But what is not deniable is that it's grand as it is actually titled. And Ethiopia has done many things in this way, including the successful Ethiopian Airlines. But of course, the political issues that have happened since Abiy came, and the war in Tigray and others leave blind spots. And that is why I like the first question, that it is first a political project or perhaps simultaneously a political issue. So I generally, if you ask me, Ethiopia is a good example, and it's been able to protect its financial system from sort of a foreign invasion. Of course, there's some level of opening up may be helpful, but I generally think in many ways, beyond the conflict and the political crisis in some way, Ethiopia is a good example. I think this is it for now.
Any more questions? So I have this for one last question, and then we'll close about it. I mean, the across the continent, I guess across the global south, the IMF and the World Bank have been like sort of the antithesis of any attempts for industrial policy. And through the obviously the macroeconomic frameworks that they impose, which of course you know very well.
So I guess my question is, what is the recommendation, in order to pursue industrial policy, what would be the recommendation on how to deal with these institutions? Did you get that? I can type it for you.
Yeah. So sorry, which institutions? Sorry, my other
That's the World Bank.
Oh, okay. Maybe the best is not to deal with them at all. That's my opinion.
Yeah.
The best is not to have arrived there is already disaster. Things have gone crazy. There's no resolution, and right now Ghana is under the IMF program. And when the government took over, there were people, even within the government itself, suggesting maybe extending the program. I think a lot of very fair-minded people say the best is get yourself out of that program and make sure you don't. It's what you do when you are not in crisis that matters. It's not when you are in crisis, because when you are in crisis, you have no say. You would have to do as you are told. Basically, or you basically have a political crisis domestically. So for me, but yeah, if you have to deal with them, then I really don't have a solution. It's not good news. Yeah.
No, thank you, Abote. Yeah, I mean I think that's an important point, and I think it's one that we avoid in a lot of instances, because I don't see how any progressive industrial policy can be pursued under the types of programs that they impose. All right, thank you so much, Abote, for being with us, and we're really sorry for the tech issues. We hope they were not too disruptive for everyone here and for you as well. Thank you so much for your input.
Yeah, and thank you very much. And I'm sorry I hate online presentations. I wish I were there in person, but yeah, we would talk. And thank you very much.
Of course, you'll meet everyone during the conference for sure. Thank you.
Bye.
So we're gonna have about a 20-minute break outside, the coffee, snacks outside, and then we'll reconvene for Frederick's session.
I didn't have a fun that. Yeah,
Yeah.
Where are you coming from?
I've been sending. Yeah.
Oh, it's not very. See next please. Oh, it's
Or just that,
So truly city buses.
Yes.
Yes, it's Campus Square, there are two, one of them is, you just see which one's. Your one, so they're both, if you want to quickly drive up there, I couldn't do it right this second, because I'm just. But, okay, yeah, well, let's see, just see which shows are the ones there. The one that I use for my classes is very nice to teach us. And what you make is setting. Is not that. Yes. So maybe you should ask them what is the purpose. So, there's 7 street. Do I talk?
Okay.
Truth, do you want me to tell you where you could get, now, do you have your own prescription? I do. So what you would do, maybe you could find out it's actually there. And you sure it's not are you having any trouble with you guys? That's not. I don't know, I mean, I'm not well, the place where I would go, because I had contacts that is exactly 1 kilometer off the road. It's very close. Walk there, you get to bring it out. Lunchtime, you drop you off there. This one, it's on the same road, 7th Street. But you go another, you see it on the left hand side, and there are 2 outlines. So you don't that was I was organizing two bus stops in our spec studio and it was so I shared with where we are right now is just on the same street down here and just so normally what they like to do is they like to do items. So, but you've already got your prescription, that's fine. And then they usually order it home. And sometimes it takes a so you need it right away. It's a question whether they could fulfill this order or whether you have to come to the virtually and then you find a way to do it. Or I don't know, is it refluxes or just so you need your own specific prescription.
So my glasses. Yeah, I mean, for me the glasses are intact. It's the frame which is broken.
It's a frame. You just need the frame fixed. Then I would say yes, you could go there and it might be able to do it while you're waiting. That's what they often need to do, and then they often so that would be good. So just a simple answer is then going into one of these 2 places, Spec Studio or Spec Savers. You just you make it on this page and then you can pick it up. Yeah, you can go there or lunchtime I can drive over.
I suppose as soon as because I don't know where it will be.
Yeah, they have representatives, so yeah.
And what's your email address? You about you want to write it just coming up this. So I was changing my system. It's a little shaky.
Mine is not the bomb.
Is it going fine?
That's my already to go, yes.
It's only a got to work with nobody here for me. How great is that?
It's just a method of it. So I just took the one, why to go to take go with that. Which things that you would be. This is, this is sort of like it's not. Working. Accommodate with how they expect to be. And it's how to manage it.
I'll just finish my slides and yeah, at lunchtime we can go get that.
There's a sense of ownership. Yeah, there's definitely a sense of like. Yeah.
I'm talking to my own friends, so I suppose with the when we got the back of the treatment, we suppose.
Yeah.
You have to afford to do anything. And I'm like, okay, then that needs to be clarity. Is that what is the goal? They don't do anything to cross check things. Yeah, go ahead. There are individual things like I never would like promote labor market participation as a women's sportswear policy for women because it's that yeah. I'm not, the women are already from the labor market. I'm not here trying to say we need to do more work. I'm trying to hold when we literally, look, there's some these intellectual things that come up, but it doesn't feel very safe to say that because you feel like oh. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Because we're seeing it into those. Okay. Oh wow. Yeah. One. It was a two. If yeah. No, oh my God, I was so worried. That was my mind. He was saying, yeah.
I say that, well, then I will listen to this will not say yeah, so
Yeah. Yes. No, I'm feeling really. Like what a feminist position, But I'm so glad you say, I mean, that's weird. I say, go for it. Yes, I think how the work managing this community. Like even I don't know, figuratively, there's something in with it. But yeah, I'm glad because now it's my job is to say that and there's a possibility. Something also is heading to be productive. And then I think that's it. A fairy thing that you're doing, unfortunately, she was also. But yeah, it's tough. I mean, time on these necessarily helping. Yes, because I think some of the effort when they're able to we'll it's hard. It is, I think after this, the evidence and then the car. You should also try to think these really what is the value add of these really big events? You know, I really want to do more research, more thinking, but there's no value there because it's just exciting. No, there's a lot of logistics and there is hard. The other time after you need to write novels, you need to it's just taking the time that
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and then it was yeah. But what's time is insurance is a very serious issue. I think also very different problems to organizing you wrote about it's writing the it's a thing working. Yeah. But when you sort of but yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, I think we should plan on this.
Patrick, how are you? Good, good. Tell me again your name. Good to see you. It's only 2020. When is it? 2019.
2019. Yeah.
It was great. Yeah. It's such great writing. Yeah. So you're happy now with what it is. Roseville was a good base, huh?
It's a good base. Yes.
Oh, but anyway, that's fantastic.
Yeah. Thank you for welcoming us.
Oh, it's great.
Yes, I think it's been very something.
Well, how are you?
Good to have you here. You're from Ibiza?
Yes, that's
And
correct.
where are you from originally? South Africa.
I'm actually staying in Paisano.
No, Sanio, but where are you from?
Zim.
From Zim, which side?
Chirezi, I don't know if
Chirezi,
you're
yes,
familiar with
yes.
localities. Yeah.
So I used to live in Vumba.
Oh,
Do you remember in Old Mutare?
Oh, yes.
There's a university, Africa University.
That's correct. And my parents are both pastors.
Mhm.
So, you know, our church, they do travel quite a lot. So we've been like pretty much everywhere. It's in Mutare.
It's beautiful.
Yeah. Mutare, we've been in Harare, we've been to Dodoma.
But the roads are getting difficult. It's too much mining.
No, it's horrible.
Hey,
And the worst part, you know, these are very relevant discussions you're having. And I mean, it's said that you can't divorce leadership from economic development. The two are interlinked and intertwined. And it's said that now the mentality is the corrupt are celebrated because they have what people people.
He was very corrupt, Marange and Chias.
Yeah.
It was even Mugabe said it.
And now the worst part is with the people that they have, like FDI, like the foreign direct investment, they think is coming in with the people from outside.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, they don't bring with them development. So someone was telling me a sad story that at one of the mines, the road to the mine was horrible. Even the place where they do the mining is horrible.
Yeah.
There's this, I don't know if you're familiar with this mountain called Motereko. Near Shurugwi, Shavani.
I was in Shashwani the other day.
Okay.
With the Center for Natural Resource Governance. Sarani.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, he's doing well. So yeah, he was taking me around.
Okay.
Chibu and especially to the new.
We lived there before.
Is that right? Yes, they have this iron ore mountain.
Oh, okay.
Where they have the biggest steel mill under construction.
Yeah.
So maybe we use this as an interesting example of development that isn't really very. It's not going to be very helpful if
No.
all the other evidence is.
Yeah, the thing is they are taking the best out of what we have said we live in, you know, dilapidated states of infrastructure even to that extent.
Amazing. I used to hang around a lot in Manga.
Oh, okay.
That's what he said. But I live down at the bottom of the road, if you know White Horse Inn. Do you know that hotel?
Oh,
it's in Vomba. It's way at the bottom on the Mozambique border where I used to live. Now, should I connect my PowerPoint into the existing?
Yeah, so this is the one we're projecting from.
Okay.
So
have we got a memory stick?
I think we do. Actually, he needs to Adam needs to explain to us because now I see it's up here too. Oh no, but I think we're okay.
There's a question. He's got his own. That's not a memory stick.
No, it is. I think this one is. Yes. Let me just ask him. I'm wary with tech stuff. I don't want to touch anything. And
if it is, then no problem.
Yeah.
No, it says Logitech.
Yes. It's legend music. Thank you so much. So no problem with it. Yeah, this is it's also seeking Hello. How are you? I'm doing great. Sorry to bug the pregnant lady. Don't take me out. It's out on me. Nothing to do with you getting pregnant. Just help me quick here. I've been trying to check if we do have an environmental policy. Do we have one in place? Oh, please, anything linked, because I know we now is aligning to the one which the group is going to provide, but I just wanted to check first if we get something in place. Yes, just one that we've been using.
That's it, right?
Just, yeah.
Oh, fantastic. Thanks. And your name is Alan, and you're from South Africa or from Ghana? Ghana. Great to meet you. And you're working in Charles's office there?
Yeah.
Fantastic. My last visit across 2001, it was during the fight over water privatization, before your time a little bit. Yeah.
Cool. And all the thing that first you want me to so we put that on hold, isn't it? Since I will still find that not a problem. Yes. Okay. PC. Yeah. So there is. USB flash. Yeah, so have you seen the advanced web?
So maybe what I should do as well is send you the PDF that you can email if people want to sort of dwell.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, dwell on things.
Yeah.
And I sent the South Center link about the Continental Free Trade Agreement.
Okay.
If that helps too. Just put it into
Okay, and then it is for the platform in one also was all the way to waiting calls that was there that was doing some sections that already wasn't on like on the legal side.
Fine for me to sit.
Yeah, would you like to?
This is good, yeah.
There.
As long as I can click.
Oh, you can use this.
Great, okay.
This is what we are going to use.
Oh, okay, so and then you can connect it in.
Should I?
Just 1 second, it's still just giving you the PDF version on that. And I think we should get the new people who've come in to introduce. So I'll arrange that. And then this amazing technical team, because you have 2 in the very back, also part of the Ghana group.
Yes.
Just 1 more second. It's gonna.
Cheers.
Okay, let's see if that comes up. So we found a place that's about 1 kilometer up the road.
Wonderful.
For Drew that I can maybe at lunchtime zip him up to, and then he can. I mean, he has just to negotiate with the people there.
Okay.
Because he has his lenses and just to get the frame fixed.
So it's just a frame.
Yeah, I mean, if it were a full, order, then it would take a week, sometimes longer. So I think it's just repairing the frame.
Yeah.
And any other? Did we get the person who was lost last? Yeah.
So apparently he was detained by immigration. He didn't, I know. Which I mean, a part of his life is at least safe because I was worried that something happened. But they said he didn't pass the immigration test. I'm not entirely sure what that means. Yeah. So but Reg is now, I think, trying to sort it out because he has his valid visa. So.
Yeah. I understand the phobia.
Yeah. It's a little strange though. I'm very surprised by it. I do think.
Yeah, and where is he from?
Senegal.
Okay, thank you. Let's see if that works.
Should I start now?
Yeah, let's just see if it works, so I can zip through it.
No, I'm not projecting now.
Not projecting.
I should project.
Yeah, let's just see if it comes
Yeah,
nice.
that's it.
For some reason, it doesn't center on the screen. Just see what is.
Okay,
going
let me
on.
project it. Yeah, let me share it.
Yeah, you've got the best technology. My machines that I get from my university are always letting me down. So we need to widen that out. And for some reason, it cuts off the far right wall side.
Oh, okay.
So, but it's the lines.
Just a minute, I'll sort it.
And you guys are also getting, is that right? No, you are, and I'm very much in it. And so, how did you get to know these guys?
Yeah, we yes.
Oh, you're part of this,
Yeah.
to take pictures and stuff. Okay, great. So I certainly will give any reference you need. I teach at the University of Johannesburg, so it's the first time you've used your space. I'm hoping you'll have a great many events here. So the very 15 years. So are you originally from Joburg, or where did you guys?
Originally from
This is a good place.
Yeah, it's a village is called well, we is actually adopted from university it's called Rian.
Right, okay. I think so that's
No, it's the one in Venda, there's one and then Rian.
Oh, so you're in the Venice.
Longer side.
Longer side, okay. And where are you from?
Free State.
From Free State, okay. You guys both like living in Joburg?
Yes,
You
the
are-
community, yes,
Yeah.
because the community, yeah, we do. Yeah.
See if we can get the center. This, so that's what. That make a little bit of difference. That's nice. What do you think? Does it come across okay? Yeah, that's centered. Let's see if you can see. Mine is in your way. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, that looks like it's perfect. It's perfect.
Let me share it.
It's good. It's got a little bit of an angle. That's it. Just see. It needs to widen at the top. Probably. And I'm not getting any little lines. So you're Vicky, but yes, and your friend is deep with the control of
Check it.
this. I can always do it manually. That's no problem. Should we do it that way? It's got enough juice in it, no problem. There you go. But it's cutting off now on the outside a little bit. And on the bottom, so there's no be around. How is it enough?
Sorry, it's called this.
Now it's cutting off on the right.
It's got, I think it's my, it's, yeah. Is it? It's not a projector.
Yes, it here's the problem.
Yeah.
You're right. I did that. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
So.
Okay, let's start at the very beginning and see if it works. I think we're cutting at the bottom. And the left. Bottom left is cut.
Is a resolution for the what now? The resolution of the projector.
The projector needs to be.
No, there is.
I'm just going to reboot projector.
No, let's use the remote here.
You think we'll be able to make it work? That's nearly there, but it's still cutting the bottom. So there's the full, so that's what we can get. But zoom a little bit off, you can. Well, it's hard to get it perfect, isn't it?
Yeah, I have to put this. I want me to extend it. Extend with one way, which will be half of it. Maybe straight to showing. This is where the projector is connected. This where it makes sense. We keep it the screen. Okay. If you go to screen 2, now we use one of this. Like that, yes. I think it's fine since it's not on presentation mode. It's like on. So this way is better. So it's fine.
Yes, today. So those who are new in the house, they will just come in the sentence. What are you saying? Yeah, so funny, great. That is where. It works. Okay, yeah. I would never succeed. Yeah, it was it's too like trying to see the root and where we like. We haven't looked. I think everyone we just like to ask some people who I think it's just 2 of you, plus our technical staff. Victor, Mosa, Adam, we didn't introduce you properly, but we rely on you and thank you. Thank you very much. In fact, I hope nobody minds that this guest house, Victor's taking pictures and it will be used for their marketing, right? but you'll share it.
No, for ideas.
Oh, it's for ideas, right? Okay, great. Adam, do you want to say hi as well? No, does everybody know you yet?
You can introduce yourself.
I'm Adam Gudu from Ideas Ghana.
Oh, so this is from the central nervous system, and he's connecting us internationally now, making sure. I hope that this set of slides will work. Tabo, who are you?
Hello everyone. My name is Tabo Tsering. I am a PhD candidate doing my second year of UJ. I've been supervised by Professor Boyd, Melanie Simpson, and Dr. Trevor.
And your topic is?
My topic is I'm focusing on smart township and smart development. So looking at the contestations of technology, how people receive it and how they respond. Are they actually responding to what the PR statement and companies want to say, or they're using it for different purposes? So I'm comparing the smart village and smart township, and I'm conceptualizing what the term smart entails. Is it technology? What does it say?
And Tabo is the most ambitious geographically. One of his case studies is on the Zimbabwe border, the other is Stellenbosch. That's the longest. Yeah, so. And salam alaikum, would you say your name and where you're from?
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm Miss Marianne Touré. So I am from NUS Senegal, and we're currently working on investigating some projects that are funded for private investment for their own benefits, but backed by the government. So you have the vision to learn more about, and I'm happy to be. Thank you very much.
Merci. I mean, your English looks so perfect. Are there others here who would prefer that we slow down or do? We don't have a Spanish translator, Maria, but you're fine. And I wish we could do some Chinese and Mandarin, but beyond our capacity. But en français, nobody speaks Portuguese as their language, Arabic. Okay, I think you've chosen. Hi, of course you do. Yes, so we probably could get covered if we are in need. Sure. We have 11 languages in this country, and the very first South Africans were living just around the corner from us. I'm not doing this from there. Where I just want to show you, because here we are on 7th Street. And if we go up 7th Street, have you had a chance to walk up 7th Street? I'll show you the interesting restaurants. Maybe I'll do this by hand. Is that easier? Okay, oops. Okay, first, here we are. And we took a walk. How long was it? 15 minutes, right? And even the most difficult terrain wasn't too bad. It's very difficult here. And then you have the most extraordinary view all around 360 degrees of Johannesburg, except what we'll see, which is Soweto. You can't see it from here, but you can really see the wealthy white areas. The area up here is the biggest artificial forest in the world. And if we go here onto the next part of the Koppie, the small mountain Koppie, you find a paleoanthropological site where hundreds of thousands of years ago, some of the original Khoisan were in residence, and they even had an iron ore smelter. So anyone who's quite interested in our roots, you can go to Mrs. Press, who is, I think, 1.6 million years old. That's the first hominid that we have. And we compete with our friends from Kenya and Tanzania, and especially Ethiopia, to say, no, we're the cradle of humankind. But that's about 2 hours to the northwest. So we have a version of that. But as they do in Australia, I think we need to start doing this here. This is white settler colonial occupied South Africa. Because of one thing, half of the world's gold was underneath us, which meant that not necessarily the Afrikaners who first moved here after the Great Trek, when slavery was banned in Cape Town by the British, who wanted an advantage in the wage labor relationship. So they you know, the articulation of modes of production, this analysis of capitalism and non-capitalism, they were forcing out Afrikaners who came from the Dutch, the French Huguenots, some Germans, and they've melded by the end of the 19th century as the Afrikaners. But in those early years with their great trek, largely, there were plenty of good reasons why we wanted to leave the British. My people are Irish. I was born in Ireland. They also suffered British. Some of you are from British colonies, you know what I mean. But the Afrikaners who came here were farming. And in 1886, gold was found about 5 km south of here. And it turned out to be a seam. Some people would argue because of a meteorite that hit millions of years ago, and it created such intense pressure that the richest seam of gold ever. And why this is curious for us as we think about it, Bretton Woods 2.0, the problems of a world financial system where the dollar is king. This is a very good space for us to think about why gold and why the leader of South Africa for most of the first part of the 20th century, Jan Smuts, why he made an alliance with Harry Dexter White, the British, the US Treasury Secretary, against the British economist John Keynes, his old friend. They met in Versailles in 1919. They both thought that Germany was being squeezed too hard and that might become a problem. So Jan Smuts and Keynes were friends, but then gold split them. What did Keynes call gold? Does anybody know? He didn't like gold. He called it the barbarous relic. Gold, he thought was terrible wasted, and that so many economic activities were centered on the fragility of state money, hence gold, and hence some really wicked people who control gold, you know, the Rothschilds and so forth. And the wickedest, the most wicked, were here. And they included Cecil Rhodes, who consolidated the diamonds in Kimberley in the 1870s. That's how he went from being a working class sort of reject from England to becoming the richest and most damaging colonial economic force in Africa's history. And well, actually, I would say second. My boss probably did more damage. I worked in the Federal Reserve. Who was my boss? Who did Paul Volcker, my boss. He killed more Africans than Rhodes and King Leopold, all these other white ones put together because of the interest rate increases, the Volcker shock. But that's another story. Anyway, the point is that underneath us was so much gold that the city from 1886 had a gold rush. And so our area here, this is buildings here in 1935, when this suburb was built. When South Africa, the richest country in the world, with all this gold, it was nicknamed the prosperous undertaker in the plague. Think about an undertaker who handles the bodies, the corpses. So South Africa had a sort of incredible wealth because of the gold. And Johannesburg was the richest city. We hosted the World's Fair. It was an apartheid city, and today the most unequal city in the world. And as we've already heard, most corrupt for what? Black politicians and bureaucrats? No. What did we learn yesterday? Transparency International ranks our politicians and our bureaucrats, the state. Every year they rank the corruption perceptions index. Who remembers? Because I was teasing you, because you were all so wrong, right? You thought, oh, South Africa is in the top 5 or the top 10, but we're ranked number 107th most corrupt state by the gold standard, right? TI, Transparency International. But what about PwC's corruption by corporates, the biannual economic crime and fraudulence? Any guesses? Shush, yesterday. So when you look out from here, you look to Sandton, and you're looking at a place. Does anybody know how it ranks? Any guesses? PwC, economic crime and fraud? This is not the black politicians and bureaucrats. This is the corporates. Number 5. Now, be proud of your country. We're number 1. Yeah, it's not you, it's people with this color. Yeah, it seems that, yeah. And you have students on it. So you can tell them, because it's a dangerous place, you know who the Tutsis are. Don't put your plastic into their machines. The banks will rip you off. So look at PwC, economic crime and fraud, and you'll be very impressed that you're in the heart of a place where our white capitalists learn corruption. How did they learn it? They profited from a crime against humanity, right? Until April 27, 1994, when we had our election. Now, you can see all of this, and we usually do long talks about these problems.
So example, like most recent stats compared to what reflective, view of South Africa.
Yeah, the stats I gave you are for the very most recent Transparency International, which came out in January. So that's called Corruption Perception Index. We're 107th out of 180, where number 1 is most corrupt. So we're pretty mediocre politicians. They're not very good at corruption. But our white businesses, according to PwC, the latest 2020 has us tied with Shanghai, behind number 1, Mumbai, as the most corrupt cities, right? So the Indians and the Chinese, BRICS, we need some competition in the BRICS, right? Okay. But yeah, these are as recent as we can find. And the prosecution of corruption is very interesting. This week, in today's Daily Maverick, you see our president is exceptionally corrupt. We learned that in the Maracana massacre, where instead of paying the workers, he did illicit financial outflow, putting billions into Bermuda, where 2 people in London work, the marketing unit. That's the sneaky way President Ramaphosa became the 2nd richest African. The richest is his brother-in-law, Patrice Motsepe. But then what's currently in the news, he sold some cows, special cows, for $580,000 US. And he put the money, or his people put the money in his couch. So it's under trial this week. So you'll hear Pala Pala. South Africans, you know that this is our president on trial for violating the exchange controls and tax.
Yes. Yeah, the reason why I'm asking is member is in making strides towards meeting the effective recommendation, so that we.
This is grey listing.
Yeah, from the grey.
So that means the Financial Action Task Force, which is Western imperialism's pressure on poor and often corrupt countries. They're coming down hard, not so hard, because our Treasury and Reserve Bank, were they doing a good job with illicit financial flows, with terrorism finance, with money laundering and drug? No, they did a terrible job. We're losing 7% of GDP per year, according to Treasury, through IFS. So thank goodness we got here at Greatest, and they're trying a little bit harder right now. Yeah, you probably come off the Greatest in October, but we'll see. I mean, the guys I'm talking about are the best in the world, and they're so brazen. They made so much money during the day. They never did a wealth tax. In fact, corporate taxes went from 52% to 27%, right? Because the neoliberal agenda and power of Treasury and Reserve Bank. Now, it was a little bit different because you'll get to meet the Minister of Trade and Industry, who pushed a little bit towards industrial policy. His name, Rob Davies. He was replaced by Ibrahim Patel in 2019, but for 10 years he tried. Between you and me, I don't think he did a good job, and I've written about it this year in the Journal of Money. We'll learn about that maybe. But at least he tried. Ibrahim Patel tried, but the new trade and industry minister, I'll show you his mentality. It's very different. So it's a very difficult situation because, like Michael was saying, and Michael was the president of Tax Justice Network Africa, so you saw this scamming across the continent. And I think our guys are the best. They deserve number 1 for economic crime and fraud. So if you really want to be proud and add race analysis and gender, because it's all boys, there's just 1 or 2 women ahead of the JSC, but it's basically white books. And on our tour, if we have time, the most notorious, the most damaging mass murderer in world history, we're going to go and visit his high school in Sentin. Who am I talking about? Who am I talking about? You guys are not paying attention. There we go. Don't you want to see where he turned from being a wonderful little fellow, smart little boy, into a monster? Why South African schools train their little boys to run the apartheid system, or after 1984, to run the most corrupt corporate city? Well, it's worth knowing, because then when we have an Elon Musk representing Johannesburg, Victoria schooling, he left 1980. We also had Trevor Noah and Tyler, great singer, and Charlize Theron. So we're doing an offset, like a carbon offset. So 18 million deaths, 18 million is the Lancet journal's recent article about 6 weeks ago of how many people we can attribute dead. Elon Musk cutting PEPFAR, cutting emergency food aid, cutting climate financing. So we'll get into some of those, but the main thing, enjoy yourself in the most bohemian part of at least Joburg. I think our Cape Town allies here can give us a similar story of Long Street or Sea Point, but this is the 12th coolest street in the world, according to Time Out magazine 4 years ago. But then the COVID really shutting down a lot of these little places. So they're just starting up. The ones that I thought you might like. We had dinner at Jai Jai last night. Tuesday, Arturo. Maybe tomorrow pick up that. They're all about 4 or 5 blocks. So I hope we'll, half price pasta and Taco Tuesdays. But look at the red stars. I think we'll get this PowerPoint sent around. This is for Pan-Africanist book lovers. No white authors. It's a fantastic bookshop in 27 boxes. You simply go up those stairs, second right, and you see all these big containers, 27. So that's there's a wonderful used bookshop, book dealers available, and probably the best general bookshop is Love Books. So it's a very interesting set of places, and lots of little chichi cafes and sort of boutique shops and things. So, okay, now to the next part of our story. Is it taking its time? Okay, this is what they say is happening, but this is what is happening. And the dried out, because we have a water crisis. The richest city in world history, half the world's historic gold, has insufficient funding to fix the leaks in our pipes. Right. So most of Melbourne, not these guest houses, but my house up the road, most of the city, and certainly the suburb, at night no water. Like the extent of the contradictions and the mismanagement, but also we have a national treasury that is pulling funding, what's called the equitable share. So we're getting shrinkage of our services, and the society is revolting. This is a petty bourgeois area. You pardon my French, I do some class analysis, but instead of having this big G20 in Santon, this now is where it will be Nazareth. And it's in Soweto where the particular service crisis has been over electricity, as I'll show you. So tomorrow, or Wednesday, we will make a little trip to where the Soweto uprising in 1976 occurred. And it's right around the corner. Some of you know in Soweto, Vilakazi Street, and then we'll go to Pimville, where the electricity war, I'm sure you know the name Trevor and Wani, Soweto Electricity Crisis Committee. So they've had world-class struggles for the right to electricity, and we'll probably find a way. We even have a campus next door to Melville, between Pimville and Barra. And then this is Nazareth. This is one of those gold dumps, mine dump. You go down 2.5K in one mine, 4K deep to get gold. And then you get this set of hills, artificial mine dumps, very toxic, lots of uranium. And of course, southwest Soweto, southwest townships, with a northeasterly prevailing wind going to the southwest, has always layered parts of Soweto with this toxic dust, right? And that's next to where this Nazareth, place where the G20 will be held. We'll be seeing things like what we call energy racism. My colleagues, Trevor Mwani, Terry McGough, Luke Sinwell, Cleopatra Shazy have put a report together, which we're currently updating because we fear something called load reduction. The South Africans in the room know, we know what that is, because it's so racist that they just only turn off the electricity in the black neighborhoods under the guise that these are where informal connections, that is illegal electricity, which the sort of Robin Hood movement, that is take from the rich, give to the poor, they would call common. The commons include electricity. Your right to electricity, it's not in the Constitution, but if you don't have it, you're in trouble and you won't have a fourth industrial revolution. I don't know if in Wakanda or Kaya, what's the name of Kaya Mali, is electricity a struggle to get the internet? Yeah. So the Sowetans do this better than anyone in the world. 86% of Sowetans don't pay for electricity. So energy justice becomes part of the broader story of what we do to link these micro questions that people have in their daily struggles to the big question, which is the question of the climate catastrophe, which for about 20 minutes, 30 minutes, I can give you a sense of where we are, because part of your work this week is figuring out financial reforms, and climate finance is desperately in need of reform. Vast amounts of money and terrible abuse, including by, I think Paul was saying, you're studying the consultancies. I always get that one. The consultancies have got hold of our big climate financing fund. They're called the JET fee, which I'll tell you about. So we really are interested in how we return funding. And one of the people you'll meet here, Trevor Mwani, has got an extraordinary history of fighting. And in 2000, 25 years ago, he went up against Trevor Manuel. Remember that name? South Africans know his name. And Trevor Manuel was the finance minister who was the chair of the IMF World Bank Board of Governors. And after the big Seattle protests, these sort of protests, which help progressive economists say something's wrong, there's all this anti-globalization and left-wing protests. And people like Joe Stiglitz said, hey, they give me oxygen. I look to the left, I look to Seattle protests. And in April 2000, Trevor led 30,000 people protesting the World Bank at their spring meeting. Can you help me, South Africans, with the toy toy? And to teach 30,000 people the toy toy against the World Bank is a beautiful sight. But Trevor, the first Trevor from the radical social movements, is now a sociologist with a PhD. His PhD was on struggles of local people. It's called Autonomy. Maybe you wouldn't mind if I send the PDF. So those of you who'd like to meet Trevor, who's now about to retire, but that means he's going to go full-fledged into organizing. And the organizing potential here to link climate and community with another major question. Can we stop coal from going from South Africa to Israel? Why? Because it's genocide fuel. And we're in the middle of a struggle this week over 170,000 tons of coal dug from the soil of Mpumalanga. Instead of growing food there, which we want, they're pulling the coal out. And they're putting them on this particular ship, Navios Phoenix. And we can track it. You can find it on the PowerPoint that I'll send you. That you can actually see where it is in real time. It's about to come to our big coal harbor, Richards Bay. And then it's going to take 170,000 tons of coal and become the 19th ship. Now, 2 million tons of coal since the genocide began from who? Patrice Motsepe and Glencore. Glencore, the former business partners of our president, see the company in contemporary Africa, even prosecuted in the belly of the beast, the US, for massive bribery, along with an Israeli tycoon, Dan Berkler. And when you kind of put these links together, Ramaphosa is being accused, the former head of Eskom, of quintupling the price paid for coal to the optimum mine, which Ramaphosa chaired. As soon as he became the deputy president in 2014, he ran the Eskom war room. So when we talk about these kind of deep processes of corruption, and President Ramaphosa came in 2017 as the clean candidate, he was so rich he didn't need to be corrupted. And then we see this week, Palo, you see the depth. I don't, by the way, take the point of view that Africa is particularly corrupt because of Africans. I would take Frantz Fanon's point of view. Does everybody know the wretched of the earth? What was the central argument in pitfalls of national consciousness? Was that you basically run into a ceiling because of imperialism, setting up a terrain in which you, as an aspiring African middle class running your liberation struggle, hit the ceiling for capital accumulation in the private realm. Therefore, you move to the state realm. So read that if you haven't done so in a while. It's required reading for all my students that need to kind of, want to think through how Fanon could interpret someone like a Cyril Ramaphosa and the extent to which corporate corruption by multinationals. We actually have a term. What does this term mean? WMC, South Africans remember?
White monopoly captive.
And what do we now need to call it? Because the white people largely took their money away. Who do I mean? Anglo-American, De Beers, Investec, Old Mutual, Liberty Life, South African breweries, Gencor, I could go on and on. By that, the biggest companies, except the Afrikaners, they were more patriotic. These guys took their money to London, right? In 1999, they were given exchange control liberalization. Therefore, WMC, you're right, because you can tell some of these subsidies if you do rates analysis, that's easy. But they're now Western multinational corporations, WMC2. So when we think about a place like Johannesburg and the way Glencore finds as its main business partner, replacing Ramaphosa, a man called Patrice Motsepe, and they profit from this 170,000 tons. I just worked out the other day, the cost of taking a ton of coal is, according to Glencore, $70. The price of this ton of coal leaving Richards Bay, according to the world pricing, and Richards Bay specifically, is $82. They get $12 a ton. So they're only making about $3 million. Now, when you burn a ton of carbon, what happens? You get 2.6 tons of CO2. How much damage does burning a ton of CO2 do? I'm just giving you something we'll dwell on in about 10 minutes. If you burn a ton of CO2 using the social cost of carbon, which the National Bureau of Economic Research, a very conservative US institution, has just issued last November, the latest update on the damage, $1,507 a ton. So we're just putting 170,000 tons times 2.6 CO2 tons per ton of coal burn. And then we're getting at $1,507 per ton of damage. We're getting $640 million of damage from Navios Felix when it takes the coal and it's burned in Israel. That's aside from the Palestinians. Chop, chop, chop. I mean, this is what we're really trying to do, is link the issues. And we have such a good network for Palestine, for climate, for community, to say the coal-bearing Mpumalanga communities are suffocating and are polluted. Obviously, there are workers and there's some economic benefit from having a big mine in your area for the spillover effects or the backward forward linkages, but not that many. So we need them to be compensated when we close down those mines especially Glencore and African Rainbow Minerals, for climate and for Palestine. These are some great movements of our day, aren't they? Finding these linkages is what political economy should do, and then finding the linkages between the corporates, Glencore and African Rainbow Minerals, and the state, specifically the Minister of Trade, Industry and Competition, and getting lots of movement people to make these linkages and protests in all the different cities, which was about a month ago. We had excellent turnout, hundreds at each site to protest. And why would we protest the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition? Because of this letter. This letter was sent a year ago by the minister. His name is Parks Town. And in the letter, he says quite openly, if you can read it, he says, South Africa and Israel are members of the WTO. Sanctions applied by one member against another in the absence of multilateral sanctions by the UN would violate WTO principle of non-discrimination and would open the country to legal challenge. So that's the letter a year ago in Parliament from Parks Town, who puts some absolutely obscure and out of date because Donald Trump has wrecked the WTO. Even Biden continued Trump first administration by disempowering the appellate panel, that is the judges, who could actually say legal challenge. So this is a complete nonsense, shown by that whole Gustavo Petro. Who's that? He's our best Latin American, maybe, okay, best world leader of a national state. Am I right? I don't know if there's anybody who likes Stephen Ferrari in the house, but I think Gustavo. So he tried and he failed to stop coal because they were number one. Finally, when they hosted the Hague Group, which is Progressive International Secretariat, co-chaired by Gustavo Petro and Zane Dangor, South Africa's head of the Department of International Relations and Cooperation. And in July, finally, Gustavo Petro said, to hell with the WTO, to hell with my own bureaucrats, I'm stopping the coal that fuels genocide. So this just gives you a sense of the difficult mentality that we have, especially when we combine our local corporates with some of the internationals. And we just had, just the week before that big protest, another big protest, which I think some of you who know Uganda, Tanzania, Mozambique, you know what Total Energies from Paris does there. And you know that Emmanuel Macron has promoted, in spite of his Paris Climate Agreement pride, in spite of the European Union's rhetoric about climate, Total is going crazy. Where? In, you know, Cabo Delgado? Nobody knows that place. It's the place where South Africa expects to get some blood methane. What's that? You know about blood diamonds. I know we have some Zimbabweans in the house who know Marangi and Chiadzwa, the blood diamonds of Eastern Zimbabwe or Liberia or Sierra Leone. So blood methane is when there's a civil war by local Islamic guerrillas, Al-Shabaab, against Total, which put $20 billion into extraction of gas. But isn't gas a transition fuel? Wouldn't it be good for South Africa to replace our coal with gas? That's the debate going on this week. And last week, we had a court case that worked very nicely for two groups, very good friends of mine I work with all the time, Groundwork and the South Durban Community Environmental Alliance. And the judges said, yes, you two are right, stop the methane gas, the LNG, liquefied natural gas, facility in Richards Bay, which is going to be billions. So Eskom, which wants to run it, with Transnet, which owns that, with the World Bank, they came in and now are with this huge proposal to put in piping all over the country. Why is it a problem, though? What's wrong with methane gas? Does anyone know? If you compare CH4 methane with CO2, carbon dioxide, what do you get? For a 20-year period, while that gas is coming up, 85 times more potency as a greenhouse gas. And then the proponents of this shift as a climate-friendly transition fuel, will say, our piping will be perfect. We won't have any flaring or any gas escaping from holes in our pipes. How many people believe that? If you want to see the most amazing sight of an explosion, it's right in the middle of town, Greece Street, Lillian Royce Street, right? You're nodding because what happened there?
Well, the streets just.
The street blew up. The buildings started to topple. One person died. The combi taxi, right, the 16-seater, and that's the state of our gas lines. And we have so many breakings to all our piping, water piping to gas and oil piping. It's nearly as bad. Nobody hears from Nigeria from the creeks of the Niger Delta, but it's that kind of site. So we've been seeing very interesting movements. Some of them do have northern NGO orientation, which means, have you all heard the term resource nationalists? So we have one resource nationalist who's most vocal here, his name's Gwede Montage, but all over Africa, resource nationalists are saying, we need to take advantage of Africa's fossil fuel. In South Africa, it's coal, about 45 billion tons. In Botswana, 220 billion tons. I think the Shamwari zone in Zimbabwe, there's about 20 billion. And in Wangi, the area next to Victoria Falls, they're going strong, pulling the coal out, new coal-fired power plants. So we really have to watch coal in these areas, plus Mozambique, which exports its coal to India. And secondly, we have oil and gas all around. And I'll show you even here in South Africa. So we also have financing and military. I'm so glad we have a psychologist from the military, right? You can tell me how does it look for the SANDF to be deployed in Cabo Delgado and in the DRC and lose in both places? That must do something to the confidence of a military that Emmanuel Macron asked Ramaphosa to deploy against the Islamic guerrilla movement, Al-Shabaab, the youth. And so they went up there. Their nickname suddenly was SADF 2.0 because they were burning bodies. You remember hearing about that, yeah? And so they were doing that because Macron asked both Paul Kagame and Ramaphosa to put troops there. Also, Standard Bank. I think those of you on the lookout yesterday, we went there and said that's the most destructive bank, Standard. It's the biggest, right, and the most active in Africa. And our economy being so fossil, the fourth highest in the world in emissions per person per unit of output. That's a relatively obscure way to measure, but it gives you a sense of the addiction. And I'm going to argue that at the G20 and just before the G20, what happens? The COP30. What's the COP? The United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change Conference of the Convention. Conference of the Parties. Let's get that wrong. So the UNFCCC meets in Belém in Brazil. And the chair of that meeting, the president of Brazil, has just authorized his oil company, Petrobras, to search for oil offshore the Atlantic in South Africa and in Namibia, and the confluence of the Amazon River and the Atlantic Ocean. Lots of controversies that to me means we have a problem in which South Africa hosts the G20. Climate is on the agenda. Climate finance is a crucial question. But we have a problem of the Western imperialist interests coinciding nearly exactly with the BRICS, with the sub-imperialists, not anti, but sub-imperialists in, I'll show you the argument. Number one, not cutting, not leaving fools under. Two, never admitting, you admit it, never acknowledging. Does anybody ever study environmental economics? Never acknowledging a polluter pays principle in which you internalize. Remember we talked this morning about externalities? And the worst ever, the greatest market failure, the climate crisis. And by failing to internalize the externalities, by refusing to acknowledge climate debt, by denying reparations that are due to Africa, by the biggest polluters, which are the West, and we'll see, the BRICS. We have a big problem. the solution is the third problem. To deal with this big climate catastrophe, the G20, especially the West, but also the BRICS, they want to, does anybody know what this means? Privatize the air.
The what? Not water. There's the water one.
They're trying that too, and we fought back.
The water one, we know, but
Yeah. Why are you drinking from a plastic water bottle? Our taps, this water is from the tap. Because Trevor and Wadi led a movement in the early 2000s, exactly to do what you were worried about.
now I'm trying to kill us because of what happened with the water treatment plants in the Val as well as in Johannesburg.
You're right.
Now we don't trust the taps anymore because
Well,
the state's not doing enough.
You're absolutely right, except that our movements here are strong to demand clean water in our taps. So in Joburg, we've still got clean water when it's on. But you're right, Hammanskraal is a notorious case of E. coli in the water. We'll come back to water if you like, but let's just stick with climate because we're a villain, but we're also a victim. Let me give you a little vignette, an anecdote of what happens when the mentality of climate nihilism from white South Africa, which built a dozen of the biggest coal-fired power plants in the world, and then promoted two more, what are called Medupi and Silic. Then we get the victims. And the climate nihilism continues, even with the president, who knows? So this is what's called the rain bomb. Has anyone been in a rain bomb? This was 350 millimeters in 24 hours. So some of you, we have a Kenyan in the house. You had terrible flooding, Michael, in early 2024, and it killed 300-400, right? And so the Kenyan government, which had a debt crisis, but that was in March, April, rainy season. By June, more fiscal measures against you, right? And in our case, we just lost 500 people died on that one day because of the rain bomb, 350 millimeters. In the case of Kenya, it was after 2 years of drought that left the locusts to come and eat all the food, right? And so you have extraordinary contrast, as we do in this case of the rainbow. And the crucial point here is to look at who wins from this, because one major contributor to climate change, one of the probably top 10 in the world, is the most popular car company in the world, Toyota. In Durban, they have a big factory, which does not make any electric vehicles. This is the scenes of the damage from this water that wipes the bottom. No, it just comes down in huge floods. By the way, it doesn't only hit poor and working class people. The next picture is the petty bourgeoisie who have houses or flats, vacation homes, or some of them live there. This place called, who's from Durban? You know, Umhloti. Umhloti is not far from the airport. Oh, so you get a sense now, okay, it's problem. In this case, a terrible situation where, sorry, the PowerPoint's a little slow at the moment, where just vast damage is done by extreme weather events. And in this place, which is a beautiful beachside community, you'll see in a second, the greed of landowners, which were developing on top here. Internet unstable. Have you got a backup internet? No, just for anyway, right up on top, the developers were trying to develop massive new estates for the rich, overlooking this beautiful. So they left, you'll see in a second, the sugarcane fields on here without, they just cleared the sugarcane away and just mud. And that is why even the petty bourgeoisie were absolutely devastated. And it is that. So this is the sort of muddy field. Might be good. I guess we start because we got to send you these. It wasn't just the poor people who lost their lives in the shacks that mountain. So they were near the big river, the Mshiltazana River. But it was also commerce, because Durban is the biggest port for containers in Africa. And this is what container looks like after it. This is the damage being done, April 12, 2022. So it's within our memory. And you can just get a sense of the extraordinary power of a rainbow. Now, Toyota was the only winner because their cars just piled up with mud, like 5,000 cars destroyed. So they were the ones that were the beneficiaries of the climate adaptation finance for new stormwater drainage and pumping in South Durban, in the container, in the area. And in fact, South Durban is very interesting because you probably know we've had lots of refineries in South Africa, and they're shutting down because in this case, this is the biggest. This is BP and Shell, it's called SAPRA, and they've had to shut it down, but the government just put that whole complex for 1 rand, but forgave BP and Shell its environmental liabilities. Didn't make sense. That's our old airport. And just on the side is where Toyota had to have this huge investment made by the city on behalf of the biggest single emitter in Durban. And that's the intrinsic climate injustices you get. With a state being completely captured, I can go into all the details of how Durban municipality was just sold on bailing out Toyota so it could keep pumping out diesel and petrol cars. Okay, that's just the early background to why we get so passionate about this ghastly phenomenon that my children, their kids, will suffer, but all across the continent, where we're anticipating we get 3.9 degree temperature by 2100. Other places, Ethiopia at 4. Where are some of you all from? I guess one of the highest is Namibia, Algeria 4.2. And we're already seeing sites like in Mozambique, 4th hardest hit country in the first 20 years of the 21st century. And we're getting really serious rising temperatures. 2024 being the highest temperature, and you can get this 2023 was the hottest before that. And the clear correlation is how much greenhouse gas, and we measured it as parts per million, and we're up at the level of 430, and we should be at 350 to stabilize. So can we get this back down here is the central question. And then to do that, you're going to need a lot of money. And this is a problem in terms of the amounts of money available at the moment, a very, very tiny fraction compared to what is going to be needed. And that was the basis for last November, big battle in Baku. Where's Baku? Azerbaijan. It's where they hosted the COP29. And if we keep going, a little bit stuck here, we look at the climate problem in the way we do pretty much all of our socioeconomic justice struggles, because there are usually 2 or 3 or 4 ideologies that correlate to the principles, the analyses, strategies, tactics, and alliances that the various people are involved in. Now, normally I would take quite a bit of time to go through all the sorts of climate demands. Let me just divide them into 6 and probably rush through 5 of them so we can work on climate finance, which is both the debt, the climate debt that we think the West and BRICS owe to everybody who's been damaged, but also the need to cut emissions, to transition gracefully so we don't have, like, have you ever been around right-wing populists who deny climate? The Donald Trump sort of phenomenon? They're working class people who are so worried about their jobs, their communities, that they go into a state of denial. I'm glad we have a psychologist in the house who can help us interpret climate nihilism. For Donald Trump, we know why. He and the big fossil fuel companies are in a very tight alliance. We also think that this is a moment where redressing social injustices is very crucial. So we want to bring in indigenous people. We want to have race, class, gender analysis. We want to think about future generations' rights. Then we want to look at technology in a clear way so we can endorse the technology we need, solar, wind. We probably like what's called pumped storage as alternative to lithium batteries and lead batteries, but we want to look at the problems also of false solutions. There's some technologies out there that aren't going to help us. We need to leave fossil fuels underground. We need to finance our survival. And these other five, we can very quickly go through, so I can just focus on the last. Cutting greenhouse gases seems obvious, but it has to be done fairly distributed. But so far, we have not been in a situation where if Donald Trump walks out of UNFCCC, which he did in June 2017, and the day he took office in 2025, what penalty, what sanctions can we impose? What are the appropriate, do we need a CBAM? Ban. What's a CBAM? A carbon border adjustment mechanism. My old friend Rob Davies and I have a big debate going on about this, so maybe I'll wait until the climate financing to give you a sense of whether CBAM is a penalty we should put on the US, or just do what they're doing to Elon Musk, even though there's a clean car, which is oil. What's happened to Elon Musk? He lost a quarter of his wealth because of his cheekiness and racism and all the shit he's done to kill people because of against Tesla. And if we find one vehicle, a military, maritime, air transport are part of this story, which are currently not being regulated within the Kyoto Protocol. This is the vehicle, isn't it? Sorry, it says at the top, this is the G20. By the way, I'm going to be borrowing some of this guy's work. Does everybody know who he is? He's the best, isn't he? Yeah, so he's a Cape Town-based cartoonist, Jonathan Shapiro. Here he's been looking for the G20 for Africans. We do have one African in the house, okay, and she's not very empowered, but she's part of the gang. Now we also have the African Union, and I can tell you, watching closely, tokens, bringing the AU into the G20 made no difference. And I was just in Addis Ababa 2 weeks ago. I spent a week there with Pan-African Climate Justice Fund. Couldn't see any hint that the AU is making any dent in any of this. So these are the problems. What are they all doing? They're emitting because they're eating baked beans. Okay, this is the cartoonist. And it's a guy called Mel Brooks, Blazing Saddles. You know, everybody sits around and eats beans. And they all slap each other on the back, which is what the Kyoto Protocol and especially Copenhagen Accord, Paris Climate Agreement, and each of the other COPs have done. Because these are the guys, if you look at historic emissions, by the way, we want to do this, right? Decolonize accounting. And how do you do that? Well, you put Britain much higher, because when Britain colonized, it used South Africa and lots of other places, India, as a site to have greenhouse gas emissions, right? So UK, but also Russia, because Russia was the Soviet Union, and now Ukraine, which has these big coal-fired power plants, have won. Now the damage, again, we're going to look at damages associated with emitting a ton of carbon, called the social cost of carbon. Out of curiosity, before a few minutes ago, has anybody heard of that term? Right, it's you know about it, Paul. Is it used in your British circuits a bit too?
No, I've just seen people having arguments online about how to calculate it.
How to calculate, yeah. And it's a great debate because it should be the basis for a carbon tax. Because you're all economists of one sort or another. I did my undergrad in econ, then I went to a place where Elon Musk and Donald Trump studied. Which place was that? Somebody knows the place where, if you study at Bryanston High School to learn racism and bullying, that's what happened. Trump and Musk, we went to, which is the University of Pennsylvania school. Yeah, so the kind of gimmickry we learn means if you really look at scientists and you find that when you do something bad, that's an externality, you want to internalize it, you want to put on a tax. Well, in the case of CO2 emissions, 1,507. Now I have friends, I'll show you at UCL, University College London, and they think it's about double that, but let's leave that aside, because I'm using National Bureau of Economic Research conservative. And those standards suggest we're a cumulative $1 trillion in damage. And the BRICS have a big chunk of this because they rank here. China is now number one absolutely today, but historically it's what we want because we know this isn't just 1 year. And Russia, but Russia gets Ukraine and a few other folks. UK gets India and that part of South Africa, Brazil, Germany, India. So we've got this interesting mix. You just find them all in the G20. We have one new BRICS member, which hosted the G20 3 years ago, Indonesia. And the BRICS are pretty much at the same level of historic debt. If you think about the social cost of carbon, $1,507 a ton, multiplied by this historic amount. And we can go through several other crucial corrections because it's not fair to say to the Indians who have how many? 1.43 billion and China 1.42 billion, to say to them, your emissions are in absolute terms. You have to do it per person. So we want to do corrections by per person. And we want to do corrections with another very vital problem. I'm consuming emissions with my laptop that actually are credited to China because all of the emissions that go into the steel, aluminum, all of the things there, I should be responsible for because I'm the consumer of the good. So when you talk about territorial emissions and the emissions that are associated with outsourcing, that is because the computers, so many things are made in China, they're unfairly given the emissions that should be those who are consuming the product. This city is a good place to have the debate because in 2002, anybody hear about Rio plus 10? So it was Rio, the first conference was 1972 in Stockholm, but then we started getting these decade conferences. And Rio was 1992, 2002 Joburg. And our sense was by then, corporates were already moving so quickly into the United Nations space. At that point, they had a simple agenda to not connect the dots between environment and society and to divide what should be environmental justice and climate justice, and instead to try to divide and conquer to keep our forces apart. And again, there are forces that we analyze by class, by race, by gender, but particularly by the way corporates began to commodify. And they had a good economic theory that we could call it ecological modernization. When Kofi Annan ran out of money because George W. Bush, like Trump today, doesn't pay the bills, who did he have to go to for the global compact to get some money for the operations? And what did these guys want? They wanted an ideology in which markets and technology are the crucial ways you address things like emission cuts. So that's what we did have from Johannesburg. It was a model for corporates, didn't have any acknowledgement of climate crisis, and endorsed the privatization of nature, including, as you said, water privatization, which was the hottest struggle here in 2002. And we won it through social protests, especially in Soweto, that we're going to look at. Then comes 2009, and the big boys have a new idea, and you see it in the G20, which George W. Bush convened, not just as finance ministers, which had met for about a decade after the big emerging markets crisis, but in this meeting room in Copenhagen, the Bella Center. And you can read it in Obama's very interesting autobiography of his years as president. He barges in, and I think Michael, you'll agree, he wasn't representing the little people of Kenya. He was representing big capital from the US, and he just won the Nobel Prize. And he was out by 2017. Lula has come back as the current president. Zuma was out by 2018, Range about 2017, Manmohan Singh by 2014. These five men are Western imperialism, the US, plus basic. What's basic? Brazil, South Africa, India, China. Basic. It's the negotiating bloc. There's no R, there's no Russia. But of course, the BRICS also have Egypt, Ethiopia, Iran, UAE and now Indonesia and maybe Saudi Arabia. But anyway, this is to me, this picture is the self-interest of the mega polluters. And what they agreed upon in this room, in the Copenhagen Accord, number one, don't cut emissions as much as they need to be cut. Number two, don't admit you emitted, no climate. Number three, privatize the air. Lumumba Diaping, the Sudanese, technically South Sudanese, but at the time Sudan's ambassador to the UN, he was head of the G77, and he was very forthright about what he saw. He said, many African negotiating delegations were unprepared. Some members were either lazy or had been bought off by the industrial countries. He singled out South Africa, saying that some members of that delegation had actively sought to disrupt the unity of the bloc. Of course, South Africa, fourth highest emitter per person per unit of GDP. South Africa's interests of our ruling elite are with the West. And to break the G77, which is what they did, and the action, Pan-African, Climate Just Alliance had invited them in. We saw again and again, we hosted the COP17, the Durban meeting, and again, outside we were doing climate justice advocacy, and inside, and we know this because of, thank goodness for Julian Assange, WikiLeaks. They got the cables, the State Department cables. So we know that the US manager of this process, Todd Stern, was sending these emails to Hillary Clinton, kept them on her private server. And anyway, so she and he discussed how to divide and conquer in Durban. Durban was a perfect place to end CBDR, which is the common but differentiated responsibilities, leading to Paris. And the worst part of Paris was ending the provision which we all promote, which is if you pollute, you should pay. It's in our National Environmental Management Act. It's in the world's basic ethics, polluter pays. But first of all, it was voluntary. But secondly, they actually have an annex saying, if you sign here, you forgive the liabilities of those who polluted the forest. So that was and so the greatest climate scientist, I think by all acknowledgements, James Hansen, he had a very simple one-word technical term for what just went down. Bullshit. Right? The Paris Climate Agreement was so exceptionally unjust. And we also get this from a young woman who started so strong in 2018, sitting outside the Swedish Parliament and starting this Fridays for Future. So the sort of northern youth were beginning to have a class and race and especially generational consciousness, which she has brought onto the flotilla. She's in the Mediterranean as we speak, trying to deliver basic survival goods to Gaza. Last time she was captured by the Israelis. And the Italian climate minister, yeah, she's got a good point, admitted it. Then we went 2 years ago to the newest BRICS member, UAE, and they put an oil man in charge, right? And again, our friends at Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance were furious that the COP28 was an oil man, and they therefore got no progress, except this oil man did his own deals. He used the COP28 to cut deals because he was head of the Abu Dhabi National Oil Corporation. And then it got even worse because the next year, which was last November, was in Azerbaijan, and another oil man picks up the cherry. And of course, knowing Azerbaijan, which is a bit of a patriarchal place, how many women get to be on his committee? 0, right? So there's a bit of a sort of revelation there. And what happened was extraordinary after that, because not just the deep and predictable repression of civil society groups, but we'll show you a bit of resistance from Africans, which is very encouraging. If you resist, like Lumumba Diaping, you remember he said that South Africa was dividing and conquering. But also he said, you people in the European host country, which was Denmark, like Germany, you're preparing us a Holocaust, but you're not giving us enough money for our own coffins. And then he said to Obama, he must not care about his relatives. What's he going to tell his daughters about what this Copenhagen Accord means for Kenya? know very well, Michael, it means droughts and locusts and floods and so this is a chieftain. He's a wonderful guy. And he comes to Joburg now and again. He was followed up, he was banned. He couldn't go back after saying such.
Yeah.
Pablo Salon, a Bolivian, picked up the story in Cancun, and Yeb Sanyo from the Philippines picked it up. And what they kind of show, each of them raised hell about this. And if you go inside and do this, it's suicide, career suicide, because none of them are allowed back. However, one African decided to stand up in Azerbaijan last November. His name Evans Njewa, he's from Malawi. And he led dozens of the LDCs, least developed countries, and the small island developing states. And he's a very interesting guy who did his master's. He's got a wonderful bio. I'll send you all the details about his life. And I'll tell you later about, how you can go inside these things and be strong and offer your critique and do your best. But you really need, if you're a jam maker inside, you need a tree shaker outside. You need someone who's going to be an activist and pull down the proper fruits, not too ripe, not rotten. And so Evans Njewa, unfortunately, couldn't find support. And one reason is that this man was the head of the mitigation committee. Who's he? Anybody know his name? It was his very first COP. He admitted he didn't know what COP meant before he was the co-chair of the mitigation committee with the Norwegian. When Norway has lots of oil. His name is Dion George. And if you look at his CV online, you'll see him proudly acknowledging he did national service in the 1980s. South Africans, what does that mean? He was proud to be in the SADF, killing his black compatriots and putting it on his online CV. And also after that, he represented the opposition, center-right opposition, Democratic Alliance in Sandton, right? He was a sort of Sandton MP and the shadow finance minister. He has a PhD. Sorry, it's from UNISA. You can see it online. He talks about the environment, that it's only business environment. Anyway, so he's our environment minister. And so when the African delegates walked out in their dozens, where do you think he was? He was staying behind because he's not an African. And that's actually one of the important dilemmas that when we use terms like global south and global north, is it time to get a little bit more sophisticated? And maybe we need a category. So what do we use, Maria, in the world systems tradition? We use the semi-periphery. How many of you like that term? How many of you like middle power? Where are the political scientists, the IR people? They like middle power. How many of you feel, well, knowing what you do now, there's a better term. It comes from Brazil, from Rui Mauro Marini, who is the great dependency theorist of Brazil. I think greater than Antonio dos Santos, and certainly, we can go through that. And he has a term which I like to use because I think I just showed you why. Sub-imperial, not anti-imperial, not against, within, right? So that's where I would locate most of the risks, right? So unfortunately, we've got this sort of process, which leads us to three basic conclusions. I've already told you at the beginning. Number one, don't cut emissions and don't leave your fossil fuels in the ground sufficient to save the planet. Number two, don't admit you emitted. No climate debt, no reparations, no liabilities, no polluter pays. Number three, privatize the air. So we do have movements that go inside as both tree shakers and then, as you see here, with very, very kind of destructive attempts inside the COPs. And this is Mitige Mwenda, one of our PhD students in this sort of family, head of PACTRA. No to climate colonialism, no to climate genocide. So that brings us to the third. No, this is only a second, sorry. Transitioning, but it's so important because we have so many trade unions in this country and everywhere, maybe in your countries, who aren't really doing climate, or if they are, it's climate action. And I'm trying to make a case for climate justice. And we need just energy transition partnerships. We do have one of our colleagues from Senegal that we can hope will give us an update. But I think, is he wrestling with our immigration at the moment? Is that right? So maybe we'll have him come through. But South Africa, therefore, along with Senegal, which was the number 2, South Africa was number 1 to experience a just energy transition partnership, which was pretty unjust because the people who put it together, the same people who gave us load reduction, a guy called Andre de Ruyter, a white guy running ESCOM, said, yeah, let's have a transition of which 44% of the money, how much money, by the way, 250 billion rand, about $13 billion have been committed in low interest loans. The US committed market rate loans, but then just pulled them away. But we have about $12.8 billion in the Just Energy Transition Partnership. But it's so controversial, and it's been managed so badly, that our friends here, one of 5 movements we can call CJ, Climate Justice. This is a climate justice charter movement. Do some of you know Vishwas Sarkar? So Vishwas is a sort of guru. He's at WITS in IR. Anyway, so make ending coal, gas, and oil investment condition for financial support to South Africa. So if you're doing climate finance, you should just be aware that they did it all wrong and that they didn't consult the affected both mine workers and the metal workers who work in these coal-fired power plants. Only one has been closed down, called Kumasi. And now that the plan is finished, you wrote in organized labor, the manner in which this is being done is not conducive. So clearly the elite character, Andre de Ruyter, the then finance minister, Pravin Gordhan, the president of the World Bank at the time, David Malpass, they did these deals. And as a result of it not having buy-in, you could just see the next logical step is that somebody cheats on the deal, not just the US pulling out its money, but President Ramaphosa, who made most of his money as a coal mining tycoon. His company, Shanduka Coal, which then has been sort of fed into his friend Batuma Mshleko's company. But he's a coal miner, don't forget. And now he's saying we're going to delay, sorry, this is in the way, but he confirms delay of the decommissioning. What we put forward in a group called AIDC, and I think Dominic Brown is going to be joining us from AIDC for the meeting. So that's one of our better institutes doing critical political economy. So they hosted 1 million climate jobs as a research project. Some of you, have you been thinking about, well, what do we do with these workers in the coal mines? Or if you're in Nigeria, in the oil fields, or you're thinking if you're a Mozambican, can we leave the Rovuma Basin gas, the Cabo Delgado gas underground? Well, what would be the kind of compensation? So let's come to that in a short while. But let's just say that if you don't bring in your workers into this just transition, you're going to get what we have here, which is some backsliding and certainly reactionary workers. Just very quickly, a few more of the aspects that CJ, unlike climate action, can I give you an example of, you all know in your own countries, who promotes climate action? Just think of one figure who won the Nobel Peace Prize for this, Al Gore. Who's Al Gore? Former US Vice President. You know this guy. Very beautiful film, right? Have you seen it? An Inconvenient Truth. Won an Emmy. Anyway, so Al Gore to me epitomizes a white male technocratic neo-colonial approach. So where would you find racial justice, indigenous people's rights, the global south, feminist youth, and civil and political rights and links between human rights? And then we've got these very interesting juridical strategies called the rights of nature. Has anyone heard of that? I guess in Argentina, you close by to Ecuador and Bolivia, which in their constitution. Or does anyone know in New Zealand, they give rivers the rights because the Maori people have said so. So there are beginnings of jurisprudence to promote social and economic rights. Second generation, first generation is civil political, second is socio-economic, third would be rights of nature. What about rights of climate immigrants or refugees? And I'm thinking, because two Zimbabweans are in the house, Matabele land dries out lots. People will need to come across the border. They might come to KZN, our Durban area, because Ndebele, the language in southern Matabele land, and Zulu, isiZulu, are similar. So we see plenty when I lived in Durban. Is that right? Probably as well. You know, many southern Zimbabweans come. How do our working people, how do our poor people treat immigrants? Well, we have a very bad problem of xenophobia in a very desperate working class, 42% unemployment in this country, the most unequal in the world. So migrants and refugees, I hope that some of you are working in areas that relate to the flows of people that result from the climate catastrophe, and it's just beginning. I mean, I would say India might be the site where we'll see most of the major movements of people, because the heat levels in the cities have become so intense, right? You have 45-degree days and 50-degree. Yeah, it's going to be very important for us to understand the flows of people inside countries but across borders. What about the rights of future generations? That's where Lumumba Diaping has made a great deal of progress in a special commission that he runs after he left the UNFCCC. Has anyone heard of the rights of future generations? Can make the argument that economics is blind. And the biggest controversy was a Nobel Prize winner who was calculating some of these, let's say, costs of climate. And he did a present value calculation that was very controversial. But the most important thing that an economist learns is if you're counting, what's the most important single category? GDP. What should you do about the half of the world's gold that was underneath us here? You count it as a credit. Okay, but now it's gone. Gold doesn't grow back. It's not like maize. So we've lost a huge amount of wealth. But GDP gives you a credit. It ignores the debt, right? And the same for pollution, the same for greenhouse gas emission, same for unpaid women's labor, just ignores it. So the white men, Simon Kuznets, especially, who put GDP together, did something disastrous for us on the continent where so much of the historic wealth is non-renewable natural resources, minerals, fossil fuels, and even renewable natural resources can be destroyed, water systems, ecosystems, the ocean, right? So we really have to think about the implications of simply looting ourselves, our generation taking these non-renewable resources and never even counting. Now, there are ways to do so. If anyone's interested, I work on this a great deal. How do you do a proper cost-benefit analysis when you see a mining project or an emissions project? How do you build in these sorts of factors? And I'm not the only one, because there's a very good tradition called sustainable development under the guise of a Zimbabwean. He wasn't our favorite Zimbabwean. His name, Bernard Chidzera. He was the one who brought ISA, the economic suffering of the African people. Isn't that what it's economic structural adjustment? So Chidzera worked with Grohar and Brunke. And I think this is the most important insight, that we take today's natural wealth, and it shows as a profit on the balance sheets of our generation. But our children, think of, many of you have children, right, already? So your children are going to look at you the way mine do at me if I fly around too much. Hey, you just caused some climate debt or ecological debt. You've borrowed from our future. You have no intention or prospect of repaying. And that's why when we tried to put this together with Lumumba, he even gathered Thabo Mbeki and Dilma Rousseff and a lot of others, and has a lot of very eloquent arguments about needing to respect rights of future generations to natural capital. Terrible words, aren't they? Do any of you use human capital in your work? Listen, what a terrible concept, right? It isn't ghastly. But okay, but let's use it just for measurement. So if we do these natural capital depletion accounts, we are really looting. But most importantly, Africa is being looted geographically. So I'm just talking about temporality, that is over time. But then you look at the depletion of non-renewable natural resources from Africa. that's not compensated for a reinvestment in productive capital or human capital. If anyone wants to delve into this is Environmental Economics 101, but I specialize in this with something called the Hartwick Rule, because I think Emmanuel Wallerstein, the World Systems, taught me this. Take the liberals who want to reform, take them seriously. Explore the extent to which the analysis that my actually can move through a system like natural capital accounting or social cost of carbon, and the system cannot actually withstand that kind of inquiry. Take it from me, because I do this in so many venues like environmental impact assessment. Last week we were in the Constitutional Court against Shell and its local ally on exactly these points. So climate and the damage being done offshore by the proposed natural gas extraction off the, does everybody know the Wild Coast, right? It's called Pennsylvania, and the activists there, the best we have, anti-extractives. They beat mining houses from Australia, and they're in the Constitutional Court, our highest court, after having won in the last two courts, saying things like, yeah, climate's a problem, they don't care about it, but also, hey, we have ancestors offshore. Do any of the traditions any of you come from? Treat your ancestors, because you're Zulu, right? So that's an incredibly important side of struggle, which is the spiritual character of maldevelopment. And by arguing that the ancestors are in the ocean, Shell shouldn't go around doing seismic blasting, which is pumping bullets down into the ground to see what comes up, whether there's gas or oil deposits. That gives us technological questions. And there are so many that we could go into. I'll just show you what I think we desperately need: solar and wind and pumped storage. That is, you pump it up during the day when the sun is going, and the water is the reservoir, and it comes down at night. Cape Town, you don't have too many load shedding experiences because you have Steenbras, which is a dam on the mountain, and it lets the water down when there's load shedding, so it reduces by 2 stages. Well, there's a lot of good technology. One of the problems is it's under intellectual property. So we need the WTO to finally wake up. Unfortunately, there's a very reactionary leader. Does anybody know who she is? You hope an African woman will do better. Her name's Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala. She was the #2 at World Bank. She was Nigeria's finance minister. But when the Indian leader, Modi, and South Africa's leader, Ramaphosa, tried to get intellectual property waiver on COVID-19 vaccines and medicines, she was not on our team. I must say, neither were the Chinese or Russians, for the very reason that you said. And okay, Brazil, also never, he was not. So the BRICS did not support making public goods out of something that's so obvious as a pandemic prevention. And unfortunately, even our dear comrades in China and the Communist Party are not letting us have intellectual property waivers on this technology. Instead, what we're getting is a lot of technological mumbo jumbo, simply said, false solutions. In Cape Town, for example, they sent some ships out to put iron ore filings into the ocean to create algae blooms, huge big areas of algae that would sequester, would suck up the carbon and sink it to the bottom. And South Africa has also been experimenting with the kind of geoengineering I suspect Modi will endorse for India, putting particulates into the air to block the hot sun when you get to sort of 50-degree days, right? It sounds like, oh, well, we need something, we're desperate. But wow, to be doing sulfur dioxide seeding into the atmosphere, that kind of geoengineering is as dangerous as nuclear, which is the other tech fix that is terribly dangerous. South Africa, again, with an example in a place, Kruger near Cape Town, where in 2006, sabotage nearly wrecked a nuclear plant. I was at University near Philadelphia when 3 Mile Island nearly burst. That was a huge nuclear accident in 1979. And then, does everybody know the name Chernobyl? Ukraine, 1986. And then what happened in 2010? Fukushima. So you think about US, USSR, Japan as three of the most sophisticated places, having near catastrophes, and then we see the Russian invasion of Ukraine creating many more potential. I could go on about the solutions, but now it's time to get into, well, one very obvious point. Leave fossil fuels underground, treat it as a stranded asset, and value it as unburnable carbon. Do you think your future generations, your children, their children, when they need plastics and synthetic materials, when they need lubricants, when they need tarmac, when they need pharmaceutical products, I could go on, what are they needing? Hydrocarbons. But now our generation is digging them up and burning them. So we'll even make the case that if you leave your coal in the hole, and your gas under the grass, and your oil under the soil, because we have some poets in our ranks. Somebody may know the name Nemo Boss. And Nemo, the great Nigerian, has come up with this little rhyme to remind us that maybe future generations will appreciate hydrocarbons, not that our generation is burned, creating a climate crisis, but for non-combustible purposes. And finally, the last few slides are really about these problems of financing, because it's two things. Should we privatize the air and commodify and let bankers manage carbon pricing? This is the European strategy. They put it into the Kyoto Protocol, 2005 they began. You might have heard of things like CDMs, Clean Development Mechanisms. There are others, reducing emissions through deforestation and forest degradation, RED, or other versions of carbon offsets. But this is the one I'm most worried about, which is not these voluntary offsets, but a structured carbon market where bankers sit with government regulators, start to kick in. This rule was no more free emissions gates. Like you can emit freely. Now you're going to have to start to pay. So they started to pay at a rate still below $1,507. They started to pay at a rate in euros of 100 euros a ton. But look at this zigzag. Now this is Vladimir Putin invading Ukraine. So it zigzags down. And then there's an energy crisis. And then, I mean, the worst, you go up to 105 euros a ton, and then you're down to 55. Does that sound maybe like bankers or casino capitalism playing with the carbon price? Is that what we want? I mean, you let bankers solve the climate catastrophe when they can't even keep their own markets stable. So the pricing at the moment is really unsatisfactory. So right now, Europe is at 85. In fact, I think it's less. Somebody might want to check, but it's about 75 euros a ton. These are the places that are doing carbon pricing. And the worst of all, I'm afraid, is where you are now. It's a completely unserious price of 38 cents per ton. What's the highest carbon price? Why is it just red? It should say 38 cents a ton. That's US cents. Sweden is $130 a ton. And that means if we want to export into Europe using standard global value chains in which our steel and aluminium, maybe our petrochems are coming out of our ports and going around, we can't starting on January 1. Does anybody know why? Do you know about their new tariff called CBAM? You won't forget it now, right? CBAM. Yes, I could got you. Okay, so the CBAM, you know what they're going to do to us? Because UK comes 2027, right? 1 year later.
So they'll make you pay their sort of make up if it's not equivalent to the expense.
Yeah, and so I understand that even after Brexit, you guys in Britain kept the EU ETS, the emissions trading scheme, as your baseline. Is that right? So that means that 75 euros a ton today, and our 38 cents a ton in South Africa. That's a difference. And the incentive is obviously to try to get South Africans to pay more. How much should it be? So some of the calculations, I won't go through, but the most important new calculation, November last year, I'll be happy to send you a paper from the National Bureau of Economic Research. The next slide updates it. They are doing much more sophisticated feedback loops. Anybody here trained in that? So you know there's a huge debate about multicollinearity, the variances. So they've been getting a lot of good feedback, and they've got 1,367 per ton, but that's what they call a short ton, US ton. So when you put it into metric tons, that's what I think. But what about you? How many flew here from Baltimore? You did about a ton of carbon both ways, right? And how much was your ticket? You will have to ask me.
That's the agent.
How much should her ticket have been? Probably 3 tons. As I say, I've got my friends in University College London who say actually $3,000 a ton.
Oh, okay, but then like if that's represented in ticket terms, what does that do?
Yeah. Well, what would it do? What's your price elasticity? I'm not gonna ask my friend Maria. I'm gonna ask ideas. What would be the Scylla? We didn't get an introduction from you, so that's our greatest group in political economy, I think, on the continent. This argument could be something that ideas might go to funders in Europe, for example, Swedish funders, and say, well, you guys have $120 carbon tax, but our friends in Johannesburg think we should be, well, in London, $3,000. Let's make it 1,500. The question you're asking, what's the price elasticity? So would ideas withdraw invitations if we had to price our carbon dioxide emissions properly? I was in Frankfurt last week, and I asked my host, the Rosa Luxemburg Foundation and Kassel University, what's their price elasticity? And it really struck them out. We don't have one, because nobody will do that experiment, because we're going to burn the planet before we do a rational economic taxation, right? So it's a fascinating problem to get us to go through. So the way it's going to work for us in South Africa when they start this process at 75 euros a ton is they're going to demolish our steel and aluminium, which is already being really hard hit by. There's a reason that I think. So do you know the name Rob Day? And will be chair. He was for 11 years our trade and industry minister. A brilliant man. He has a PhD from Sussex, and as the trade and industry minister, will be the most eloquent and informed advocate of a green industrialization. But unlike Cyril Ramaphosa, who admits we need this kick, we need a CBAM to get us out of our addiction, Rob is very much against it. So there's a really interesting debate in our main political economy magazine here in South Africa, a mind over the last. Well, I think it's interesting because I'm one part of the debate. Because I think the CBAM is potentially good, not the way it's being designed. Cyril Ramaphosa has said, well, we're going to actually have to decarbonize because our trading partners are beginning to say, we're not going to outsource they get 7% of our electricity. And the point of this is CBAM is the equalizer up to a point, up to a small degree, we'll be able to say, we still got a PowerPoint in here. You know what they say about me? Power corrupts. Absolutely. Patrick's PowerPoints. Power corrupts. Patrick's PowerPoints corrupt. Absolutely. And we're back in just a second. I don't know if it was Cyril Ramaphosa you're objecting to. For some reason that made this machine crazy. But I think actually, if you are an economist and you want to get a little bit more rationality, You want to avoid the allegation that Europe is outsourcing its dirty industries, that is carbon leakage. If you want to charge the same amount for a ton of carbon embedded in domestic and import, if you want to eliminate the free allocation, that is not charging polluters, and if you want to incentivize South Africa and other trading partners to become more green, see, that makes sense. The problem, Europe is exceptionally corrupt, and the nuclear industry in France, and the gas industry, especially in Germany. Are there Europeans in the room? No, but I'm from Ireland, so I'll check it. Okay, but you're a Brit, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. When the Brits left Europe, right? I was born in Belfast. I'm also Belfast. Okay. The goddamn Brits, led by a guy called Peter Mandelson, were in Brussels. The leftists I know in Europe said, "Yeah, get those bastards out of here. We don't want them." And I'm pretty sure we would say the same about Donald Trump in the room. People see that sometimes the negotiators that are there do enormous damage. We're still reconnecting to Zoom, so I'll just slow down. But any questions so far? And I'll just wrap up with some inspiring struggle story in just a second. Right? Yes.
Over years to this. So how then do you ever get a point where you strike a balance, especially in the African context where we're trying very much to eradicate poverty and bring in more for people, you know, in the economic space?
So that to me, million client jobs was that balance. And one of the people, Donald Brown from AIBC, will be around to update it. Let me just say, I think the balance is also struck by getting access to money, and that therefore, given the failures of the existing systems, and given what happened on July 23rd, I forgot to put the slide in, what happened on July 23rd, 25th, July 25th, in The Hague, 27 children from Vanuatu, that's Vanuatu, a little island in the Pacific, sinking. And they said to the West, and it'll apply to BRICS, they said it to the UN, hey, you owe us reparations. And the International Court of Justice had an advisory opinion. It's not binding, but they said, yes, that's true. There is a polluter pays responsibility. They had a lot of verbiage around it, but the essence of the Hague decision on not just Israel, that's a very important part of what the Hague is doing, but especially because the West and the Brits were together opposing the reparations decision. But if we do reparations, we want to make sure it covers, number one, the loss and damage. So that's the assessments of like that rain bomb. But wait a minute, 500 people died. And they're priceless. Only, by the way, 3 were whites because of the nature of the locations of where people are in the very, very haphazard shack housing. I'm sure you remember the Durban Hills. And so basically 497, I mean, we don't have an exact number, we say 500 because there are a lot of missing. But we say like 500 people died. Isn't their life worth something? And an insurance company would help us out. How many of you have ever done this actuarial work where, you know, at the time of death, a life insurance policy pays out, right? So those are the sorts of things that we probably will start to be building in. And obviously the danger is that if you remember Larry Summers, the former World Bank chief economist, he wrote a memo saying economic logic behind dumping a load of toxic waste on the lowest wage country is impeccable because some people's lives are worth less than others. So you put the toxics that you create in New Jersey, you put them in the DRC because the people in New Jersey, they earn $1,000 a day and the DRC earns $1 a day. So we have to kind of go through and reject that kind of pricing. But the point is loss and damage is now being estimated at $1.3 trillion per year starting in 2030. That's the UN estimates. The second is what African advocates are very insistent on, which is the adaptation costs. So I think it would be, for example, in rural Kenya, the costs of putting in proper irrigation, so those droughts don't continue, or some controls on locusts that come up after that, or stormwater drainage, or better infrastructure in our cities, right? So those would be some of the adaptation expenses. And then a third, which I'm going to just show you to end now, that is, we need to be able to help African countries that do have fossil fuels or whose people are not living industrialized lives, and therefore they're not using the atmospheric space, and therefore we need to be able to say, we compensate you for your unused carbon emissions if we had a fair allocation, Maria.
It's an Ecuadorian idea,
Yes.
Korea's government, but of course no one really paid attention. But that was the idea. They were saying, okay, we are not going to,
So
reduce, and yeah.
So we got the idea from the SMI. So what Maria is discussing is the most formidable climate justice campaign to leave oil under the soil. It's in a place on the border of, and I have my slides because I've been there and hung out with the Action Ecologica activists. And we failed initially. But then 2 years ago, exactly, they had a referendum. And 60% of the people of Ecuador said, leave the oil under this pristine area, the most biodiverse spot in the world. It's a large natural forest in the Amazon on the border of Peru. And as a result, even the right-wing government has to abide by this referendum, 60 to 40%. And we've got a version of it in South Africa that was inspired by that. We want, according to South Africa's national determined contribution, and this was snuck in by a progressive working in the environment ministry before George came from. We want the International Climate and Development Finance Committee to give us resources for non-fossil fuel development in Mpumalanga. We want to leave the coal in the hole, in the place in Mpumalanga where most of it is. Now, unfortunately, we didn't properly win that, but leaving resources underground for the sake of nature and climate is crucial. And Yasuni, I hope, will be our best case study, but we're still working on it to make the JETP work here. But what about human beings? And this is, I think, the most important side. Has anyone ever heard of basic income grants? You've all heard that idea. In fact, you could call it a UBIG, universal basic income grant. This is the pilot that many of us think is the model for doing a UBIG in a climate-affected area where people have suffered extreme weather, a terrible extreme event, a terrible storm or drought. Then you can give people money individually or per household. You can work that out as a detail. But the place where this was tried, about 1 hour to the east of the capital of Namibia, Windhoek, is called Otjivero, O-T-J-I-V. It's one of the heroic sites where a German church, the Lutherans and metal workers, actually agreed to give what was the equivalent of 10 euros per person, about 2,000 people. By the way, of course, it's mostly women and children. Men have been going to the cities or going to places to work and migrating on. And when you do the studies, even this is the Carnegie Council. So the Carnegie Council is a standard American think tank, and they actually acknowledged major improvements in life just from those, and that's an area as desertification. Look, I have a few more slides, but I don't think we might go through on financing, because we've been taking on one of the banks, the biggest, I think I showed it to people, Standard Bank, because they failed to be part of a climate politics, even though they advertised to the contrary. So we see lots of the, sort of proposals, equator principles, ESG, environment, society and governance values. And instead, in the EACOP, East African Crude Oil Pipeline, Uganda to Tanzania, Somkele, which is our main site of struggle of coal, Cabo Delgado, which is the northern Mozambique, the third biggest gas field in the world. We actually have to go out and protest. And I'll just end with a little bit of a site of struggle where people are really fighting right now, which is our beaches. And that's mostly against Shell, Total, and the guy that runs the main TV station, ETV, ENCA. Does anybody know that person? Johnny Copeland? Have you heard of him? He used to be a leftist. He would be happy in a meeting like this 50 years ago when he was a young activist in South Durban, right? But now he's a big oil man and he's the sort of partner. Even though he's white, he gets black economic empowerment status. And all across this whole coastline, we've been seeing absolutely heroic struggles as people are really moving in to defend marine ecology, to defend local fisherfolk, to defend the economic development agenda, but especially to defend against the climate catastrophe. What we haven't got in this wonderful set of protests that have been going on since November 2021, culminating last week in the Constitutional Court hearing, we should know within a month if we won, if we kept oil companies out. But we've got so many interesting fusions, really to answer your question, how do you put people together? Well, we have to be frank that the one that we don't have yet, the missing link, is organized labor. So our efforts to say, especially to the metal workers and the mine workers, don't put the coal on the ships to Israel. Leave the coal in the hole. Access the jet P for any worker who might have been adversely affected or any community that might be losing its backward forward linkages. So we've lost by and large on that crucial front, but it won't stop the protests. And I hope our maturity of what currently exists as 5 distinct climate justice movements, because does anybody work in the NGO sector? NGO-driven movements are dangerous, right? Because of egos, money, turf, and therefore, and also some academics we do some damage. And that means we haven't yet found the unity we need to pull everyone into the kind of argument I've been making for climate justice. We have lots of activism, and the strategic orientation is fragmented and atomistic. Is that familiar? Some of you in different countries, your societies, to make the step to decarbonize, to demand the climate debt, to understand that this isn't just the evil West. Sure, USA #1, historic emissions, no question. They're the main climate debtor and the main debt defaulter and climate denier. So BDS, boycott, divestment, sanctions against the US, is so obvious. Joe Stiglitz wrote about it in 2006. Naomi Klein, the great writer of political economy, has advocated it. Even Nicolas Sarkozy, the corrupt conservative French president, after Trump came to office, said, yeah, sanctions. But I think that's our job, isn't it? Is to figure out where the tools that we have in political economy, understanding power relations, seeing where markets don't work, and avoiding solutions that give the bankers power, like carbon markets, but putting on ecological debts and demanding reparations for the simple reason that if we're not trying to get climate justice, we're not going to solve this climate catastrophe. Thanks.
So I think we have time for a couple of questions. So I think we'll take a round of maybe 4 or 5. Okay, so we'll start there, 1, 2, and then and Paul. Okay.
Thank you, Prof, so much for that presentation. I think you gave me lots to think about in my own mind as well. So that was really interesting. But back to the beginning of the presentation, speaking about President Cyril Ramaphosa. I'm sure you're familiar of the speech he gave back in, I think it was 2023 at the Climate Ambition Summit, in which he gave an impassioned speech, basically calling out the global north world leaders for not really investing in the climate just transition program and not really investing in developing countries' ambitions to redress climate change, but also stop their climate carbon footprint in the world. And so given that many of these institutions and corporations are implicated and contribute vastly to climate change, especially on Thuramos as well, who has investments in the mining sector, do you think there's any value in having these climate finance agreements with these corporations and institutions to basically fund climate justice initiatives? And whether or not that's something that global south countries should be considering that this money is blood money, and we're basically using blood money to invest in climate justice initiatives. Is there value in that arrangement?
Okay, should we take a few?
We're gonna take a round here, Michael, and then Sinale, and then Paul.
Yeah, thanks, Prof. I feel a bit jittery asking my supervisor questions. I'll frame it in such a way that it supports my thought process as I go through my thinking through my daily studies. Now, and I'll use the Kenyan example more specific. We have a situation that, in my opinion, looks like moral double tragedy, particularly for traditional communities. So you have communities that are directly impacted and heavily by climate change. So floods, irregular rainfall patterns, drought, on the one hand, and then on the other, you have corporates that are actually getting into these communities, in the context of carbon credits. So I give an example. In Kenya, we have an organization called Northland Range Foundation, and what they do is take huge chunks of land from pastoralist communities, organize them into unique, high-end tourism facilities, and then in return they claim they are paying the local communities, but they're only being paid something like $1.5 a month, while they are making huge amounts of money. And if you look at, there's a time we're looking at the key financiers of these groups, it's actually Microsoft, one of the biggest financiers. And what they're getting out of these communities is hundreds of thousands of times what the communities are getting in return. In addition to that, the communities are also denied access to their normal grazing lands. And thirdly, they are also denied access to neighboring communities because the rangelands is in the middle, so they can't cross over during migratory periods. So I don't know, in terms of looking at carbon credits, I tend to see it as a new form of neo-colonialism. Taking more from the communities, the pretense of paying them, which are actually tokenistic and is not even supporting the communities overall. So in the end, they lose their livelihoods on the one hand. What they are promised as compensation, they also don't receive. So I don't know if they're looking at carbon credits as a mechanism of climate finance. Is it really an alternative that we can think of, particularly if they're looking at these traditional communities?
Excellent. To piggyback for what he's saying, I think we can relate it to carbon sinks as well, and this whole idea of carbon sequestration, right? And now my thing is, how can we ensure that this whole idea, this process, does not form part of carbon capitalism, right? Which would then prolong like the use of fossil fuels. Yeah.
Could I just take those quickly? It'll just be unless anybody else.
Then go to Paul and Kwasi.
Because I think, Paul and Kwasi, you're not doing these particular questions of carbon markets, right? Because whether it's the general problem in which cooptation and the climate action ideology, don't forget that ideology, markets and technology reforms. and we're very scientific about the way we analyze. So if we take cases like probably at the same $2.50 a month rate that you see from Northern. And the danger is that what looks like a sequestration strategy, like you plant trees and they suck in carbon, and then you've got a net benefit, and you reward the tree farm. Sounds like a win-win. What happens during a drought when the soil is drying? And what used to be a sequestration, that is, they sucked in the carbon, suddenly with a forest fire or a timber plantation. What's the forest? It's what you love going to naturally. What's a timber plantation? That's actually where a lot of these carbon credits go. And it's usually invasive, alien invasive trees, right? That are like pine, eucalyptus, gum trees. And that means that a timber plantation is not a forest, right? It's a green desert. You can walk in a timber plantation, and what do you see on the ground? It's bare. What do you see if you walk into a genuine indigenous forest? You see life. So you know the difference. And so, unfortunately, most of the money is going to not protection of indigenous forests, which often, by the way, means, like in northern Kenya, you keep people out, right? So there's a lot of displacement that goes on. And it also means when you have these fires, do we have problems with fires? All over Africa, but you've seen Los Angeles burn to the ground earlier this year because of sustained drought. You're beginning to see the idea of trees being net sequestration sources reversed, because when you burn a tree, whew, CO2. Now, exactly your case, Michael, is discussed in detail by a friend of mine, Chris Lamb. It's called Red Dash Monitor. I think the last report from the front, April 15, a court upholds a ban on Northern Rangeland Trust blood carbon operations in Isiolo, Kenya. Is Isiolo the pronunciation? Yeah. So we're beginning to see that these injustices can be recognized. The main carbon pilot here in South Africa is where I used to put my rubbish in Durban. It's the biggest landfill in Africa, the Sasa Road, and it was a disaster. I've not actually, when I look hard, I've not seen a successful offset. So the kinds of strategies of sequestration via corporate timber capital, or these NGO trusts and things that get lots of money and don't pass them on, they're just not working. And one reason is climate denialism, because if Donald Trump and also all the banks in the US, they closed down their ESG. It's like DEI. Oh, say those three, what does that mean? Diversity, equity, and inclusion. You're not allowed to say that in the US. Don't even have it on your Twitter account, because when you go into the US on a visit, they'll evict. It's so crazy. And DEI and ESG, that's just gone. So the whole logic behind trying to draw in a socially responsible company is evaporating so fast. And in a way, it's good because the logic or the ideology of this ecological modernization, belief in markets and technology, has shown us again and again not to be up to the job. And isn't it the most simple question of all? And go to the next one. Can capitalism save us? Because ecological crises, and I've just mentioned climate, so we haven't even gotten to the sixth species extinction, ocean acidification, all of the disruptions, plastics everywhere. All of the things that capitalism gives us as externalities are so big at $1,500 per ton social cost of carbon. You actually have to say, capitalism, sorry, you can't do the job. We're going to need an eco-socialism instead, right? So that would be the sort of logic of where we would go with a critique of a mode of production that can't fix itself with its own tools: taxation, carbon markets, and technologies. The last questions?
So Paul, and then Kwasi, and then Mariam, of course.
Thank you so much. lot to digest, so I'm sorry if my questions a bit piecemeal. I guess what I was wondering is just how to try and put together what you were talking about with what Isaac was talking about this morning and the literature around that. And a lot of the readings he shared with us, Ajay Chang and some people in Hallelujah, is sort of in this emphasis on manufacturing. No country's ever stopped being poor about manufacturing, and sort of just to piggyback off the last thing you said, capitalism said itself, probably not. Even though they're talking about industrial policy, it's quite sort of comfortable with capitalism, creating an effective capitalist class, capital accumulation, and so on. And I can see like there's a certain way in which you could repurpose that industrial strategy tradition, think about channeling finance towards green industries and green energy and so on, like up to a point. But more broadly, I don't know, where do you fit your perspective? You made this distinction, climate action and climate justice. Almost that industrial strategy, which just seems like it would sit more comfortably with climate action approaches. So what can be rescued from that, or what should be taken from that to fit the kind of critique that you're talking about?
Great. Okay, thank you very much. A lot of things have been going through my mind with your presentation, because the climate is something that is really under stress of late, especially in Ghana. And there is a group, social environmental justice movement, and there's some documentaries on clothing, Greenpeace, clothing that has been discarded in Accra. It was based in Accra, and he was talking about the fashion companies producing clothing and how to take care of the waste. And you see how these clothing find themselves into water bodies, into areas that were classified as a habitat for endangered species and other things. And then I also looked at the issue of illegal mining in Ghana. Illegal mining has been a historical thing, but since the late 1990s, it used to be the people going underground and do their thing. But then, after I think around early 2000, there was the introduction of surface mining. And these illegal miners are also taking advantage of the surface mining using Chinese technology. So they have one they call champagne, which they use to work the gold. They have bulldozers and other things. And now to the extent that they sit on river bodies and be mining. Really, when you go to Ghana, it's not just an environmental issue, it's also a political issue. And the last election, it was a critical element in the election, but the new government seems to be helpless, not willing. In all these you seem to emphasize much on the climate finance, and what role do we as Africans also figure in this collaborating ourselves to ensure that we can also do something because instead of always allowing the capitalists to take advantage of the environment as well. Thank you.
Thank you. So, because I was working on different energy projects and looking at how, again, I'll be talking a little bit about this too, but how the government or public institutions take on financial risk to kind of invite private partners, investors to invest in projects such as energy projects. And I came across your work when looking at the challenges that those bring, especially when private policies exacerbate inequalities. And I came across two terms or two expressions that you looked a lot, and I would like to just hear words from you about green colonialism and the sacrifice zone. So just
And then should we just have Maria?
Oh, yeah, okay, sorry.
Yeah, I didn't hear. Sorry, no, it's good. Well, thank you for your presentation. It was very interesting.
I was like thinking, sorry for my bias, but like China nowadays, China produces probably like 80 or even more like solar panels. So they really like are leading like the energy transition in terms of technology. But at the same time, I mean, China is the Chinese matrix over 50% is based on coal. So you have this contradiction that they're like leading the energy transition, but it's still, very, based on coal. And it's interesting because they changed like in all these international organizations, dispute, instead of, talking about emissions, they're talking about intensity of, So I was like wondering, I mean, how we can really like push, for having even this more, conceptual, tools like to really push for a real energy transition and not, fighting all these like tricks like to not really enforce a change.
Great, I mean, dear colleague from China is not in the house at the moment. He's coming back. Because it is actually very important to address this before thinking about alternatives that have a grounding in socioeconomic and environmental needs. Because do you all have telephones where you can see the fingerprint of a child worker from Eastern DRC in the coltan and cobalt mines? If you look closely there, have you seen these fingerprints? Have you seen the worker under a huku system? What's huku? You know, the labor migration?
Yeah.
Is that you're working? And that's where, like apartheid, did I say like apartheid? Called migrant labor, or Zimbabweans know, tribal trust lines where people live, but the male workers community. The super exploitation is far more intense, the unpaid women's labor, in the whole cycle of providing workers to companies. Let's say it's Foxconn. This is Samsung, but let's say it's enough. So Foxconn gets super cheap workers through huku, which is still close to 30% of Chinese workers on the apartheid style migrant labor system, which puts the women far back and therefore not part of an urban social reproduction, which would cost the company more. And those two systems of unequal ecological exchange and unequal exchange. So do you remember Samir Amoun, our greatest African political economist? Scylla, you knew him from when we met, I think, just the year of his death, 2018. And he was going from just working on unequal exchange, which is labor values that are differential and therefore provide multinationals higher profit rates in Africa, to unequal ecological exchange, which is the extraction of the coltan. By the way, the Congolese government is so angry they sued Apple because the Chinese mining companies in the Eastern DRC, they don't process and smelt and bring the coltan, cobalt, and lithium out through Kinshasa. They bring it out through Kigali, with the airport, illegally crossing that porous border and encouraging an M23 takeover that even the $4 trillion bonus Donald Trump expects to give big companies in the US to solve that, and he gets the Nobel Peace Prize. Obviously that broke down. Does anyone know that Eastern DRC? We should all be very aware. South African troops going there on behalf of Anglo Gold Ashanti, Patrice Motsepe, Tito Mboweni, the Mosineki brothers. I can go on because I know their histories in Eastern DRC and the sub-imperial SANDF on their behalf, which couldn't defeat M23. Therefore, the Yankees are coming. It's a shocking degeneration. And that relates entirely to a global value chain in which I think exactly, Maria, your problem has to be located, because two parts of capitalism relate from China. One being this expanded global value chain through the Belt and Road, which is all over Africa. But the second, and it's very neo-colonial, isn't it? It's building the bridges, the roads, the mines, plantations, so that you take the stuff out and report it, mostly raw. And where you have sections like Zimbabwe, where iron ore and coking coal are coming together, it's a shocking development. I'm sure have heard of the dim sum plant near Chifu, right? And I happened to visit there a couple of years ago. These are the things that make or ruining the Kafue River. Do we know that river? The big river that goes through Zambia. The Zambezi goes in the bottom part. But the main river that goes through Zambia was ruined in February by Chinese companies, Sino-Leach Metals that dumped 50 million tons of toxic waste from a pavement road. And the river is still ruined, right? And there hasn't been compensation. So at the level of the value chain, we have to look at China as a sub-imperial amplifier of the neo-colonial tradition. And then you look at the exploitation of Chinese workers and the profit flow, which goes to Cupertino, California, where the vast bulk for finance, R&D, distribution, marketing, all the things that are done in head office, the vast bulk. Mike Howard's estimate is 80% of the profits end up in California for all of that destruction that isn't costed in social reproduction, local pollution, emissions, and the depletion. So once we start doing these cost benefit, we would ask our friends in China, I'm going to be at the World Conference on Marxism next month, and I will ask them just openly, when are you going to start doing even an ecological economic accounting, which would mean you really should shut these lines down. And there we get Samir Amin's answer, which I think avoids the sacrifice zones of the Eastern DRC, or places like South Durban, where I lived amidst the refineries with the South Durban Community Environmental Alliance. Those are very, very important. And I would say partly colonialism tells you part of the story, but it's actually a broader theory of uneven development. It includes unequal ecological exchange, including the burden of a climate catastrophe on the poorest countries that have to be part. So colonialism doesn't even really do it. It's really about a global capitalism that we can't force it to internalize externalities. And it might be, and I've forgotten hearing from the Senegal side, that you'll learn from our mistakes for the Just Energy Transition Partnership, because instead of paying the climate debt, the JET-P partners, which are broadly, I think it's France as the leader, or Senegal, but it's also Germany, now it's also Denmark, Holland, and then it's Britain, and until Trump came, it was the Yankees, and the World Bank. And they do the JET-P so they don't have to reckon with the climate debt. And we really should be saying, like the International Court of Justice, those JET-Ps add more debt, because it's nearly entirely, certainly in our case, I don't know about Senegal, but it's nearly entirely a foreign debt that our children and grandchildren will be picking up. That $12.5 billion in Pretoria, which, by the way, Paul, a group called Open Secrets, which is our main investigative group on this, they found that the vast majority of those benefits go to the consultancies, those consultants. So we really are losing so far on demanding accountability, and our northern allies who promoted the JET-P now are looking and saying, actually, that's doing you more harm than good, because your debt is growing, because it's concessional. But the next simple question, how much of the debt do we really need to have as imported goods, as opposed to local currency finance goods, like building some protection against a flood, which is local labor and local materials. And therefore, why have a hard currency liability, debt, in dollars or euros or quid? And those are the tough questions that if you ask your government officials, they will just shut up because they can't answer, because this is part of an imperial finance system. And that's why doing the debt audit, right, Michael, to say, this debt, we shouldn't have taken out. When we borrowed money from the China Development Bank to hire local workers who are paid in Kenyan shillings, why are we repaying in yuan? Because the shilling, tell me if I'm wrong, it's going down. So you're actually repaying at an effective real interest rate, that's adjusted for the decline of the currency, much higher than if you borrowed locally in your Nairobi Stock Exchange. Those are the questions that we need to ask, which to me bring us to the final toughest question. I happen to be at the right place at the right time in 1994, I worked in the civic movement. Some of you in South Africa would have heard of SANCO, South African National Civic Organization. SANCO was a very good, strong democratic organization then. I won't say what it is today. It's not that. At that time, as their main technical person, could type really fast with okay English, and you can tell from my accent, no politics, no constituent, just an immigrant kind of character. They put me in charge in Mandela's office of writing the first white paper because I typed up the Reconstruction and Development Program. I was in the right place at the right time in August, September 1994, so I got to see, and I've written a couple of million words, whistleblowing and spilling the beans, the power relations, because we had, Paul, a Reconstruction and Development Program. It might speak to your question, Casey. Where do you really want your industrial policy to go? And to me, it should always come from the base and its needs. And how do we know? Has anybody ever heard of ACLED? ACLED. It's coming out of Sussex, but it's a great tool.
Yeah, I know a colleague.
Okay, a colleague works on it. They measure everywhere there's grievances. They also measure violence from the state. But if you are curious in your country, who's protesting and where, you can find, how do they do it? Big data sweeps. They search every newspaper that they can find online in 180 languages. And they find the details on a march, a protest, a demonstration, and they put it onto acleddata.org. And you can find for your country month after month explosions of anger. So why are people angry? So that's the question to me, which would be a demand-driven policy that might not be an industrial policy based on special economic zones, industrial, all the kinds of things that we are suffocated with, which I've done big critiques of all of those here. But it strikes me that the basic needs, which are water and sanitation systems, housing, clinics, schools, electricity, decent roads and public transport. Can I go on? Public health, the reproductive health, the child care, all of these things that are not provided across most of the continent and not provided well in what's basically the most industrialized country, South Africa. That should be the basis, shouldn't it, for development policy. How much would be industrial policy? A great deal. So there you'd ask, which is the question we also ask our friends in China. If you're overproducing steel and Donald Trump has just cut imports, why are you just dumping? What does the word dump mean? Selling below the cost of production. Why are you dumping in South Africa? Are you killing South Africa's private sector, flatly state-owned, ArcelorMittal? And we're chopping all of our foundries right now, as we speak. Massive cuts in capacity. We were at 9.7 million tons a year. This year will be about 4 million. Next year, 2 million, right? The cuts in our local steel because of dumping. Now, we do have a very good unit called International Trade Administration Commission in Pretoria that, with the Minister Parkstown not really watching, is now putting on lots of protective tariffs against China on steel and tires, nuts and bolts. There's a huge variety now of dumped products because of the problem, and Maria hinted at it, so I'll close with this, the problem of the overaccumulation of capital in China. What does that phrase mean? Has anyone heard that term, overaccumulated capital? Now, if you hear Janet Yellen, the former US finance minister, say, China, you're over capacity with your electric vehicles, your batteries, your solar panels. You got to stop. You're over capacity. What do we say to her? Climate crisis, idiot. There's no such thing as overcapacity for solar panels and batteries. So we need to change the calculus, which is her calculus, which is her companies, including Tesla, making profits. So there, capitalism is delivering too many goods too cheap and ruining electric vehicles, solar panels, and batteries in not just the US, but also the European leaders said the same to Xi Jinping. Stop producing solar and batteries and EVs. It's incredible. How stupid can they be? Because they're just following the logic of capitalism, right? But there is a problem. And obviously we want free solar. And you'll see this if you come to Soweto on Wednesday. That's their campaigning. Free solar panels. instead of the coal-fired, they're very climate conscious, these commoners of free electricity. But also, we need to figure out how to manage overproduction. And there's a word we use called devalorization, which is what the Marxists like to throw in. Oh, cause devalorization. Well, it's overaccumulated steel, 50% over capacity. Let the stupid South Africans bear the costs, wreck their steelmaking capacity by dumping, and then you can predatory price afterwards, right? That's the sort of logic of a Chinese capitalist, even a state company. And to close, just think about it in those respects. I've described it as a Marxist. Sorry, that's my training. You know, we all have our baggage. But what if you like an idea? Has anyone heard this? Probably not much on the African continent. But I was just in Europe. It was on everybody's tongue. Degrowth. What is degrowth? Right? Instead of that fetish to always accumulate and to have consumer society dominate and to have our minds full of adverts, right? And I just saw some note about TikTok, which is supposedly being sold to a US company. But the kids in the US, I'm sure not in your wholesome societies, these poor kids in the US where I grew up, those kids do 2 hours TikTok a day. Wow. Think of the mind management of capitalists to inject advertisements and screw up and make them acquisitive or body conscious or prone to suicide, all the kinds of horrible things that you get by sucking in social media, right? Think of the extraordinary help that you could launch a re-education that would be less committed to sort of obscene levels of consumptive desire that every Western youth is, and also many British kids are subject to. That would be my last point, which is why we need back to basics. And I think I'd leave you with one operative verb to make this happen. It comes from Samir Amin. What's his most famous verb? Delinking. We need to delink, right? We need to find ways to identify the worst circuits of capital. Maybe just 10 seconds for the best example ever. The best example ever. Delinking from Western pharmaceutical companies' branded AIDS medicines. Does anybody in the house know the story of AIDS, or you know people who are living with HIV? And it was a death sentence, wasn't it? And there was stigma attached to even acknowledging you might be HIV positive because there's no cure. And suddenly, to solve that, because if you were in San Francisco as a gay man and you could get, you know, $10,000 a year to pay for your antiretrovirus, you could live for ages, for decades. But if you're in Africa, that $10,000 wasn't there. So that was the rent, the profit that a few companies like GlaxoSmithKline and Merck were taking from having a monopoly production system. And because of activists, the Treatment Action Campaign here, and many of your own activists, the monopolies were very strong. And they persuaded in 2001 at the World Trade Organization meeting in Doha. Why? What did we say happened in Seattle? Seattle was 1999. 70,000 activists knocked out the WTO. The African delegations, led by a Ugandan who's in our family, Yash Tandon. Do we know that name? You know Yash Tandon. He was in our meeting with Samir in 2018, and he led the African delegations. And there was actually one African there who came in to the African meeting. I've been in the green room, my dear colleagues. We're working on a solution to the WTO Millennium Round. And his name was Alec Irwin. He was the trade minister from South Africa. And the African delegate said, "Who are you, honky?" And they wrote down the Seattle. They wouldn't let it occur, which meant in 2001, they went to Doha, terrible place. Okay, Israeli bombs aside, but I mean, a terrible place to do business. But we had enough power in Doha, in the movements, to say, you will not put intellectual property on life-saving medicines for 40 million people living with HIV. And we won. Now, in this country, we had a guy, Thabo Mbeki, who didn't get the, AIDS, HIV. It took 3 more years, but eventually he was pushed out of the way, even though he still was president for another 4 years. And then we got AIDS medicines for free from public things, right? And the people here, about 7 million people living with HIV, who had a death sentence in 2005 had driven our life expectancy down to 52. And now we could queue up. And the queues weren't so bad. And it didn't matter if you're poor or middle class, you could get ARVs for free that were made generically in the factories here in Midrand, or in Harare, or in Kampala. And those free AIDS medicines for people delivered through the public sector led to life expectancy rising in this country from 60 to 52 to 65, just for COVID. Something similar, Taffy, in Zen, right? Incredible increases that I would say are the exemplary key-making, because they do something that all of us, I'm sure, want to do, which is the globalization of people and societal interests in retaining our humanity and our ecology against the globalization of capital, which wants to do the opposite. When I think of Samir, the greatest African political economist, and his continual advice, look at the circuits of capital you're embedded in. Are you in global pharmaceutical capital? De-link the way that exactly would see. Are you in the financial circuits of capital? Default on your debt after a debt audit, put on exchange controls to stop your unpatriotic bourgeoisie from fleeing, right? He would say de-link from those circuits of capital that are underdeveloping. And if anyone wants to go into the extractive industries and talk about the loss of Africa's wealth through non-renewable resource depletion, be around at lunch and the next few days. So I think we'll have to take a break for lunchtime. Can we talk after that? Yeah.
Thank you so much, Prof. This was wonderful. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks for being patient.
All right, so we'll break for lunch. It's ready outside, and we'll be back in an hour for our third lecture of the day.
Thank you. Very, very patient, because my sort of occupational hazard. Let's see. This is very cheap on that. And it was one of our students. 6 months interested in that stuff. Yeah, it's quite size is what things. Yes. Yes, sound means. Yeah. How are you? Yes. There's so one of the presentation trying to was a new we had a presentation, non-presenting.
But it is on that one.
Yeah. Yeah. So look, they run. I don't think so. Right, I change. It's a good set. We want something. I was focusing the changes the sound from this and to this kind of thing. This is saying whatever. I'm saying mistake. You want to call it some and now the news numbers.
Yes, I've made a payment to you. I'll send you the proof of payment. Unfortunately, what you're suffering from is your decision. You chose to move from FNBs to Stanford, so yeah, you listen to the money state. I'll send you the proof now. And he got the SMS notification, but why is this thing happening?
Maybe that's when he was there like that. He really needs them.
Like people, he did. Good. Yes, I'll send you the screenshot there. Yeah. Check the account, you should have the number. Good. Yeah, or maybe by tomorrow, so you should have moved from FNB, so that's the issue. I can't remember, I think it was I paid and PR all of them. The first one is the one that I remember I did it, but I can't, this one I have done in PR unless it did not activate. Give it until tomorrow, you should have it there for sure. If you can't have it, say past tomorrow, then I can follow up on the band. Not the sharp. Thank you.
No, until I have to. And no. Tenth kind you. Sorry, that's at this point, sorry. Okay. Đoạn mà lao cái chọn nhờ. Có một bạc lá của cái loại như như vậy. Nó số là bình dạng. Okay. That's the answer.
Wonderful.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
So Mariam has a presentation now. It's with her, Mariam.
She's still.
Yeah, she's here.
So I've asked her if she wants to project from her own paper if she wants to share, but she hasn't let me know. But anyway, she's here, so I don't know the prizes.
Yes.
If you don't like the connection. Yeah, it's better. Thank you.
Yeah. Like it will be, who's the work.
So, you can, I don't know, maybe it doesn't. Use of exposure limits.
Keep the same.
What's I just think one of the things that she said.
Oh, yes.
And I think we did but like it just needs a few things in these ways.
And also, it will be better if we use this as 6 to use the maximum because I see this. What feels really bad.
Yeah, I think we should probably do that after lunch, right before the session. So when everyone comes home, we just start the session. While the IT sets up the presentation, you can ask them to all like, well, I can ask them to all get here. Then you can arrange the banner and stuff. How do you want? Maybe that's you have to one minute. Then yeah, let's do that, but like right after the lunch now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just saying this one. We could really use the ball in inside the sit away so the whole space. We have the whole, so you can really get.
Mayaga. Is it Mayaga? You know we have a colloquial saying, a street saying that goes with your name.
Really, what is it?
Mayaga. Mayaga, to say Mayaga means a person expressing likeness.
Oh, nice.
I like that. This man.
Oh, I love it.
That is it's a street language.
Yeah.
On stage.
What's it?
And yeah, I was saying. What we need to do is to remove. We need to remove some seated. We need to remove these chairs, these 2 chairs. This one.
Yeah, I'm sure this one's the one seems here.
Yeah, those I'm talking about these black ones.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's fun. We can buy anything.
It's fine. Yeah, of course, yeah. So, this way, let's see.
The contract will not that. Since that is not off. The contract of one thing. And that can be two guesses. Of that do that for that share do that of that. So the things we have to wind up. My issue is that we need some of these things. Yeah, so I'm saying the treatment of that and so that so we see that we see by looking at all of these expression is not
This is not this. When we moved in, last time I see it. It's all right. Oh, so
Outside.
here, oh yeah, we wanted to take a group picture right now, we started.
Yeah. Some of you can see, there's some seated in the agency.
Okay, it's fine, all the short people.
Oh, I think I can get.
No. So we're actually taking a good little film. Yeah, we wanna take a group picture just before we start, so, yeah. Is the light not big outside?
It's fun, yeah. Thank you. But you can sit.
Yeah, in the meantime, you can have a seat, yeah. Only if I could just share me to that. Sure, sure. So, all right. Sure.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
You had some fun. You went to you don't know all of it. So study, yeah.
Very good.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's cool. Then it's going to work is probably very very
Oh.
it's the English.
Oh, good. How was it? Right.
Well, there's that work is in it's not easy. You know, some point one, you know, like the trouble.
For your wing. Yes, right. It's another. Yes, when you do the title, actually, that has a program around the one. Oh, Bishop. Yes, yes, Mark. Yeah, you right. Yeah. You know, so I did it with the rest of having the need for the 7 years, we will. Why left? Yeah, but outside. No, I feel very informal. Yeah. 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 And Oxfam would be more yeah. I don't agree. Even if the financial guy. That's a very famous saying.
Yes, there is. I do not. It's my considered my marriage, so also it's an inheritance. I don't inherit learning that way. But I also know that it's quite the guidelines. It's like if the it's really
Where are you?
yeah, that's really. I was working there, so I am a solid tenant. Yeah.
He's said, for you, right?
Yeah. It makes me think, just before we start, we're gonna start everybody back off. Yeah. Thank you.
I actually can't.
Have that.
There's like a comment.
Spots for middle school.
Ah, maybe if I'm already know.
For the picture. I would say that I'm actually focusing on. For the
That's the comment.
So, yeah, so I have next year. Oh my goodness, I know.
Guys, we are ready for all of you guys. We are ready for vision. We are ready for vision for answer.
No, I'm fine here.
Now we are
I feel like it's.
there is a seat here.
Yes, no, I'm coming. Let's take it on floor. Space for me.
Is everybody here?
I think so.
Maxwell and I think there is one more. I think there is one more, two more.
It's also very good to take some pictures when some people are not here.
I'm sure we'll take.
Same day by you, I'm just keep it, those expectations and won't say that. I want you.
Ideas I can't have that in maybe like 6 hours or something, so not as famous as we would like.
Make us as famous as you can.
Of course, I will do my best. Is someone going to?
I mean, still is the.
And don't go, should I?
Nobody's going.
Yeah.
He's coming back. Is it that bad? Does he have to go?
No, he's
He's outside now, maybe I'll try and get him.
Yeah. So you said my two notes.
He also mentioned.
If we do this, we actually screw it up. You did, so you've been used to very satisfying. And now we drive through here. Do you recommend that, you know that New Zealand? I was there years ago, and it was good. It charges $50. Is it free or? I thought that was you tell me, I'll think about that. And maybe there is another the case to input. Where they do the evaluation. You know this guy. There's fruits and nuts.
What did I do? Okay, nothing fell. As long as nothing fell, I'm good.
Are you getting ready?
Yes, it goes.
Yes.
Yeah.
How do we look? Beautiful. Most good students. So what about Manda Owenja? Does everybody know what those two words mean? The visitors have to learn.
Good.
Beautiful. That's what I
think they are should be like this, I think.
Yes, it's parking at a time. It's right.
How are you? Good. From there? Yeah. That's nice. It's hard to talk about. So,
Yeah, like it's like a studio. I just wanted to get how it works. No, it's a different. I don't think you can download it. I just made it opportunity first, the second to present on that because it's dying.
Assume so that you can just do video it's free for the computer. You know, what you
Okay.
So you what's your
Will you connect to this?
yeah.
So.
You have Zoom. Yeah.
What is this?
Yeah.
Oh, here, okay.
Yeah, that's there are people who
Okay.
Yeah.
so they let me know.
Let me fall with it and come back. But I feel like it's just not.
I didn't need something of water. No, those are supervised by officers. And that is okay. Community human projects. Yeah.
I just make you can I share this with you and then we can open it on the video.
Yeah, you can. Or if you don't connect it to the. Oh, okay.
Very long task.
He's coming to my It's fine. Yeah.
Tearing to is not. Share the part now.
Yeah. I've been there, I've been in the South Africa, I've been. That's big, yeah. Okay. There's a time when we started. Yeah.
And so what is your email?
Which little life. Yes. Leadership.
Yeah, that was one day. I didn't have to.
No.
There is very second, it's really second.
Yeah,
right. Yes, you will be able to get it now. I saw it.
The first recording.
Having recognized things, but yeah, that's the same.
Yeah.
Just wanted to share like a dashboard that I gave. That's fine. Okay, let's, okay. Sure, let me just.
Should I go ahead and make a PDF?
I have. I feel proud that it.
In order to the exact question was oh yeah. How do you get people there to see? Still some is
Okay, we're ready. We're ready to start. All right, hi everyone. Thank you. Thank you, Mayada. So thanks for having me here today. I am Miriam Touré from IBM from Senegal. So I did my PhD on agricultural adaptation, climate change in sub-Saharan Africa, but today I'm talking about a different topic which I've been working on. So it's about beyond de-risking. So it's reclaiming the financial autonomy for equitable development. And that is based on a analysis that we've done on energy projects in 3 main countries, Ghana, Nigeria, and South Africa.
So.
So first of all, what is about de-risking? I briefly mentioned about it. It's when public institutions or the government is taking on financial risk to make investments on public projects. So it's like, okay, as a state, you don't have enough money, we need to finance projects on health, on energy, on other sectors, but we focus on health, on energy projects. And then we're gonna invite private investors to come invest, and then we de-risk it by kind of backing up if the project fails or just defaults, so that they can help us finance projects that are really important to our country. So I'll briefly go over how it works, the risks and the results, and I hope by the end of the presentation, you might come up with one example of de-risking projects that you might learn. So concretely how it works, I just to name a few, there are subsidies where the public money is given to support those projects. It can also be guarantees. So as I said, the state or some public institutions backing it up when things go wrong. It will make regulations that are favorable to protect those investors. That is through public-private partnerships. And how about the risk coming here? So there are inequalities because it is making those public services not.
Yeah, it's for people to be able to see.
Okay.
Yeah, right, is that better?
Yeah,
that is, yes. Great too. Sorry, Mariam.
Oh, sorry. So the risk that comes with those de-risking projects, it's just widening inequalities because prioritize those investors over making basic services affordable. So I will go over some examples to see really how it works. And then the problem about debt. So the government is taking all those debts again at the benefits or the advantage of those private investors. And that leads also to the privatization of those public goods and services. Like an example from Senegal, we have the TER, so which is like a road that is being built by some French company. I just don't have the name handy, but that should be public service. But it's financed by those private investors from France, and then it is making the cost of those public goods really not affordable to the population. And then also there is a power shift because there is the interesting shift from governments who now leave the power to the investors or to the financial markets. And as a result, we have two main phenomena that we see. The profits are being privatized while the debt and the risks are being socialized, so bearing to the population or even to the public institutions. And this model is exacerbating three main things: the debt, the inequality, and the social justice that we've been talking about earlier. So a word about the Wall Street consensus is that they look at the environmental issue not as a to prioritize social good, public good, but they see it as an investability problem. How can we make foreign investors find our country investable, or how they can, in the name of investment, create even more debt into our countries. And the next step, and the next slide will be talking about why our government are accepting such projects. And here I'll be addressing the energy deficit. So they do it from different types of projects, as I said, not just energy, but also in the education, in the healthcare system. But for this presentation, we are just looking at energy projects. Oh, yeah. So the first fact is that we have so about 509 million people do not have access to electricity on the continent. So the darker it is, you see the less access to electricity. So you see the continent is all blue. In Senegal, where I'm from, in South Africa, and yes, you name it. Yeah, and if you have questions, you can so here we are looking at the power demand for the different continents. So here we have Africa, here we have South America, Asia, this is North America. So we look at the different sectors in the transportation, the residential, industry. And something I found interesting to compare was Africa and South America, because it's kind of in terms of superficie, kind of similar. But we see that the power demand is 5 times less in Africa than in South America, not even to compare with other parts of the globe. And looking at the reason why this is happening, the first cause, this goes back to the limited electricity access and also the slow pace of electrification. And about the challenges, we have the high initial costs. I think maybe I can have a conversation with some of you, and also the technological barriers, explaining why we have these vast deficits. And also two main facts worth mentioning here is that especially power outage costs about 2 to 4% energy loss in our GDP annually in the continent. So that's from the AFP. And even though the continent holds about 60% of the world's best solar resources, it only accounts for 1%. Again, data from the World Organization. So looking at these facts, that's why our countries are rushing into whatever deal we might have to kind of help the population present a relief to those energy projects. But this, as we want to argue, you're doing it the wrong way and potentially go to some solutions or recommendations. So the evidence, as I will say, we look at 241 projects, which account to about 61+ billion US dollars. And the creation or the announced creation of about 46,000 jobs. So we look at these three main countries, we look at the numbers of projects, the estimated public costs, public debt, and the numbers of jobs created. So we have South Africa is championing this with 177 projects. We have Nigeria and Ghana also. So see, these numbers are massive, even though it is really showing an excitement about solving these energy deficits, but as we will see, the inequalities from this are just widening. And you see the enormous numbers of jobs also being created. So I don't know if time permits later on, I might show you a dashboard looking at the different projects and the different elements that. So who bears the risks? That is the main question. So who bears the risk? So we will talk about the sovereign guarantee. As we know, the sovereign guarantee is the fact that the government is backing up those institutions if things go wrong. In which currency are those that taken on, and what risk they present in terms of foreign exchange risk on the government. So just looking at first of all the typical currency. So we have South Africa having those that in their own currency. We have for Ghana and for Nigeria they have a major foreign currency. So that might explain the sovereign guarantee being at low risk for South Africa. So when looking at the exchange rate, it's high, I would say, for all of the countries. Because even though it is known for South Africa, there's a big but. That being that even though it is the debt is being contracted in local currency, but when those foreign investors kind of bring their capitals back to their countries, that might affect the exchange rate. So again, an indirect consequence about the foreign exchange rates of the government. And also the mechanism here is that the creditors can use legal terms to sue the government for repayment if things don't go right. So again, socializing losses. So more about the risks and the inequality. First of all, looking at the gender inequality, maybe I think someone from the feminist organization might explain more on that. But just to look at the female employment percentage for the three countries, 11%. And then we have Nella Kabir saying rightly that without the quality employment and the quality policies needed, women are just adversely incorporated into low quality work, just reinforcing inequality. About green colonialism, we had Professor Bond, that's why I was asking him questions about that. And so those renewable projects create those sacrifice zones where people from disadvantaged population were displaced without even having the fair compensation or incentives to do so. And another consequence here is about the fossil fuel lock-in, especially for Nigeria and Ghana. Okay, so what we have right now, as I explained earlier, was the Wall Street consensus, where the governmental problem, rather than being seen as an opportunity for public goods or investment, or public goods is seen as an investability problem. And we have Dr. Sima who just left and Professor Daniela Gabor, who talks about the Bandung consensus or the rooted conflict. So just to sum up the two paradigm here. So what we have right now is mainly about the central bank independence, fiscal austerity, and the capital movement. While what is being proposed, as you see this next to each other, is to make sure that our countries do have industrial policies that we need to make that transition to meet the energy needs in our countries by strategic capital controls, to not build local markets, but local sovereign markets, which is really important. so that even though, as you see in South Africa, the hard money flows, it can be prevented, especially from the foreign investors' speculation. So yeah, in one word, if there's something to summarize this, is that the sovereign financial autonomy for mission-oriented industrial financing. So about some concrete recommendations. First of all, in debt and finance, gender equity, the energy model and safe points. So I really want to talk about the gender issue. We talk about it. Shift again to sovereign local currency financing to promote community ownership models, but mainly focusing on the role of the developmental state, with two main ideas here. So the first one is to articulate a green industrial policy, where we have national goals for technology transfer and local manufacturing. And the other one is kind of the discipline capitals, where we have the famous carrot and stick measure towards subsidies and regulation. So to kind of wrap up, it's not just about an energy policy, it's more than that. A true transition requires a sovereign transition. There is a new form of functionality, so shifting nations to their own policy space and their financial autonomy. So again, the main question being asked here is not whether the global south will develop. At some point it will, but who will control the process and who will give the benefits? So that's all I have for you. And yeah, I believe it was a bit quick. If there are questions, I could go back about the bigger scheme, or are you thinking of any projects?
Any questions, comments? Oh, of course, and then you go ahead.
Thank you very much. Very, very interesting. So I had a question just in terms of, in the discussions, whether you had any thoughts about the private domestic banking system. So in terms of what do we think would the role of the private domestic banking system be as part of the responding and how do we feel about de-risking the private domestic banking system in certain instances? That means stimulates domestic.
Yeah, that's a really good point of that. Yeah.
Would you like to take a couple or should you answer?
Yes, please.
I have a question also.
Yes, please.
So I guess as some clarification on the USD itself is you mentioned that it's essentially like the government essentially backs it up as a way to make it more attractive in a sense.
Yeah.
So then what benefit does the state get, or if any, if it succeeds or if it works well, or like what happens with the sharing of profits essentially?
That's also a good point. So I'll answer this question about the role of the domestic private investors
and banking system. Yeah.
And the banking system. Yeah. So their role as so what we would like for them to do is to be able to be part of the process. So to include them into the strategic central banking. So we want them to be giving them space. So again, a kind of maybe of leadership or political decisions, because our government, the way they frame it, or at least I can speak this for the case of Senegal, being mainstream, we always rely on investors, as I said, from France or other countries, to really help us finance those projects that are dear to our existence, especially in energy projects. But from my perspective, I feel like they must be given more space. to be part of the process so that we can have those projects for in at least our local currency, not just in Euro or the US dollars. So that's my really basic impression about that. Yeah. So yeah, that just answered to me.
Yeah, follow on that, because I think for strategic capital control, certainly a sort of defensive posture against hot money is absolutely fine. Even the IMF has at times said that's okay. But don't we also want to control capital that's sloshing around, especially with cryptocurrencies, easily now escape, which means an unpatriotic bourgeoisie has more influence, and our ability to set our own interest rates is diminished. Therefore, capital controls that keep money in African countries, the way we had before the 1990s. And secondly, once the money is kept inside, would you endorse prescribed assets, that is forcing the private sector to buy certain shares in state securities, especially green securities, compelling them, which means you don't really have to do a blending. You don't have to work on de-risking. You simply have a sovereign bond and you force local financial markets to invest in it. Given that so many financial markets are in this state of overaccumulation, they're bubbles. And what we're doing then is to say that that fictitious capital, that financial paper, that's just casino-like, we're grounding it, we're putting it into state assets. Now, all of this presupposes that you have a decent state and that neoliberals have been swept away. But in a way, to do any of these, you have to presuppose that. So maybe that's the other question, not just capital controls against unpatriotic bourgeoisie taking their money away, putting on prescribed assets. Even South Africa had prescribed assets before the mid-1990s. But thirdly, what's our theory of change to clear out the neoliberals and all the opposition, dealing from IMF, which wouldn't really let us do any of these things? Could you answer those quickly? Sorry if that's all day, all night discussion.
Yes, a lot of questions, I feel like, entering to that, but yes, as I cannot speak especially for the case of South Africa, but Senegal, we are really, again, about down to what IMF, what the world that is saying, even though they come up last week, they meet the Ministry of Energy talking about carbon taxation, right? It's at another level where it's not helping us at all. So I completely agree with you about setting up the grounds, making sure that even though those local private sectors that might take the money and invest it to other countries must be having like a framework, strategic framework that will force them to invest in the country. So I just completely agree with that. And but right now our ministry is being advised by the ministry. I don't know if that might eventually help.
But I mean, in Senegal, you probably have the most progressive elected government in Africa.
Yeah.
Or I thought that until they offered a game of golf and a golf course to Donald Trump in the Oval Office.
They viewed it as a strategic.
That was terrible. Well, we have even worse case here. But what is the theory of change to get some of these reforms? You have a theory of how to change the power relations in Senegal or other places you've looked?
I feel like it's first of all a political willingness, because we have brilliant economists like Sula, like you also mentioned earlier, who set up the grounds of how all this should happen. So not to cut ties with the IMF and World Bank in some sense, but at least to have that audacity of saying, well, we need to give more power to our private sectors, who some are really capable of, but just not given the opportunity. To me, giving them the opportunity to work on these projects and giving them credit at least for the local knowledge, to me is the main barrier. after everything else is just meaningless. And for my other, I forget your question. I don't really.
I wanted to know what happens as I understand a bit about like backing up the risk itself, but what happens if it moves forward and is successful, and etc. Is there any reap? Is there any public reap from the perspective of the state?
Yeah, the state is really in a sense, if it goes well, as I said, it's because it is something that they should have done. Let's say investing in more infrastructure for the road or access to water or anything. So they should have done it, but they just do not have the money to back up those projects. That's why they are inviting foreign investors to come and do it. But if it works well, they are kind of taking the place of the state to do it. But again, it's investment that is creating more debt because it is being paid in foreign currency. And since they come to make the investment, so it's their own, so they fix it at the price, let's say, to have access to those public goods. But even if it goes well, the population is still paying the high price for using it and for taking benefit.
Thank you very much for very insightful presentation. My question relates to my other question, but I would like to find out, you give us the numbers of projects involved. You have idea of specific projects in the state of their implementation, so that we can see if the risking projects or agenda is making progress, or what is the state of those projects under that format.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. That's why I wanted to share with you. I had like a dashboard where I put for the 3 different countries, the different projects. I do not have the project names. You guys didn't want to. I really wanted to share with this dashboard. Maybe what I can do, I can just hand it like this. But you see,
Yeah, I'm asking that because I see the same formula that was used in Ghana to build the University of Ghana Medical School Center. Medical Center is a very magnificent edifice and a very complex hospital. And government gave the guarantee to the university to raise the money to do that. And at a point, there seems to be some issues about ownership, issues about the payment of the loans, a lot of other issues. That is why I wanted to find out.
Yeah, this is a good example. I was hoping to find.
Your battery cylinder.
Yeah. I can just hand it just to show it.
After the battery.
So, trust me, but I will make it around. So it's about the different resources in South Africa. This big example of South Africa, and we have the different projects here. So if you want to say, it's probably what.
Get the details.
Yes.
Okay.
So this is going to be
that
the
all
set
for?
Let me check. Yeah, we are still working on how to put it into the idea of website, but it is. So yeah, as long as we have to make sure that this is what part of the government is risking it. And we have mainly from the like the World Bank and also from Chinese bank coming in And so we have different structure of the partnership. So it's not just like I did a really great presentation, but it's like a whole comprehensive work on the different energy projects. As well talked about. Yeah. So most of them from the ones we analyzed, they are operational.
Okay.
As most of them started since 2001. Yeah, but you will share this.
As this solar energy drive. I don't know much about that, but it's also one of the projects you looked at.
Yeah.
I think it's public-private partnership.
Yes, most of them, yes, most of the projects are public-private. Yes, Maria.
Yeah, I have a question. There's like a problem when you get these loans in dollars, and for example, the energy sector, you sell the energy in the local price, in the local currency. So, you know, it's like a big deal then, like to how you update the prices in order to repay the loan because it's a dollar, and then, you know, we have a lot of variations, particularly in Argentina. So how are you thinking about that? I mean, I don't know how is the situation in Senegal, is it more stable? How we are, you know, trying to measure this risk?
Yes, it's a very good question, and that's just joining the argument of remember the table I have with the sovereign guarantee and the currencies. So at least in the case of Senegal, using the CFA, which is backed by the European Central Bank, and say so euro is kind of stable in a sense, but still we do not have any control of the money being the amount of money being printed. We don't have a proper monetary policy since we do not see the currency. At least we see from the example of South Africa, the loans are being done in local currencies, which gives them some level of freedom, but still, when all those capital for investors are moving back to their countries, you can't trade. So that is part of the role. So if you take loan, we are advocating to make your best to take it at your local currency to avoid those discrepancies, because if things go wrong, the exchange rate skyrockets, make things that even more expensive for the lenders, just for the borrowers. So yeah, it's a really good point, and it's joining the road.
We have any more questions? Okay, all right, okay, so thank you very much, Marianne. So we'll have a just so we can get the projector back up, we'll have a quick coffee break. We have our final session. We actually were.
Hello.
I'm saying hello to you.
We also asked. Everybody has changed. I'm messaging Ruby now.
Yeah, it's only the detail like they were. Look and see if we can manually. We can navigate the power ways, it's going to make a difference. You might go over here. Yes, I think we can see if there's a red light on. It's coming up. Yes. Don't work up. You know Johannesburg, is this your first visit? So you do that, the medicine, I was back on. Yeah, I'm talking about. I got 70.
Like other games. It's your whole time. Yeah, that's why I really love like movies when they actually gone actually the other day or exactly. Yeah. Very good. Yeah, like, they go from another board and they can like other. You're like saying there. Just not really good. When you say your organization, that's all. Yeah, in what? We have people, right? So this, we have this. We also did Sunday. We'll talk about it. They go up picture and their promotion. Very much. Yes, and want to see yeah, you also not to that. I've been trying to think what's the for many years, but I didn't work and a couple of months. Well, some people that work here with you want yeah, the needle is this money is very common. You know what? Yeah. He's grinding politics and it's very much. Yeah, we just sick disaster. Yes. Yeah, I'll show you much. Yeah, that's yeah, many years ago, so we keep in touch. When I have enough fun, who's getting a school, yeah. I just check time. I'm not public school. I have. Yes,
I mean, it's something. Thank you.
It's not chocolate cake.
It's not triple chocolate cake.
Wow, you want specific?
It's not triple chocolate cake.
It's her tiramisu.
It's yay. But it'll do, you know? Something. Yeah, it's probably nice.
It's different worlds.
It's appreciable.
Yeah, no, I mean, and then you let go for. This is very, very nice. Other place to see them.
Yes, so the plan is to do so many.
Yeah, you won't be able to, yeah, I'm sorry.
But my little human. Oh.
So he's a little sick.
Yeah, she was years old. Oh, yeah. So he needs to, and my husband was traveling, he's just filled in on China. So he's no way.
Yeah, no, right.
It's
It's
gonna
gonna
be
be
people in that.
Yeah, so I know we're chef like we have like 6 hours to cook.
Oh, wow.
Yes. Well, yeah, yeah.
I'm just not controlling this, this 2 hours.
No, but it's like that, yeah, the jokes. Do you have like a direct point before or no?
I mean, the rules is like, oh my god, it's really different.
Oh, even like more than I.
Yes. Is that short? Is this like 400 minutes?
Oh, no, yeah. I think, I mean, I was in Washington, Atlanta, so. Yeah.
Oh, no, it's 60 hours.
That was harsh.
Oh, wow. That's pretty much.
Are you feeling running from agency or the ideas?
Okay.
Yeah, it worked. We don't know what happened. And then more,
Oh, sure, yeah. This will be our and make sure it's either. I did not fly. I'm not. Oh, I think we have to have a strategy.
Yes. This one, see how it's, it's.
So we will see. Yes, I'm looking at energy projects, I'm trying to China in other years. Outside.
This chance, I'm left.
Yeah. Yeah, we're trying to explain.
The remote?
The remote, the area from.
Let's go with the.
Yeah, I think this one is outside. So then just goes by. Yeah. But it's interesting because it's very transformative for you, so now you have to stay back, although like I have so. Yeah. So it's like the worst scenario, just big maximum interest rates.
Yeah.
Or I don't have that, it doesn't do any action because it's a failure. So. Yeah.
This one without permission, you can be trouble, so that's it, but really should be, yeah, you understand something.
Yeah.
And something which they put in theory, but it's just.
Is one more complicated, yeah. But something that, I was looking at, we found is in my project, it's like, the changes. I don't know why, it was great, so one, thank you very much. No problem. So basically, it used like other Chinese projects, but this project stopped. So that's the way that they push the government. They also can do it cross. Because in the island. And actually makes I did the thing there. So that actually make an obstacle in Chinese land. Because our kids actually think that there.
So they don't want to be the same project.
Or do they like, no, they're just saying our internet only what they do.
It is interesting that talking about ethics environment, you could, always change and say. Yeah, we become even more and more important part there.
Pushing our friends, you guys.
Somehow I didn't know what to say, but. Obvious for for it's like I said, I've told people something like it. Also like leadership I don't think it's just like I feel like strong feeling
If you haven't been to the finance people, you have been summoned, so let's go before the session starts. Okay. She's just sitting right here.
Leadership. Yeah, strategy. Wow.
Oh, thank you. So you guys.
I tell me like take see how it comes back because I might not be back and stuff. Nature messes. I'm not gonna be seeing from Thursday. She doesn't live far from here, so yeah, I'm also going to live on to family information. Just don't want you to freak out.
No, that's all right.
Yes,
That's all right. So you'll be back on Wednesday evening?
Yeah, I'll be back on Wednesday evening.
All right, and then you'll go straight to virtual.
That's what I wanted to check with you.
Yes.
Because I get a little bit from there to
No, you go straight to.
straight to the.
Well, it'll already be like, the booking would have already started.
Yeah,
You'll have no
okay.
You already have your man.
Cool, just want to make sure I wasn't causing stress by experience.
Yeah, that's fine.
It is cool.
And like, if I'm honest with you, I feel like sometimes,
First
because it's turn off, there's no when there is a day off, I like to not book it from, but, so, you know, I gather, you know, people are able to. They're not, they want to express, so it's fine, don't worry.
Okay, no, I just, yeah.
Bar, facing the bar, just to the left.
This is another one, I need to do some more reading. The sort of, the point where what kind of we were in when talking about the industry policy ends and what doors you can set, because it's like, is it just like the capital controls in local currency?
Yeah.
Because everything was there, this is about subsidies allowing capital source to reinvest tax less than income if you take out that.
They start it back to, yeah, what is the?
Yeah.
No, I'm reading on it, but then I think from me, like, especially from the kind of
Orange.
Yeah.
that is again question. What is the big difference
Yeah.
within the economy, within the national and industrial policy? Because national blend, and I'll mention that in the quick presentation we're gonna do is that, you know, that industrialization policy puts more hairbrushes on women, especially if you think about the.
This is very interesting.
This is what
Yeah.
it's
very
That's
something I'm very. Yes, it's very interesting.
increase. People.
Yeah.
Even drawn as they're going.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, and obviously, ideally, when you think about what you can do with it, how do you try and someone say they're not thinking about Bangladesh, it's just some sort of.
Yeah.
And ultimately, unless there is a very, it's embedded in this idea of work or increasing productivity, not only the overall goal, then that will be very for me. Exactly.
Yeah, it's almost like it was against the tree shit. Like that thing, but then it sort of seems like
Yes. Yes. Also, I think you don't feel like it is this question is how ultimately we get to read how it's like outside of the confines of how how work received
It doesn't feel like a developmental state. You know, even in the African context, or whatever, almost whatever is called there, is going to what has it aim to transcend, right? It wants to make sure that I mean, I guess it hate eviction. Even for investors, in conflict from against that, the questions of limits, whether yeah. You don't like it, like, 6 hours, no, we're not, no. It's on, I have no desire to promote.
You know, like a lot of people who like read and like almost understanding this. What they present as in some way loves is like it's much they work for like building the national capital, drawing people into industrial life.
What's going on? Yeah, so you go into different. They can see that. But I think a key issue is that as growth how much sort of you sustain the shape. And that is the only time that gains your share across the board. Then one this and then the investment for nationals becomes obsolete because they don't want to share it. So then what do we do, you know? And I think that is the idea of keeping that sort of I don't know.
So many reasons because these racial stuff purely designed. Because the thing is with the linguistic consensus is not even designed to use that to form national development.
Yeah.
It's just to strip it out. What comes after that? And even if that was meant to be a big one. Another big argument, you know, if we're going to get accused of being essentially but we obviously will allow your staff, how do we call it, because they need labour productivity to do the living standards and you don't give energy. How does that work?
Yeah, how will that?
How does the economy work?
Yeah.
We continue with this imagining.
Yeah.
In an overall thing, when the
But also, yeah,
not it's in the south, but from but it becomes not just a message of
and then I think that
analyze like if you think about sort of a national cross America or South Asia. And I don't know what the difference between like you know, or you know, whatever industry.
Yeah. It's all
Yeah.
Yeah,
exactly. And that is what we unraveled that. And I think that's what we went so majors actually not a national context, but then it's individual. So what do you see to comments? Yeah, it's kind of mine. That's international. Like eating gas, gosh, or even. You know, like finance. So we wanted, like, especially the idea, she talks about expansion of SDRs from but then these, the SDS, of course they allow for rises, but there is a limit. But there is a limit and there is an underlying logic which is not so.
Yeah.
Which is that productivity is key, which is that.
You know, like critiquing productivity tensions in their redistribution.
Yeah.
Years ago, yeah, it was about sort of claims of like differentials. I hardly understood about the critique of like PPP figures, but also the thrust of it was productivity work and redistribution.
Yeah, which is, that is, that's not my thing, that's what
Yeah, especially if what you're doing with graphic figure is producing content you're gonna use with your values.
Yeah, yeah. It just doesn't make any sense to me. I think definitely there's or the so I pride the growth.
Have you sat in and then you listen
Sat in on, I really want to do that, I just get really busy, but I've sat in on some of the macro classes.
So Prabhav's interesting because I kept kind of wanting to ask
So
his idea is understand stuff and a couple of people asked a question about that. But yeah, about like what about the environment? And he's like, we're not talking about that. We're talking about sort of industrialization to increase wages. It's just that that's a different class.
Yeah.
Sure, but it's still a different class.
Yes. Is there arguments essentially by the people who work on climate? You will have a whole climate, this, really climate itself is imposes massive burdens on more people and world. So, I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm like you trying to get so much.
Yeah.
Like I wanna. Again, it's not yeah, I think really sales as a cheap you listen to finance and also
Yeah. Yeah, I know that looks like is that. Oh my God.
You are.
I know.
Oh, okay.
So should I give me this? Or should I just go on and not something? Okay, connected. Yeah.
Yes, that's acceptable, yeah, that's right, just for my culture, people, everything that's right, projects, is an education. I also like that national design, it was in shopping, again, so they have somebody just this line of introduced to you with different some projects involved. I think something like this. I was wondering, always works collecting. Yes, I was analyzing was that's great. Exactly. And even just like they say, you should send everyone from him. Nice from him. They don't say, I'm just going to this house. So they say it's about or yeah, sure. That was saying here. But at least we have a thing set from the yes, we're gonna start. Oh, you did it. Oh, wow.
Yeah. Wow, so like lab also.
Yeah, so there's a, so you are on the map goals. Yeah.
I always see conversation students. Okay. And I sing in management students, and I think.
For them, they must.
We have and so also it is man. If so, so then we have that like the people not kind this. Oh, it's like that business matter. Because as a very important time. I work for the 80s production.
Oh, I see, I see. Is it? Okay, so when you work for the like after
I would give the they actually
yeah, administrative.
So administrations are run by different governments. Yeah. Different bodies.
Yes.
My government feels like they're the best in South Africa. To the point where they genuinely grant themselves as like a sovereign state. It's insane. Which is weird. It's like, we just go with it.
Okay.
Don't question it.
So do you like, how long has the beings or forms of
My government was in your government last week. National council, so that's basically that just electoral government. What's me in the others about research, and it's so legal.
A boasting session. So everyone gets to say this is what we're doing, that my friend of is, and then it's just like, what's the point?
So when we have the national marginal provinces, they have yes.
Yeah, there's no It's just generally it's essentially sort of agreed on this for the last like 3-4 days.
Wow.
That's like
Yep, there's like.
yeah, no, there's like this there's there are people who are there's like it's norms, right?
Right.
It's expected into doing norms, but I think those things are also yeah. There's
Yeah, that's right.
questions only some things has different maps. So Scotland has more developed powers than weather rules. And Northern Ireland has quite a lot, except for a lot of the last 10 years or so, they've been
Wow.
Wow. It's not serious.
That's so much influence, like, it's so serious.
Very, yeah.
Learn something new every year.
No, I just learned this for the first time. I'm shocked. Have you colonized by me? So that's
I think are we waiting for a few more people? I think maybe, but I think let's start. So thank you for bearing with us. I know it's been a long day and everyone's traveling and a little jet lagged. And this is the last session of the day, so I won't take up too much time. And hopefully we'll have an interesting discussion also. Okay, so since the morning, essentially, we've been talking about like different elements, essentially, of developmentalism, of transformation, their implications. We started off in the morning with Abote talking about how there is a kind of a necessity for manufacturing-led industrialization in a lot of African continent and certainly other countries across the majority world or global south. And in the wonderful presentation by Patrick on what obviously something that is a part and parcel of that is carbon capitalism and like using non-renewables, fossil fuels, etc., extraction, what that means and how and what is being done to resist that. And obviously there is, I think that's been pointed out in an interesting question throughout the course of the day, is that there are certain tensions and certain contradictions that come up when we talk about these two things hand in hand. And so what I'll talk about today, I'm going to talk essentially a little bit about feminist perspectives on So then can we not do the Zoom from my laptop? Or what would that mean?
Then I have to copy it.
And share it from yours?
Yeah, I will share it from me.
Okay. I don't know. Which is better? So that at least here it's not disrupted.
Let's come from this way.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
Okay, so I'm going to talk about feminist perspectives on developmentalism. And I'll discuss a little bit about what essentially feminist economics is or what it says.
on the space.
Okay, all right. Okay, so like within the paradigm of neoclassical economics, obviously neoclassical economics is being critiqued a lot of the time by feminists that it is gender blind, that it doesn't consider gender dimensions of development, it does not consider women, and so on. And I think, and as we'll discuss later, isn't necessarily a very complete characterization of what the problems are, but the mainstream strategy around how to think about gender, which was led very much by the World Bank in their 2007, I think, report, where they spoke about gender as smart economics, which is essentially a strategy that says that how do we, it's very instrumentalist, and it talks about how do we essentially, women as an untapped resource, how do we improve the participation of women in the labor force in order to increase productivity, and also obviously in order to have the gains of individual economic empowerment for the women themselves, backward social norms, especially across the countries across the global south. And so it very much led to policies that are being shaped around changing social norms about gender, women, all these gender awareness campaigns, all these talks about how women should have equal access to land ownership, or women should have equal access to labor markets, political representation. A lot of the demands, at least on the continent from feminist movements, are around political representation as a tool for sort of automatic, economic gains or equality. And so the idea essentially became, equalizing access and marketing this idea of like a collective benefit. If women are empowered, then we all gain, and stuff. And so obviously, through this, the idea became that gender inequality is inefficient. It's inefficient economically. And primarily because they don't maximize productive capacity. And obviously this follows the assumption, of course, which feminist economists critique very heavily, that the work or the labor or the inputs provided predominantly by women, especially in the care work and social reproduction, are not part of quote unquote productive sectors of the economy. And also sort of following the logic of the idea that gender inequality exists and is inefficient, is that it's either because institutions are sticky, or they sort of fail to respond to economic incentives, or because of market failures. So in this kind of schema or in these models, the fact that gender inequality exists or persists is not about power, it's not about coercion, it's not about a social system that that creates sort of this hierarchy, or of a collective effort of a certain group to maintain control over another. It is essentially due to issues of market failures, due to issues of like policy not being designed in a way that will correct this failing. And so there's a lot of studies that talk about how okay. Yeah, so there's why is there a difference?
Because it is not direct, it goes on one before it comes in.
There it goes. Okay, so a lot of studies have spoken about how there are neoclassical economists, and I'm talking about from within the paradigm of neoclassical economics, and there are strong positive correlations between women's education and growth. And so that has been one of the ways that female education, promoting female education, has featured very much within the mainstream development or economics agenda. So for example, a study finds that between 0.4 to 0.9% of annual per capita growth between East Asia and Sub-Saharan Africa and South Asia and the Middle East can be accounted for by gender gaps in education. And I think there's a sort of this piece of statistic that's very anecdotal about the Middle East, about it having the lowest labor market participation and also the lowest women's education statistics. So this is something that is very heavily pushed from within the paradigm, that women need to be educated, they have a right to, and also that this increases growth perspectives. Another study looking at India says that the cross-regional effects of gender gaps in access to managerial positions in general empowerment on per capita income between 61 and 91 find that there's a 10% increase in the female to male ratio. A 10% increase in the female to male ratio of managers raises non-agricultural output by 2%. A 10% increase in the female share of the labor force raises overall output by 8%. And so this idea that from within the paradigm of neoclassical economics, we can't necessarily talk about women's empowerment or women being empowered doesn't put through the full picture. Another study says that reducing inequalities in human and physical capital between male and female farmers in Sub-Saharan Africa is estimated to have the potential to increase agricultural productivity by 10 to 20%. Another article from Kenya saying that increasing women's agricultural inputs and education to the same level as men could increase women's yields by 22%, and so on and so forth. And so these studies, they seem to sort of reject the notion that households are harmonious and unitary sites of production, and they do
they do appreciate or consider that gender inequality is significant and it's a direct factor of productivity and output. But the thing is, with this approach, within the neoclassical paradigm, is that it's the market that is centrally sort of featured as both the source of the inequity, its impersistence through imperfect markets or incomplete markets, and also its preferred solution. So the route to empower women is to increase their agricultural outputs in order to increase productivity, which then has the rebound effect on them. And obviously there's a paradox there, because there's a sort of an admission of hierarchy and bargaining at the household level. There's a bargaining between men and women. But also it assumes that bargaining for some reason is sort of symmetrical, and that they both have the same ability. So if more women go to school, that automatically equalizes that asymmetry. And this analysis or this structure limits the ability of these models to illustrate what a gendered dimension of development or empowerment really is, beyond or outside of the confines of the transactions within the market. And this is essentially what sort of a feminist economics perspective begins with. It starts with a different conception of what the economy is, what is economic, essentially, what are economic transactions. And it rejects primarily the neoclassical assumptions of what constitutes the economy, where does the economy begin, wherein neoclassical economics assumes that the economy begins or is in the transactions that exist in the market, in the firm, in the work, in the factory, etc., etc. Feminist economics believes that non-market transactions are integral to and are the starting point of the economy. And this specifically relates to care work, and social reproduction more broadly. Another really important assumption also is that the economy is embedded in society, in ecology, as we've been discussing in the morning. And it's also shaped by social institutions, and those include the family, the state, cultural norms, and so on. And so this idea that you can sort of equalize or neutralize, that's the right word, neutralize these different institutions and have a perfectly technical intervention, which includes increasing in agricultural inputs or increasing access to land ownership or land titles. That's a big one that the World Bank really loves talking about, land property rights as a way to empower women, is that sort of you neutralize these different social institutions. Another really important thing, and this is one that perhaps will be in tension with when we talk about industrialization through manufacturing in the global south, is that the idea that prioritization of well-being, equity and sustainability, and of course social justice they should be sort of embedded within how we think about developmentalism, and not as necessarily as add-ons, as we have seen them happen. I think someone mentioned, for example, Ethiopia earlier in the day. It's obviously they've had very high growth rates, but inequality statistics not as great, or even other countries across the global south. So then feminists or construct feminist economists argue that the power, coercion, conflict, and cooperation based on whether gender, race, class, they operate at all levels of the economy. The family, the community, the market, the firm, and of course the state. And that institutions are not just about coordinating individuals and groups, but they also reflect the exercise of collective self-interest and the conflict that is, of course, born out of that. And that, is very helpful when we think about the capitalism as a whole, as that continuous process of tension or conflict and so on. And so when we think about feminist macroeconomics specifically, and I guess this is what we would focus on when we talk about developmentalism, when we talk about industrial policy, is that it tries to engender the structuralist ideas about macroeconomic distribution, and that the structures of gender inequality are not about access per se, but they're rooted in a division of labor, a sexual division of labor, and a deliberate sort of mystifying of a certain segment of the work, which is the work that women predominantly do around care, social reproduction. These are what shape economic outcomes, and these are also what determine what the end results of certain policy interventions will be. And so that gender in this sort of schema becomes an important analytical sort of variable in and of itself. I mean, obviously, feminist economics have been very critical of like structural adjustment policies, of privatization, of austerity, highlighting their implications not just for women but for social outcomes across the board. And one very important sort of or like key thing that has been pushed by feminist economists is that the sort of retraction of the state from the economy, from public provisioning, from even setting the priorities of the economy, results in essentially a shock for social reproductive systems. And I'm sure you guys have heard this, the crisis of social reproduction. And that what this refers to, and this is obviously a simplification of it, is that consistent pressure that is put on communities, which for the large part is upheld by women's work out in the home or in outside of the spheres of market transactions. And so in this case, I think what I also would like to highlight is that neoclassical economics is not necessarily gender blind, but also is gender exploitative, because it depends not only on that work being done continuously for free, but on mystifying the idea that that is effectively productive work, because it's the reproduction of labor power or of the labor force. Yeah, so I mean, I've already mentioned this. The reproduction of labor force which is done predominantly by women, is the starting point of accumulation, is the starting point of productivity itself. And so when we talk about increasing productivity or labor market participation, it's to be sort of understood to the best that we can within this context. And what this calls for, which is probably a difficult task, is a rethinking of our conception of value within the economy, which is not just it wouldn't just be a break from neoclassical economics, but would also respond to sometimes the silence or the ignoring of heterodox economics to the role of care work in the functioning of the economy, and how to adequately respond to that in the context of progressive industrial policy or developmentalism. Okay, so feminist economics poses a critical view for the developmentalist paradigm, and not necessarily because it disagrees with it, because it does, the tendency for sovereignty, for nationalism, for a more active role for the state is something that feminist macroeconomics at least agrees with. But it also it criticizes from within, sort of against neoclassical economics, criticizes the idea of the primacy of the markets, methodological individualism, and the exploitation of care work, and sort of mystifying or invisibilization of social reproduction. But there are some issues, and these are just some examples that will come up even when we think about a developmentalist model that is sort of state-led, or that is progressive from the perspective of the writings, for example, of Haju Chang, as we've seen in the morning. So, for example, industrialization, it affects care policy, right? Longer working hours, industrialization associated with longer working hours, with migration to urban centers, with environmental impacts, and the gender division of labor, which is central to feminist economics, thinking. It underlies capacity constraints, whether time, money, pressure, and so on. So, what kind of care policies should be part and parcel of that, transformative or progressive industrialization policy?
that will allow some mitigation at least of that. Another thing obviously is, industrialization and planet. How can we pursue it without ignoring environmental consequences, which fall disproportionately on women and contribute directly to this crisis of social reproduction, making it harder for our societies, our communities, our families to reproduce themselves. And another thing, and I think this will be the last thing, is that if equity, if the end goal of transformative industrialization or industrial policy is the end goal, then how do we consider sort of couching the argument for development in terms of growth? Should we do that? And obviously, feminist economists have long argued that we've spoken about GDP and how it's a very limited measure. They've also they share that they've argued against GDP specifically or growth specifically being so primal within the context of development. And so these are potentially some of the issues that feminist economics are thinking about within research or even within advocacy for more transformative industrial policies. So I'll stop here and then we can have a discussion or answer some questions if there are any.
Yeah.
It's not even called as the graveyard shift.
We call it, sorry?
The graveyard shift.
Okay.
Because it's late afternoon. But what you have managed to do is initiate a provocation.
That's
right at the end of the day, which is good.
That's good, yeah.
Which is good. I'm really glad you had this as the last item. Because feminist economics, we need half a day for this.
We do.
We need half a day for this. But my immediate thoughts are around everything that you've written around the importance of care work, and how we position that within our economy. Because domestic work in South Africa has a very complicated history, right? Even predating the apartheid era, predominantly Black women worked within the domestic field and were actually limited to the domestic field.
Yeah.
It was not out of passion or, or that was their chosen careers. But a lot of us, even in my generation, who was born just a couple of years before the democratic era, I was born in 89. To date, I still have family who have been largely restricted to domestic work because of the historical context that we come from. Lack of educational opportunities, lack of just contributing to the economy in a more, I don't want to say significant way, because domestic work is significant contribution. And we to date still struggle with unpaid labor of domestic work as career women, but also there's a lot of mental unpaid, I almost want to say covert labor that's involved even in paid domestic work.
Of course.
So yeah, that's why I say you cause a provocation, because my question then is, how do we elevate care work in not just in South Africa, but really globally, for it to be recognized as a major contributor to how the economy functions as a whole, not just in terms of pecuniary terms, right? Because there's a lot that can be said about the contribution of domestic and care work for the economy, a lot of which is not enjoyed by the women in these spaces, right? But it is care work that allows people who run organizations to do so at every hours of the night and the morning. It allows for the economy to run in a particular way, and yet it is not the women themselves who are enjoying the fruits of this labor. So, but how can we innovate that in a way that actually goes back to women, and in particular women of color, who still predominantly carry domestic and care work on their shoulders?
So that's an excellent question, and this is a question that all feminist economists are trying to answer, essentially. And there are many, and I'll just give some thoughts and hopefully they're coherent. I think the first thing that comes to mind is that this idea of rethinking value. What is valuable? And I think this is something that it's hard because within the schema of capitalism, I don't think that there is a way to talk about the contribution of care work to the economy. I mean, there's two options. It leaves us with two options, and we've already seen that. Either the commodification of it and the outsourcing of it, and therefore, like you said, it is limited to a certain class of women who are able to then, outsource some of that work to paid workers who are obviously predominantly from within, whether it's a national context or a global context, from communities, for women who have a very limited space for political, economic, and social rights. And that was what happened, if we think about, for example, North America, or if we think about Europe and, migration, if we think about the Gulf, for example, and, migration from South Asia, South Asian women or African women to sort of supplement that lifestyle, and the ability of women to partake in the labor market, the paid labor market. And the other route is to say, we want to include this in the calculations of the GDP.
Right.
And of course, this is something that has been promoted. From my personal opinion, I'm not sure what that does. I'm not sure what including it in the GDP necessarily does. I mean, it shows how big it is, of course, but then it is also ultimately this idea that, okay, let's continue to use this accounting system to represent what is valuable or how we represent value, rather. So this is definitely very tough, because especially when we think about class, and I think that is a question that is of course very central to when we talk about women's rights or women's organizing and so on, because otherwise we see what happens when we don't talk about class, and it becomes like a feminism or feminist thinking becomes sort of an upper middle class cultural battle essentially, and it's useless. But when we want to think about it structurally, and we want to think about, okay, so what kind of labor policies are going to be put in place to ensure that not only that women are able to participate, but also that the care work in itself, or care efforts in themselves are shared equally across the board. And what kind of responsibility should the state have in order to ease some of that burden? And also, and this is really important, is injecting this idea of the right to care. As opposed to just only thinking about care from the perspective of a burden. We also have a right to care, right? For whether it's for children or whether it's for elderly, the sick, and this shouldn't be sort of put in as opposite to productivity or as opposite to at a personal level when it comes to fulfillment, but also from a structural perspective. So these will be hard questions if we only limit our thinking to increasing productivity or like Mariam was talking about, investability of our countries, then we don't have space to have these conversations, because surely adding more cost when it comes to offering childcare for your workers does not make you investable. Right, from just a very simple like accounting exercise, but these are choices. These are political choices about what we choose to prioritize, regardless of what the costing of it is. I mean, it's about also reorganizing society, right? Maybe perhaps away from just the confines of the nuclear family to sort of a more expanded understanding of care as a shared, communal sort of responsibility. I don't think that that can be done within capitalism, but within it, there's also other options that we can do to ease some of the burdens. Yeah. Of course, Mariam and then Scani.
Yes, thanks for the presentation. I think really questions with thoughts and suggestions.
Of course, yeah.
Just to tease what you said. Well, when I was thinking in class about feminist economics, there was that one question about what was the greatest invention from the capital world that really boosted us as women? And the answer was someone, yes, like the creation of the washing machine, because it could ease us hours of cleaning actions, especially to Sahara Africa, and they were like, yeah, this is the first thing. So we are not against you guys. Okay. And it's so much. Thank you so much. It's really grateful. Yeah, and the second part was really about the time in childcare and all other not included in the GDP, but what if women are just giving birth to the next generation of the workforce? So that is something really significant in some countries where the birth rate went going down. There's a problem about productivity, about who's taking care of the next generation of work. So it's something that really needs to be taken into account, because it's not only about short term, but looking at long term progress of a country. And then lastly, how would you because you did talk about the division of labor, in developmental perspective, just emphasize more about what do you think might be achievable in our countries, especially for Black women. I know it's forward for all around the world, but I feel like we are suffering from that double minority representation.
Yeah. Thank you, Maria. Yes, go ahead.
So thank you so much for this presentation. I was actually looking forward to this session. And as you were speaking, I just sort of thought about the work that I do and how this might apply to it. So I come from a policy background, and one of the concepts that we deal with is like this idea of gender mainstreaming, which is applying a gendered lens to the policy planning, development, and implementation. And oftentimes when we speak about it, it's like a tick box exercise. So we just count like how many women are included in our EPW program, so the extended public works. So we have 20 women, great, we've done it. We have led gender mainstreaming in our province. But it doesn't really translate into any meaningful change. There isn't any gender parity in just ticking boxes and like employing women to work 18-hour shifts on like the road, building stuff, but you don't think about the productive labor that they have to do once they get home, whether or not they have children that they need to take care of. Like all of that isn't considered in the policy planning and the implementation. And so I wonder, how do you then meaningfully embed concepts like gender mainstreaming and like the feminist economics in building like a successful development? I know you kind of touched on like prioritizing stuff, but like, how do we do it in a way that's not just like tick box exercise, but we're just like counting the number of women who are involved in like education programs? So we say we have 20% increased women graduates, but they don't have jobs to go to afterwards. There isn't any meaningful transformational like structural reform.
Okay, so I think, and again, I don't think I'm going to have a comprehensive answer because these are the questions that folks are trying to answer, I guess, and it's hard. And I think what you said, Mariam, about easing, I guess, some of that. I mean, I guess this is really an ideological or a political choice. I think beyond, I mean, the tick boxing exercise itself is a flattening of gender, right? And I think one of the things that feminist economics wants to do is that also gender shouldn't be isolated from the broader social struggle. And that struggle is going to look slightly different in different contexts. Sometimes it leans heavily on racial, racial elements, and sometimes it leans more heavily on class, and they interact. And so I think that flattening of gender, in as much as its progress is measured by how many women are there or here, whether in the factory or in the
corporate world or even in a farm or whatever, not necessarily. But I'm looking at like equity, like I mean, I was having this discussion with Ndongo, for example, during the break, about industrial policy being also very much about the work central to we need to work, we need to produce, and we need to produce in the context of how it's defined within capitalism, I guess. But I think one of the things that ultimately we would like to reach or attain is the like work itself being reconceptualized, because this element of this understanding of work itself can never truly value, like we said, it can never truly value care work, it can never truly value these contributions. And so then, okay, if we can't escape the need to industrialize, if we can't escape the need to go through the routes of manufacturing, how can we make it so that redistribution is central and not just the creation of value? Because, and I think a lot of economists have spoken about this, and we've also spoken about it in the moment with Patrick, is that value is already present, it's already being created. These resources have been plummeted and now they're not here. And so but how does distribution then becomes very central? Away from where we can find more or less women. I think that would be an important starting point. I think another thing, to answer maybe your question, Mariam, is I came across this policy. I think it's in Colombia, specifically in Bogota. They're called care manzanas, and they're effectively like this. The Bogota city itself has decided to kind of build these community buildings where women can come in with their children and they have access to a number of services. It's gym or a play area for the children, an area to socialize, etc. And one of the things that this has done is it has I think they did the study about like improvements in mental health for young mothers, especially, or mothers who are stay at home mothers, but also in the even like the broader social ties of the neighborhoods where these care manzanas exist. And so I was thinking about how this is it's simple, like there's no genius involved, you provide a space that's funded by the state that takes up some of this burden, so it's not just isolated only within the confines of the home, it's shared to an extent, and it's also seen. And another one that is also it's basic and that there's no genius to it is ensuring that access to leave, adequate leave, whether it's specific paternal leave, but also leave associated with care responsibilities, which we all know are very expansive, very endless, and don't just include children, but they include also the elderly, they include disabled, and so on. And that these are not the sort of these are not electives for big industrial plants. These are not optional. These are not the first things that are going to go when we're in crisis and the IMF comes in and says we need to sign this program, whatever. And this is how it is now, but these are not embedded in how we think about the economy or what we should prioritize. And I think this is why I'll emphasize this idea that feminist economics really is about thinking about what value is and what we should strive for. Not just as oh, would be nice to do, but as this is the only thing we should be doing. Because otherwise, what accumulation or increasing productivity or increasing capital gains, etc., what's the point of that? Yeah. All right, Patrick and then Maria, yes.
Just to quickly follow up on this, it's expansive because there have been struggles to valorize, I think, wages for housework. I'm curious what your view of Madeline Waring from New Zealand. But the other thing that isn't really researched enough yet, even though there are two very strong eco-feminist and socialist groups, women here in Johannesburg, Women Against Mining, basically, which networks all across Africa's anti-extractivist movements and finds generally women at that coalface fighting against extractive industries because it wrecks their land and livelihoods and rips out workers. The second is Axiom Ecologica in Quito. So one of the things we're talking about with them is stewardship that women in those rural settings are typically graced with. They have the longer term sense of how to keep a river or sort of a land mass intact. But that would also, I think, include what I mentioned, the Brundtland Commission idea that sustainability is being acutely aware and preventing the excessive extraction of non-renewable resources, so that women, not men, not to be essentialists, but the ecofeminist perspective gives you that temporality, that ability to look across generations to defend value that isn't just women and their work and their immediate land, but their minerals underneath, for example. If that makes sense, because I think that's a great area since we're all into sustainability, but very few would take it to the level where the feminist is going to be a much richer source of that defense of sustainable development than not.
Yeah, I was thinking about the fact, do you think it's possible like to make these kind of discussions in places where actually, you know, the decision of power is very concentrated, you know, in men. So I was wondering if in Africa there is any changes, for example, like in the political parties, you know, to include more women in the least, you know, in elections. It doesn't solve entirely the problem, and it doesn't mean that if you have, you know, one president, it will change. Yeah. But it is a signal, I guess. So I was like thinking if you can let us know a little bit about the African context too.
Yeah, I mean, so like like political participation and representation for women has been on the agenda for I think probably all of the African countries that have women's movements organizing. And it's also the position that is held by UN Women, which is obviously like one of the biggest donors, supporters, and like of a lot of women's organizing on the continent, especially in the past, like 20 years since it's been shifted more towards like NGO based organizing as opposed to I think maybe what Patrick was talking about earlier is like political organizing itself. And so I don't think that there isn't a problem with that being a benchmark or something to strive for. But I think the ideological position or the leading of these representatives, these women, is probably more important. And also the developing of what could be characterized as a feminist agenda to start with before that focus on representation becomes kind of takes over. And what that creates also is the tension of like, is there essentially an agenda that can be articulated that will represent all women? And I don't think there is, because I think that the demarcation of sort of class, race is very, very critical and shouldn't be ignored. And so this whole sweeping idea of like women in said country or in said region or in said world, that's hard. But I think I know, for example, in Sudan, there's been a quota system for I think 18 years now, where there needs to be at least 40% representation. It's never necessarily been reached. But even in instances where it has got close to it, there hasn't been necessarily translation. And that is obviously for a lot of reasons. Part of it is how feminist thinking itself has been highly impacted by neoliberalism, and feminist demands are very predominantly still articulated through the lens of individual empowerment, which is the antithesis of like feminist economics. So yeah, I mean, I guess it's not necessarily clear that there's like an obvious translation between the two. And yes, Patrick, I agree. I think feminists have a clear stake. I think it's very obvious to them that the disintegration of the ecology is something that will fall firstly on them to uphold, and so they have a lot to say. I personally, I think I do need to become a little bit more well versed into ecofeminism itself. I think as a unfortunately trained in economics, I'm still recovering, as you say. So, but yes, I think these are very, very important contributions. And to the question about like sort of wages for house, I mean, that was started like Silvia Federici in the 1970s, right? And it's an important political position because it's also about that recognition that this is not, it's invisible, but it shouldn't be invisible. And we're trying to tell you that it isn't invisible by asking you to pay us for it. So I think it's that symbolism that's important. And I do think that like child care grants and stuff they're important. But to the extent to which they're transformative within the broader system, I don't really think they would be, but they're still important. And I think the symbolism of that is also very, very important. Yeah. Okay. I think we had a long, okay, we'll take
Yes,
the
just
question.
a comment anyway. It's not a question. I once listened to one writer, the book, I've forgotten the name, but it's a Nigerian writer. The book is titled Anatomy of Female Power.
Okay.
If you Google it, you will get it. Anatomy of Female Power. And in that book, or from the discussion that I had with the radio presenter, he actually said that men think they are in control, but women are actually in control. Yeah, because from his exposition, he's saying that there is no decision that a man will take that is not influenced by a woman. Yeah, and he went down from Alexander the Great all the way to parent kings, and most of their decisions are actually influenced. So you see, women may not be in the forefront, but at the backstage, they are actually those in control. And the only thing here is that in some extreme cases, I see men, the female being kind of, should I say, maltreated, quote unquote, left behind. They cannot have inheritance in terms of, like you mentioned, land, animals, and all that. That is some selected areas. But in Ghana, where I come from, in the northern part, those days, where the economy is more agrarian, women have their portion of farm where they cultivate what they want, and then the man also have their portion of land where they go. So there was that kind of, should I say, equality in a way, okay? But it's only an issue when it comes to inheritance of land and maybe animal. That was actually that was a problem. Yeah. So what am I saying? I'm only saying that women are actually in control from the backstage. So the theories might not actually put them in the forefront, but generally women are very forceful and yeah. So that is this.
Michael, yeah, go ahead.
Let me just read a quote from what you're saying. It's very interesting. But it says that women exert significant power over men through domestic roles like mothering, wife duties.
Yeah.
For me, that is deconstructing.
Exactly. Yeah, that's it. Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, I think I would say that there is a responsibility because care work and mothering is also about constructing society, right? It's about, especially because of that big role that mothers have around what they need to answer to in terms of what they are supposed to do, raise, Marianne, you said raising the future labor force, and that that is the case. And so essentially emphasizing it, So is it a responsibility, or is is there a privilege that comes with that backstage control? Or is it more so a responsibility of that reproduction of a broader social and economic schema? I would say. So I'm not sure that the control that you're sort of perceiving or thinking about is tied to, or is should be understood as a yes, as them achieving sort of their rights, or rather it's just part of that responsibility that they hold as caretakers, or as sort of the holders of social reproduction.
Yeah, so I just wanted to comment a bit on Fideli's assertion. Really, it could be possible. I have a saying. I do tell some people sometimes that if you want to live long, listen to the woman. But that is indirect activity. It's not in the forefront. So sometimes, although that could be powerful, but the woman is not seen to be actively doing the activity, so sometimes it becomes a bit difficult. And in the case of division of labor in the agrarian sector, where I've done some work, you realize that when there is a change in the status of a crop, who cultivates it changes.
When there is a change in
the status of a crop.
Okay.
Sometimes a crop will be the main crop, which is considered as a cash crop. If that status changes to be a subordinate crop and another crop becomes a main crop, you see those who are cultivating those crops changes. So for instance, where I come from, in Ghana, yam is very common. And yam is considered as a main crop. It is dominantly done by male because it requires a lot of tedious work here and there. By that community, now I did a paper on mechanization and internal relations. You see that when yam is now becoming in a way a subordinate among some of the people, because they are now shifting towards mechanization to cultivate maize. Now the yam role is now taken up by women. So you could see that tradition they have something to do. But when it comes to the dominant role, then the power dynamics come in. So in essence, we still see that dynamics at play. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Brian.
Yes, I was just wondering, if you got into the recommendations part, of perhaps, inclusionary market labor policies, so such that women, those that would encourage women actually to be participant within the labor market itself. Just to explore those, see what those look like.
So in the paid labor market, you mean?
Yes,
the paid labor market. Okay. Okay, so I think okay, so this is a tough one because the only way that I would sort of, there are many that can be done, right? Including the state taking more of an active role in child care, or in supporting child care. But also I personally, because I think the ethos of increasing productivity itself is uncomfortable for me. I think that okay, so let me, I guess, think about the question in a different way. Why do we want to encourage more women to participate in the labor market?
I guess to bridge the gap and sort of, reach a stage of neutrality, equality.
Okay. Okay. Okay, so I think then a couple of things we need to do. First, for the labor market itself to be unequal, to be like not as exploitative as it is, and this includes men too. So higher wages, more time off, more labor protections across the board for men and women. This is very important. So the labor market itself needs to be reformed. Because I don't want women to participate in this labor market. It's terrible, especially because they, at the other side, have a bunch of responsibilities that no one is taking off their shoulders, which become harder and which also have other losing parties, including young children. So I think of this example, which I found very striking. It was given by, I was in this lecture by an economist who, I think she's an FAO or something, and she's in Rome. So she has a nanny in her house to help her take care of her children, and she's from Sri Lanka. And so the nanny herself has children, and she lives in Colombo, and she's left her children there, and she's brought a younger worker from a rural area in Sri Lanka to take care of her children. And obviously that one she's very young, so she's left, like she's dropped out of school to come to Colombo to take care of children. And I was thinking about this chain, right? Of and when I think about increasing labor market participation, now this is what I see, and that's why for me it's I'm not going to pursue this independently. This whole increasing labor market participation independently of other social policies, whereby the labor market itself is not as harsh and aggressive and exploitative, but also whereby these responsibilities are shared equally, whether at the societal level or through the intervention of the state, so that there aren't so many losing parties when we think about it. Yeah, I mean that might not be very encouraging, but okay. Any more questions? Oh, Aksa, yes, please.
Yes. When we talk about GDP or labor participation in feminist economics, how do we measure the unpaid labor or the care work in domestic sphere? And I know that there's this time use survey that we use, but how effective or practical it is, I mean, in national surveys?
So I mean, I think the labor, the national account, what is it called? I forgot it now. The national account system has been recently changed. I'm not sure what year. A couple of years ago, it was changed to include. At one point, it clearly excluded like childcare and domestic work and stuff as part of national accounting, and it's been updated a couple of years ago. So I'm sure that there is some statistical, ability to do this. But so it's doable. It's something that can be done. Whether it might cost more, it might, expand, data collection sites and time and stuff, but it is doable. And so you think that it's important to do it, right? You would like to have that reflected, right? That's what, right? Yeah. So it is. Yeah. So I'll send you some articles and stuff that like break it down a bit, because it's also like mathematical and stuff. So I'll send you some articles that will be very helpful. But it has been done in a couple of countries. I think in India there was an attempt to yes.
I was just going to say that not in terms of like domestic labor.
Yeah.
But in terms of farmers working their families on their own fields. Like, so even in that case, we need like imputed labor, so time service, right?
Yes.
So in India, when we have this minimum support price policy, so the formula for the minimum support price policy requires that the imputed labor be included.
Yeah.
So that requires the national time service. So it happens, and I think they're quite efficient. I don't know the specifics, and I don't see how that cannot be extended to domestic too.
Exactly, yes. So the accounting system itself exists. So it's just about the choices of what you include.
Yeah.
Or because of what you perceive as work or valuable
Yeah, and we're talking about like a total population of I don't know, 700, it would be 700 million.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. So in the farm labor.
It's significant, yeah. All right. Okay, I don't think, are there any more questions, comments? All right, we're good. Okay, thank you.
Might be about dinner.
Oh yes, we can now wrap up. Yeah, we can now close and talk about dinner plans with Patrick.
Is that okay? Any other logistics? Or we talk about, well, now there's also a little space, and I think you have the map to walk up to look at Samson, look at the view. And 5 of you did it yesterday. It wasn't too long. It was a nice 15-minute walk. And so you simply go out this door if you want to do this, and you turn left right away. This seventh Avenue. And then on your next intersection, there's a little half a road. You go through there, and you see at the end there's a gate, and it goes up quite steep, and you kind of go up rocky. You need some, we call them in South Africa tackies or tennis shoes. And then you go down, and then you see the very top, beautiful lookout. So is that map something you can send around?
Yes, I can forward it to you right now.
Okay, so you can sort of say, yes, you've seen the most corrupt place in the world, but also the most ecologically unsustainable place, Johannesburg. No river, but the biggest collection of trees, like artificially planted trees. And there are jacarandas and a few others, but they're non-indigenous. But it's so interesting. And then you scan, and you can see the central business district to the south. So I won't be there now, but you'll figure it out. It's very nice. It's just 15 minutes up, 15 minutes back to step to that. Now at 6:45, we think we have a mass reservation for Picobello. But what do you think? You've got really 2 or 3 choices. One is you are so tired, you've traveled, you just go home to your room and sleep. The second is that you go and do your own thing, yourselves independently. Don't have to be alone. And there are lots of nice restaurants up and down here. We would want you maybe to wait for tomorrow if you want to do Arturo's, the taco Mexican Congolese place. It's fantastic. Tomorrow's the stuff. But today we suggest a beautiful outdoor sort of stoop, a balcony at Picobello. Where is that? Forget the map, but it's simply out this door, up these little steps, the other direction, and you see 6th Avenue. You turn to your right, and you can then turn left on the next road, which is 6th Street. And then you turn right at 4th Avenue, and then you will hit it after 2 blocks. Picobello, and it's the half price for pasta. They have good pizza too, but it's more expensive. So half price pasta, if gluten free, they can do that. And there's only